Chapter 1668, Primordial Cities Entrance Test. Chapter 1668, Primordial Cities Entrance Test. Shifeng moved through the tranquil forest and proceeded towards the coordinates the scouting assassin sent him. Very quickly he came across a clearing that was abounding with mana, so much that it had even condensed into a white mist that enveloped the area. What amazing mana! Shifeng was startled as he moved through the white mist. While he stood within the white mist, not only did his mind become much clearer than before, but even his stamina and concentration recovery rates skyrocketed. The recovery rates were at least 4 times higher than what one would experience inside hotels of NPC cities. If players were to practice combat in such an environment, the results would be wondrous. Training here would be particularly effective. In his previous life, while part of the reason why players loved places with high mana density was the ease in exhibiting their combat standards there, a more important reason was the much greater efficiency in practicing and learning combat techniques. Although combat techniques did not consume mana, they did take a toll on the user's stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, unlike basic attributes, hidden attributes like stamina and concentration were not displayed using numerical values. Players could only rely on their own senses to determine how much stamina and concentration they had remaining. If players fought normally inside major NPC cities, their stamina and concentration consumption would be roughly equal to their regeneration rates. Hence, players could fight in arenas to their heart's content without worrying about becoming exhausted. However, it was a different story if players started incorporating combat techniques in battle. Combat techniques placed a significant burden on stamina and concentration. Executing a basic combat technique would cost roughly 4 to 5 times more stamina and concentration than executing a simple attack. Hence, if players continuously executed basic combat techniques, even when fighting or practicing inside a city, they would very quickly exhaust their stamina and concentration. Needless to say, the depletion rate for executing advanced combat techniques was even more severe. Hence, high mana density locations were extremely popular among experts of God's Domain during Shifeng's previous life. In the current God's Domain, combat techniques had yet to be popularized. If they had, though, Zero Wing City's player population would have long since shot past 10 million. This was also one of the reasons behind Shifeng's decision to sell basic combat techniques to the public right now. If only a small number of people are allowed to enter Primordial City, it won't be a bad idea to have the ones left out remain here to practice combat techniques. Taking a look at the mist-covered clearing, Shifeng figured that there was more than enough space for 1,000 players to practice combat techniques here. Places with high mana density were extremely rare in God's Domain, not to mention places with mana so dense that it formed a mist. This small area was definitely a sacred training ground. Any superpower that discovered such a location would definitely do everything they could to monopolize it to nurture their own experts. Guild leader, the NPC is over there. After Shifeng arrived at the designated coordinates, a blue-clad assassin approached him. The assassin then pointed at the old man standing inside a magic array a short distance away. The elder wore a set of white robes and held a golden staff in his right hand. Looking at this elder, Shifeng found that the old man did not exude any kind of powerful aura and looked very ordinary. However, when Shifeng tried inspecting him, he failed to get any information about the elder, not even the old man's name. Everything was displayed in question marks. Following which, Shifeng used omniscient eyes to observe the old man. Tyrol, Primordial City's protector. Hero, Divine Mage. Level? HP? A hero? Shifeng could not help but be stunned. He had never imagined that he would actually meet a living, breathing hero. In God's Domain, heroes had long since vanished into legend. The hero standing before him right now was something entirely different from the heroes summoned using heroes chapters. More precisely, the heroes summoned using heroes chapters were heroic spirits, not true heroes. Even so, they were still incomparably powerful and more than capable of safeguarding an entire town or city by themselves. However, a true hero was on an entirely different level compared to a heroic spirit. Unlike heroic spirits, true heroes still retained the blessing they received from ancient gods. Therefore, their life rating was even higher than that of archaic species. Moreover, heroes possessed extraordinary combat standards. Hence, if one did not utilize any special techniques, Even 100 Tier 5 players would not be enough to take down a living hero at their peak. A hero was an existence that was truly capable of turning the tide of battle with their strength alone. Although seeing a living hero excited Shi Feng greatly, when he noticed the hero's identity as Primordial City's protector, he quickly suppressed his excitement and approached the elder. The moment Shi Feng set foot into the magic array, Tyrol opened his eyes abruptly and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment he appeared before Shi Feng and quietly scrutinized the youth before him. When Shi Feng felt Tyrol's gaze on him, he felt as if his entire existence was under examination. However, he was not particularly surprised by this situation. Primordial City was a blessing of the ancient gods. Players belonging to forces deemed hostile by the ancient gods, such as the forces of darkness, should not even think of setting foot into Primordial City. If any of these players were discovered, they would be eliminated immediately. Young man, you've done well to reach this place. I am Tyrol, a protector of Primordial City, Tyrol said, revealing a faint smile and giving Shi Feng a nod of approval. If you wish to enter Primordial City, you have to pass the entrance test. Moreover, you have only 3 chances to challenge it. If you fail all 3, you can only try again during your next visit to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Lord Protector, may I know the contents of the test? Shi Feng asked respectfully. It's a simple test. All you need to do is defeat yourself, Tyrol replied, smiling. Of course, there are also differences in difficulty. The more difficult the test you challenge, the more contribution points you will obtain once you arrive in Primordial City. There are 5 different difficulties available: normal, hard, hell, azura, and god. Meanwhile, the contribution points you will gain from them are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 respectively. Each person has only 3 opportunities to challenge the test. You must cherish them. Upon hearing Tyrol's words, although Shi Feng kept his expression indifferent inwardly, he was bursting with joy. Similar to the city on Thunder Island, if players wished to mingle in Primordial City, they needed contribution points. Without contribution points, they could enjoy only the basic benefits the city offered and should not even think of obtaining the truly good stuff available. Meanwhile, the reason why Shi Feng was excited was the large number of contribution points the entrance test awarded. In his previous life, when he visited Primordial City, he did not do so by passing the entrance test but by using a teleportation ticket, which he had obtained through killing monsters. He had received only 500 contribution points in doing so. However, with just 500 contribution points, one would be no different from a beggar inside Primordial City. Of course, one's contribution points would not remain the same forever. There were plenty of methods to earn contribution points. Completing quests was the simplest among them, though inefficient. Ordinary quests only granted around 2 to 5 points each, while high-ranking quests granted around 20 to 50 points each. However, high-ranking quests were extremely rare. Hence, collecting even 500 contribution points was very difficult. Yet now, even the normal entrance test awarded 1,000 contribution points upon completion. The additional 500 points would save players plenty of time. Moreover, this was also good news to Zero Wings members. It meant that everyone would have an opportunity to enter Primordial City. Young adventurer, have you decided to enter Primordial City? Tyrol asked, smiling as he looked at Shi Feng. I am willing to accept the test. Shi Feng nodded. Very good. May I know which difficulty you wish to choose? Tyrol asked with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 5 crystal balls of different colors appeared before Shi Feng. Aside from having different colors, these crystal balls also exuded auras of various intensities. Even the crystal ball with the weakest aura made Shi Feng shudder involuntarily, whereas the one with the strongest aura made him feel deep despair. Chapter 1669, Shadow of Trial. What powerful auras! Shi Feng tensed as he gazed at the 5 crystal balls hovering before him. It was obvious that these crystal balls represented the strength of the opponent he would face. These crystal balls' auras also provided a hint to help players make the best decision. However, even the weakest crystal ball radiated considerable pressure. It was evident that entering Primordial City wouldn't be as easy as he had expected. Shi Feng wasn't the only player present who could sense the 5 crystal balls' auras. Aqua Rose and the others who had just arrived outside of the magic array could sense the intense energy from the crystal balls as well. Every crystal ball felt as if it contained some horrific creature. These crystals represent your opponent's strengths. You may choose the one that you think you can defeat, but please remember, you only have 3 chances, Tyrol reminded. 3 chances? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng proceeded to choose the second strongest crystal ball. Lord Tyrol, I choose this one. Based on the aura of the God rank test, he knew that he had no chance of completing it. In fact, he wasn't even particularly confident of passing the Azura rank test, but since he had 3 chances, he might as well give it a try. If he could clear the Azura rank test, he could earn more contribution points before entering Primordial City, which would save him from having to pick up plenty of troublesome tasks. Azura rank? Tyrol could not help but shake his head as he looked at Shifeng. What a courageous young man you are. However, since you've made your decision, let the test begin. Saying so, Tyrol gestured with his left hand. Suddenly, the Azura-ranked crystal ball shattered, and the shards transformed into 3 clouds of mist. These clouds gradually took on humanoid shapes, and a moment later, 3 creatures identical to Shifeng manifested inside the magic array. Meanwhile, aside from their names, Shadow of Trial, the system revealed no information about them. 3. The corners of Shifeng's mouth twitched slightly. Although he could not see the Shadows of Trial's basic attributes, he clearly sensed that they were higher than his. Aqua Rose and the others who watched from outside of the magic array gasped when they saw the 3 Shadows of Trial. Each of the shadows felt like a great lord. No, to be more precise, the shadows' auras were stronger than any of the great lords they had faced. It would not be a stretch to call them grand lords. To pass the test, you simply need to land 10 hits on each of them. I must warn you, they know everything you know. Likewise, if they hit you 10 times, you will be eliminated, Tyrol said. After Tyrol explained the rules, the 3 Shadows of Trial revealed human-like sneers. Suddenly, they vanished, leaving afterimages as they charged at Shifeng. So fast. The watching crowd was shocked. The shadows had moved so quickly that all they had seen was faint afterimages. Moreover, unlike ordinary monsters, the Shadows of Trial commanded extremely high intellect. Their fighting style wouldn't be monotonous. Moreover, all 3 shadows coordinated perfectly, each striking at Shifeng from different directions. As soon as the shadows appeared around Shifeng, each launched a different attack. Illusory Shadow. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shadow Blade. The Shadows of Trial's attacks sealed off Shifeng's escape paths. To make matters worse, the illusory shadow attacks couldn't be blocked. Prep. Shifeng paled as he realized his situation. Not even he dared to receive all 3 skill attacks head-on. If he tried to, he would undoubtedly end up dead in the blink of an eye. Just before the attacks landed, Shifeng activated Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split from his body. He immediately switched positions with a nearby doppelganger and used Shadow Blade against the nearest Shadow of Trial. However, before the Shadow Blades could reach the Shadow of Trial, 10 doppelgangers split from its body. Shifeng's 10 Shadow Blades then pierced through the Shadow of Trial's form. However, it was evident that he had nearly struck a doppelganger. How is this possible? They have my weapons and equipment skills as well? Shifeng was shocked when the shadow also used Divine Steps. However, before Shifeng could regain his senses, all 3 Shadows of Trial activated Heavenly Dragon's power, their attributes soaring. They slashed their blades at their target, the intensity of their strength creating powerful gales. With no better plan, Shifeng continued to switch positions with his doppelgangers to avoid the incoming attacks. Although Heavenly Dragon's power was strong, it was a berserk skill that focused on boosting strength. Its buff to speed was only subpar. For a time, Shifeng was at a complete disadvantage as the 3 Shadows of Trial chased him relentlessly. The spectating players outside of the magic array were flabbergasted. They were literally watching 3 doppelgangers gang up on their guild leader. Moreover, the doppelgangers' basic attributes were even higher than Shifeng's. If they had to face 3 of those doppelgangers at once, they'd likely die in an instant. However, Divine Steps had a limited duration. The instant those allied doppelgangers vanished, Shifeng gritted his teeth as he also activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Upon activating the Berserk skill, he darted for one of the 3 shadows. Sword's orbit. Suddenly, brilliant stars bombarded the shadow of trial, one after another. However, before the hits landed, they abruptly halted before a protective barrier. Absolute Domain. When Shifeng's targeted shadow of trial had activated Absolute Domain, the other 2 shadows also gained invulnerability. Giving Shifeng no time to react, one of the 3 shadows activated Instant Strike and swung its blade fiercely at the player. Shifeng knew that he couldn't dodge the attacks in time. The only thing he could do was to activate his own Instant Strike and execute Sword's Orbit to defend himself as much as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Every time their weapons clashed, dazzling sparks flew around them. Loud clangs also echoed throughout the forest. It seemed as if 2 primordial beasts were attempting to slay one another. A moment later, however, Shifeng slid backward. As soon as the first shadow of trial's Instant Strike ended, another shadow activated the skill. When Shifeng's own Instant Strike came to an end, he lost his ability to keep up with the shadow's attacks. Absolute Domain. After activating his invulnerability skill, Shifeng switched the Aura of Earth to the Aura of Time and activated Forbidden Domain. It might be much of an issue if only one shadow of trial could use all of his skills, but the fact that all 3 were capable of this put Shifeng at a painful disadvantage. If he wished to emerge victorious, he had to rely on his combat techniques. As the shadows of trial weren't ones to be beaten, one of them activated Forbidden Domain as well. Suddenly, both sides were silenced, losing the ability to use spells or skills. Following which, the 3 shadows ganged up on Shifeng once again. Although Shifeng's techniques were superior, the Shadow Trio had higher basic attributes. Moreover, the Shadow Trio disregarded their own defense as they brutally attacked. This forced Shifeng into a defensive state. He was only one person after all. If he tried to strike one of the 3 shadows, he'd leave himself open for the other 2. Meanwhile, each of the shadows could afford to take 10 hits each, but he would be eliminated after 10 hits. Both sides struggled in a stalemate. Shifeng focused on a single shadow, using his superior techniques to create gaps in its defenses and attack. The bitter struggle inside the magic array made the spectating players anxious. But they also knew that such an intense battle wouldn't last long. Once the silence debuff ended, Shifeng would be at a disadvantage once again. When Forbidden Domain's duration had only 10 seconds remaining, despite Shifeng's desperate attempts, he had only struck one of the 3 shadows 5 times. He still needed to land 5 more hits on that shadow to eliminate it, but he was running out of time. 6. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Am I going to lose? Chapter 1670. Ascension Realm. As the seconds ticked by and Forbidden Domain neared the end of its duration, Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing members couldn't help their growing nerves as they watched from outside of the magic array. They had never thought that even the test to enter Primordial City would be so difficult. Aside from all else, once Shifeng and one of the shadows of trial's Forbidden Domains ended, the other 2 shadows could still use the skill. At that time, Shifeng would have to face 3 shadows that could use skills while he could not. With the huge disparity in combat power, he would doubtlessly meet his end. Not only did the shadows of trial have higher basic attributes, but their combat standards were also at the refinement realm. They executed every slash without any excess movement. When the 3 shadows cooperated, they could even make up for the weaknesses in each other's defenses and elevate their combat power further. I have no choice but to gamble everything on one attack. Shifeng also knew what outcome awaited him once his Forbidden Domain ended. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and forced his way through the countless incoming attacks, swinging his blades at the shadow that had already taken 5 hits. Sword's Orbit. If he could eliminate one shadow before Forbidden Domain ran out, he'd still have a chance at victory, albeit a small one. If he didn't do so, he would die the moment his skill's duration ended. However, as if they had predicted Shifeng's desperation, the 3 shadows smirked as they launched attacks, aiming for Shifeng's blind spots. Despite noticing the incoming attacks, Shifeng did not bother dodging. Instead, he continued to swing his swords at the shadow before him. 1 slash. 2 slashes. At this point, Shifeng traded blow for blow with the shadows. As a result, he was hit again and again. 2 hits. 4 hits. 6 hits. Faster. I need to be faster. As Shifeng frantically brandished his weapons, he gained unprecedented focus. The only thing on his mind was landing a hit on the shadow of trial before him. However, despite Shifeng's flurry of attacks, his target could still endure 2 more attacks. Shifeng was only 2 hits away from elimination himself. Just as Shifeng's 2 swords were about to bite into the targeted shadow, the other 2 shadows, one behind and one to the left, simultaneously swung towards Shifeng's blind spots. It's over. Tyrol sighed faintly. The young man before him had just barely missed the mark. If Shifeng could have killed the shadow of trial before Forbidden Domain ran out, he would have had a chance of passing the Azura rank test. Is it over? Shifeng could sense the 2 shadows' long swords nearing his body, but he was powerless to do anything about the weapons. At most, he could take one of the shadows of trial down with him. As the 2 long swords soared closer to Shifeng's back and abdomen, something about the situation felt incredibly familiar. Shifeng felt like this test was similar to the test Reinbeck, one of the Sea God's Temple's Vice Knight commanders, had given him. Before the breakthrough he had achieved during that trial, he hadn't been able to withstand Reinbeck's attacks no matter what he had done. He had only been able to watch as he had repeatedly been defeated. Reinbeck? Shifeng's eyes shone with realization when he recalled his battle with Reinbeck. Right. Combat method. My combat method. Suddenly, Shifeng put strength into his legs and made a spinning jump. Utilizing the rotational momentum, he swung Killing Ray at the shadow attacking his abdomen, the sacred sword moving with remarkable speed. Dang! A crisp clang echoed throughout the forest. In that critical moment, Shifeng had used Killing Ray to block the attack from the side while he used Abyssal Blade to slice at the targeted shadow's shoulder. He then utilized the force generated from blocking the attack at his side to push himself over 8 yards away from the nearest shadow. When his feet touched the ground again, he used a hand to stabilize himself, only coming to a halt after 2 more spins. He survived. Aqua Rose and the other Zero-Wing experts stared with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Shifeng had actually executed an incredible maneuver at the last second, narrowly avoiding mutual destruction. Tyrol revealed an odd look as he watched Shifeng. How is that possible? He has already reached the Ascension realm in the realms of truth. Existences that could set foot in the realms of truth's truth realm were exceedingly rare, with only a few throughout the kingdom. Meanwhile, experts who had reached the Ascension realm were even rare in Primordial City. One could not simply reach the Ascension realm by understanding the realm's philosophy. They would also need to temper themselves and gain the experience of countless life-or-death battles to execute the proper physical response. During Tyrol's brief moment of surprise, the 3 shadows of trial resumed their assault on Shifeng. Like before, the 3 shadows surrounded Shifeng and attacked him from different angles. Although Shifeng had avoided certain death, he was still at a disadvantage. He had little more than a second before his Forbidden Domain ran out, and he had only blocked the attack aimed for his abdomen. The attack from behind had still found its mark. Now he could only afford to receive 1 more hit before he was eliminated from the test. Come, Shifeng said with a hint of excitement as he watched the 3 shadows. Suddenly, over 20 sword lights surrounded Shifeng, sealing off all escape paths. However, instead of using Sword's orbit to repel the attacks, Shifeng simply adjusted his footwork, turning as he executed 8 slashes, which wasn't much compared to his earlier efforts. Yet something surprising happened again. Despite reaching his maximum attack speed, these slashes continued to accelerate. The 3 shadows of trial interlocked with their target before passing by Shifeng. The swordsman blocked every one of the incoming attacks. Die! As the shadows passed, Shifeng swung Killing Ray, slicing the neck of the shadow that had already received 9 hits. The shadow then vanished, leaving 2 remaining in the magic array. What just happened? Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword and the other Tier 2 experts from Zero Wing were stupefied. Not only had Shifeng blocked every incoming attack without using Sword's orbit, but he had also created a gap in the shadow's defenses and eliminated one of them. None of them could figure out how he had pulled it off. So, this is the realm above the truth realm that Reinbeck had mentioned? Feng felt incredible as he turned towards the remaining shadows of trial. Rhinebeck had only informed Feng that he had just entered the truth realm. After undergoing Rhinebeck's test, he had learned that one shouldn't just focus on adapting to the changing battle physically. One could also adjust their perspective of the battle. In other words, aside from using his environment to his advantage, he could use his opponent's attacks as well. Unlike the realms of refinement, which focused on sharpening one's senses, the realms of truth focused on improving one's utilization of their body and the environment. Only Feng had never realized that the realms of truth's principles could help increase his combat power by such a large margin, allowing him to overcome his enemy's attributes and overwhelm the three shadows of trial. However, Feng's forbidden domain had ended after he had killed the one shadow. Without hesitation, the two remaining shadows activated Blade Liberation before one activated Forbidden Domain. Twofold Berserk? Feng could not help but grin as he noticed the shadow's auras strengthen. Before the enemy's Forbidden Domain reached him, he activated Blade Liberation as well. Fortunately, his skill's cooldowns had reset when he had first entered the magic array. So, the Berserk skills he had exhausted during his battle with the 4th floor's Earth Dragon were ready for him. After activating Blade Liberation, Feng executed Void Steps and disappeared. Seeing this, one of the two shadows activated Skywheel Sword, while the other activated Lightning Edge, both of which were AoEs. However, neither of the shadows' attacks had forced Feng out of his concealment. For a time, the shadows attacked their surroundings randomly in confusion, yet even after dozens of seconds, Feng remained hidden. He only revealed himself after both shadows had used up their forbidden domains, and when he did, he already stood beside them. Illusory Shadow. Suddenly, 5 crisscrossed slashes bombarded one of the shadows. Although the targeted shadow responded quickly and tried to dodge, it still received 3 hits. Realizing the danger they were in, the two shadows decided to end the fight quickly, both activating Chilling Field. The domain skill covered a 50-yard radius and was capable of both offense and defense. The skill's movement speed reduction effect also prevented Feng from moving about freely. Seeing this, Feng responded in kind, activating his own Chilling Field. Suddenly, 27 icicles covered the battlefield, 9 belonging to Feng and 18 from the shadows of trial. Following which, the 27 icicles danced and clashed repeatedly and rapidly. Yet, despite outnumbering their target, the two shadows failed to land a single hit on Feng. In fact, Feng only needed 6 of his icicles to defend himself, attacking with the remaining 3. 2 hits, 3 hits, 5 hits. The two shadows rapidly accumulated hits and eventually Feng landed the 10th strike on both shadows of trial, killing them. Chapter 1671, City Rookie. He won. Our guild leader is amazing. As the Zero Wing team watched the shadows of trial in the magic array gradually fade, they couldn't believe their eyes. The battle that had just occurred had overwhelmed them mentally. If they had been distracted for a split second, they would have missed the instant Feng and the shadows had clashed. Both sides' basic attributes were ridiculously high, and they could clash multiple times in the instant it took to blink. The several dozen White Tiger Dojo disciples that had joined the team on the 5th floor were utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed many expert battles in the past and had even fought experts in the battle arena. But if they had to rank the experts they've seen thus far, the player before them would doubtlessly rank at the very top. It's finally over. Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief once the battle had ended. He hadn't expected the Azura rank test to be so difficult. If not for the epiphany regarding the realms of truth, which had allowed him greater use of his own body and everything around him, including his opponents, the shadows of trial would have defeated him. However, this experience had taught Feng one thing. Aside from improving in the realms of refinement, which focused on one's senses and physical control, it was very important that players climb the realms of truth. The realms of refinement were akin to the body. As one became physically stronger, they'd be able to exert more strength. However, the realms of truth were like a weapon. Although an individual could rely on physical strength to pose a threat, there was a limit to how much of a threat they'd become. But if that person were given a weapon to complement their strength, they could pose an even greater threat. Naturally, the better the weapon one wielded, the more power they could exhibit. This also why experts who had yet to reach the refinement realm were sometimes capable of defeating refinement realm experts with their combat techniques. Combat techniques made use of the realms of truth's principles. It seems that we'll need to increase everyone's familiarity with the realms of truth in the future, Shi Feng thought to himself. There was a limit to how fast one could reach higher realms of refinement, and reaching higher realms of truth wouldn't conflict with a player's growth in the realms of refinement. In fact, the two realms would even complement each other, helping one improve their combat power far faster. Only introducing everyone to the realms of truth wouldn't be easy. First, he needed a proper training ground. It was obvious that neither the battle arena nor the Divine Colosseum could offer similar benefits as Rhinebeck's test. Without such a training ground, players wouldn't be able to comprehend the realms of truth's principles regardless of how many times he explained them. Moreover, understanding theory and putting said theory into practice were two different things. Wait, that's not right. There is one. Suddenly, Shi Feng recalled the White Tower within the Lost Town. While the White Tower seemed like a device designed to help players improve their combat standards and gain a better feel for the refinement realm, it actually operated very much like Rhinebeck's test. Hence, Shi Feng should be able to use the tower to help his players comprehend the realms of truth. Furthermore, God's Domain's lore never mentioned the realms of refinement, only the realms of truth. The more Shi Feng thought about it, the more he felt that the White Tower was a suitable training device to help players grasp the realms of truth. A sacred land to train in the realms of truth, huh? Shi Feng had begun to give up on the Lost Town, preparing to accept the system's penalty, but now his desire to secure the town had reignited. It's no wonder why the quest to obtain the Lost Town is so difficult. So this is why. Training one's grasp of the realms of refinement had long since become common in the virtual gaming world. The various super guilds already had complete training systems for just that, while super first-rate guilds had partial systems. However, not one of these guilds had a training system for the realms of truth. They most likely didn't even know how to train players' grasp of the realms of truth. If he could secure the Lost Town, he'd have a sacred land for players to focus on the realms of truth. With the help of the White Tower, players would not have to waste time poking around in the dark like the Freedom Alliance's silent entropy and could grasp the realms of truth with much greater efficiency. With the Boneless Land's Lost Town housing such a sacred tool, it was only natural that the quest to obtain it would be insanely difficult. As Shi Feng tried to figure out how to complete the Demon's Nest quest, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You are the first player to complete the Azure rank entrance test. Rewarding 3,000 Primordial City contribution points and 1 Primordial City's City Rookie emblem. Young adventurer, congratulations on passing the test. As the first heaven-blessed individual to pass the Azure rank test, this City Rookie emblem belongs to you. Make good use of it. Who knows? It might even help you improve further within Primordial City, Tyrol said after appearing before Shi Feng. He then took out a silver emblem in the shape of a crescent moon encompassing a sun and passed it to Shi Feng. The instant the emblem appeared, the surrounding mana gravitated towards and circled the emblem. City Rookie emblem? After recovering from his shock over the additional 3,000 contribution points, Shi Feng gave the emblem a curious look. This was the first time he had heard of this item. Based on Tyrol's tone when he had mentioned it, it should be extraordinary. Immediately, Shi Feng tried to inspect the emblem's attribute panel. City Rookie Emblem, Dark Gold Rank. Primordial City's Emblem of Honor. When worn, user will enjoy the authority of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. In addition, user may teleport to Primordial City from any location. Cooldown, 2 natural days, 96 hours. User restriction, Yi Feng. Amazing. It's giving me the authority of a bronze adventurer right off the bat. No wonder why he told me to make good use of it. Shi Feng was ecstatic as he gazed at the City Rookie emblem. At this point, the term bronze adventurer was still foreign to God's Domain's players. This was because the title was unique to Primordial City. Bronze adventurers in Primordial City were the equivalent of nobles in NPC cities. Only, as the ancient gods had specifically created Primordial City for adventurers, noble ranks didn't exist within its walls. Rather, special ranks were granted to adventurers based on their contributions to the city. The available ranks included Common Adventurer, Bronze Adventurer, Silver Adventurer, and Gold Adventurer. Each subsequent rank enjoyed greater authority and treatment in Primordial City than the last. However, it was extremely difficult for players to rise through the ranks as they weren't based on Primordial City contribution points. Instead, they were determined by one's Primordial City honor points. One had to earn 1,000 honor points just to become a Bronze Adventurer. Moreover, players would be fortunate to receive 1 honor point even after completing a high-rank quest in the city. If players wanted to earn more than that per quest, they'd have to complete Primordial City's trial quests, which were exceedingly challenging. Unfortunately, failing to complete the trial resulted in an unusually severe death penalty. In the past, most players had opted for the safe and reliable method of completing high-rank quests to collect honor points rather than challenge Primordial City's trial quests. Because of this, very few players had become Bronze Adventurers, let alone Silver or Gold Adventurers. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Shifeng had never heard of someone becoming a Gold Adventurer. Meanwhile, not only would Bronze Adventurers enjoy a 10% discount on all expenditures that required Primordial City contribution points, but they'd also get to enjoy other benefits that Common Adventurers had no access to. One such example was the planar teleportation function, which allowed players to travel to the various higher planes. Not only were the higher planes monsters much stronger, but they also dropped far better loot. It was also possible to obtain unique resources. Only, teleporting to a higher plane was expensive, costing 1,000 contribution points per teleportation. If players died in these higher planes, they'd be teleported back to Primordial City instantly. Without sufficient strength and preparation, only a fool would grind in these higher planes. Right. They're still the higher planes. Shifeng's eyes suddenly sparkled. Other players might not know where to secure a large number of darkness stones, but he did. However, he hadn't had the means to reach these locations, but now he did. Shifeng immediately instructed his team to challenge the entrance test and told them what to do once they entered Primordial City. Meanwhile, he made his way with Tyrol's help to the city. When Shifeng arrived in Primordial City, every player within the Primordial Divine Ruin received a system notification about it. Chapter 1672, 7 Luminaries Temple. Many players were still fighting in the Primordial Divine Ruin, and the various superpowers on the 4th floor were preparing to raid the recently respawned Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon. However, before they could begin, they heard the crisp voice of the system. Primordial Divine Ruin Region System Announcement. A player has successfully entered Primordial City. From now onward, after 500 players have entered Primordial City, the entrance test's difficulty will increase by 30%. After 1,000 players have entered Primordial City, the difficulty will increase by 50%. Count resets once per day. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its message becoming ingrained in everyone's minds. How did Zero Wing get into Primordial City so quickly? After the 500th player, the difficulty to enter Primordial City will increase. The upper echelons of the various superpowers stuck on the 4th floor revealed somber expressions upon listening to the system notification. Based on the system notification, they discovered that Primordial City did not have an entry limit. Players only needed to pass a test to enter the legendary city. However, as many as 800 Zero Wing members had proceeded to the Primordial Divine Ruins 5th floor. If the entrance test were not particularly difficult, then Zero Wing would claim the first 500 slots. This meant that the tests the various superpowers would have to pass to enter would become far more difficult. Due to the increased difficulty, players who would have been capable of passing the test might fail. This, in turn, would decrease the number of players the various superpowers could send into the city. Now that they had a clearer understanding of the situation, these superpowers became even more desperate to reach the 5th floor as soon as possible. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing entering Primordial City quickly spread outside of the ruin. What? Zero Wing is the first guild to send players into Primordial City? Doesn't that mean Zero Wing will be the first to pioneer and explore the city? I'm afraid that it's not that simple. I've heard that only the first 500 players will face the normal difficulty entry tests, whereas other players' tests will be more difficult. The test's difficulty will increase yet again after 1,000 players have entered Primordial City. I've also heard that Zero Wing led 800 players to the 5th floor. It'll monopolize the first 500 slots. With this, the various superpowers will likely have a tough time completing with Zero Wing when pioneering the city. With that many of its members entering Primordial City, Zero Wing will reap a huge harvest. From what I learned after looking into it, it seems like it's pretty easy to obtain combat techniques from Primordial City. This is especially true for advanced combat techniques. Suddenly, more independent players from various kingdoms became interested in Zero Wing. Both basic combat techniques and advanced combat techniques were out of reach for independent players like themselves. The various large guilds treated these combat techniques like family heirlooms, and they had strict requirements for anyone who wanted to learn their combat techniques, such as becoming a core member and signing a restrictive contract with the guild. However, Zero Wing could procure a large number of combat techniques from Primordial City, and if that was the case, Zero Wing may have looser conditions for learning the techniques it collected. It might even make the combat techniques available to all of its members, rather than just the core members. With that hope in mind, many independent players, particularly experts, began to gather in White River City and Zero Wing City from other kingdoms. As players tried to learn more about the guild, Zero Wing posted an announcement on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. This announcement instantly caused a commotion throughout the kingdom. How generous of Zero Wing! With this, even independent players like us can learn combat techniques. But isn't 1,000 magic crystals a little expensive? Even experts will have to work hard for a long time to collect enough, let alone weaker players. You think that's expensive? You should see what the other guilds with combat techniques are demanding. Take Heaven's Burial, for example. Although the guild has plenty of combat techniques, anyone who wishes to learn them has to sign a very strict contract. In addition, members have to pay a certain price to learn each combat technique. Their price is only slightly under 1,000 magic crystals. It's better to learn the techniques from Zero Wing. At the very least, we'll retain our freedom. For a time, a large number of independent players celebrated Zero Wing's decision. The news excited many adventurer teams as well. Independent players might struggle to collect 1,000 magic crystals, but it wasn't any trouble for an adventurer team with several hundred members. When the various large guilds discovered the announcement, however, they fumed with fury. This was especially true for the guilds that had acquired combat techniques of their own. They had planned to use their combat techniques to attract loyal experts and gain an advantage over their competitors, but Zero Wing's latest announcement had ruined that idea. Black flames means truly are amazing. Heaven's Burial is likely doomed to fall now, Yuan Tiexin said. He could not help his rueful sigh as he read the report a subordinate had just sent. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Purple Jade asked curiously. Take a look for yourself, Yuan Tiexin said as he forwarded the report to Purple Jade. When Purple Jade read the report, her eyes widened in shock. She found it truly hard to believe that Zero Wing would actually be so generous as to offer its combat techniques to other players. By doing so, it would undoubtedly deal a massive blow to the various first-rate guilds that had acquired their own combat techniques. Naturally, Heaven's Burial was no exception. The guild's upper echelons would weep in rage once they heard about this. While everyone discussed Zero Wing, Shifeng arrived in Primordial City's teleportation hall. The teleportation hall's main hall looked like a massive cave. The hall's ceiling was at least 100 meters from the ground. It also seemed like some kind of miniature sun was stuck in the ceiling, illuminating the hall. As Shifeng looked around, he discovered numerous mana-operated elevators, which led towards various spatial junctions. NPCs could arrive and leave Primordial City through these spatial junctions at any moment. These NPCs weren't limited to the human race, including members from other races as well. The instant Shifeng had arrived, both his mind and body had felt energized. The mana density here was no lower than that of Titan City. Players would definitely have an easier time practicing their combat or producing items here than elsewhere. Since Shifeng had visited Primordial City many times in his previous life, he didn't bother to look around the teleportation hall like some curious tourist. Instead, he quickly left the hall and ventured to Primordial City's streets. Primordial City was a city of legend. The city had as many NPCs as the most populated NPC cities in God's domain. There were easily over 4 or 5 million NPCs within the city at all times, which was more than 10 times the number of NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom's capital. Moreover, unlike the NPCs in ordinary NPC cities, those in Primordial City were at least level 150. Tier 2 NPCs were insignificant here, usually serving as gate attendants. Tier 3 NPCs, which were rare in other NPC cities, strode down almost every street in Primordial City. One would even find Tier 4 NPCs window shopping. After leaving the teleportation hall, Shifeng summoned his demonic flame tiger and made his way towards the heart of Primordial City. Although Primordial City's layout was complex, Shifeng knew the city like the back of his hand. After traveling for around 20 minutes, he reached a towering temple. The temple before him was over 300 meters tall and occupied enough space to accommodate 100,000 people. It looked more like a mountain than a building. This temple was also the most important structure in Primordial City. The Seven Luminaries Temple. Chapter 1673, Primordial Scroll. Chapter 1673, Primordial Scroll. 2 mechanical puppets at the temple's entrance stopped Shifeng before he could enter the building. This is the Seven Luminaries Temple. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed entry. The 2 mechanical puppets crossed their great swords before the entrance, preventing Shifeng from proceeding. If any other player saw these mechanical puppets, they would definitely be given a fright. Both mechanical puppets were level 200 mythic monsters. They weren't ordinary mechanical puppets either, but magically enhanced puppets. Not only did they possess extremely high intellect, but they also wielded domains. In other words, they were Tier 4 mythic monsters with domain skills. Even Tier 4 NPCs with domains would not be a match for these magically enhanced puppets. Furthermore, these magically enhanced puppets were only the Seven Luminaries Temple's gate attendants. There were much stronger guards within the temple itself. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, not even Tier 6 God-ranked players would dare to act presumptuously in the Seven Luminaries Temple without losing their lives. Primordial City was one of the safest cities throughout God's domain. Neither monsters nor players dared to cause trouble here, and those who did were killed without question. Meanwhile, Shifeng wasn't surprised to find these magically enhanced puppets barring his path. The Seven Luminaries Temple was one of Primordial City's core buildings. It was also where players could exchange their contribution points for items. But only players who had become adventurers within the city were allowed inside. Everyone else would be stopped at the door. If players wanted to become adventurers here, they had to pick up an adventurer quest from Primordial City's Adventurers Association. After completing their adventurer quest, players would be granted a Primordial City Adventurer emblem. Players would only be considered a common adventurer in the city once they had this emblem, and it would allow them to enjoy some of the benefits the city offered. However, since Shifeng was in a hurry, he hadn't stopped by the Adventurers Association to pick up the adventurer's quest. In response to the crossed greatswords before him, Shifeng took out his city rookie emblem and showed it to the guards, asking, "Can I enter now?" The city rookie emblem granted him the status of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. Although the status couldn't be upgraded, it was enough for now. If he had free time in the future, he could simply pick up the adventurer quest and obtain the real adventurer emblem. City rookie emblem confirmed. Identity confirmed. You may enter. After the 2 puppets inspected the city rookie emblem, they relaxed into their original stances and turned their attention away from Shifeng. Seeing this, Shifeng made his way into the Seven Luminaries Temple. The Seven Luminaries Temple's lobby was a beautifully decorated plaza. The scenery was spectacular. It contained areas where people could rest and chat, and it even offered open-air restaurants and bars. The food and beverages sold here were unique to Primordial City and couldn't be removed from the city. But the taste of these items was simply unforgettable. Even players who enjoyed delicious delicacies every day longed to dine here, but very few players could afford to do so. Every item in the Seven Luminaries Temple cost Primordial City contribution points. Neither coins nor magic crystals were accepted as currency. Meanwhile, a single meal here cost at least 100 CPs. Of course, Players who consumed the meal would receive benefits that corresponded to the 100 CPs they paid, improving perception and focus. Unfortunately, the effects from a 100 CP meal would only last 2 hours. During that time, however, players could make use of the buff by renting a training room in the Seven Luminaries Temple to practice the combat techniques they had recently purchased. Likewise, the training rooms cost CPs to rent, with the basic training rooms costing 10 CPs per hour, intermediate training rooms costing 30 CPs per hour, and advanced training rooms costing 100 CPs per hour. To most players, though, this cost was astronomical. The system only granted free CPs on players' first visit to Primordial City, rewarding nothing for subsequent entries. Hence, it was very important that players carefully decide how to enter the Primordial City for their first visit. Aside from the first entry bonus, players could only obtain more contribution points by completing quests and through achievements in Primordial City. Shifeng didn't bother to look around after entering the Seven Luminaries Temple as he made his way for the exchange counter. "Sir, may I know what item you wish to purchase?" an elven beauty behind the counter asked with a smile. Although the female elf looked like a simple administrator for the exchange department, if one paid close attention, they'd discover that she was actually a level 150 Tier 3 Great Mage. Moreover, as a member of the elven race, her innate affinity with mana was incredibly high, making her slightly stronger than ordinary Tier 3 Great Mages of the same level. Inside a minor NPC city, this female elf could easily serve as the city's magistrate. If this elven woman decided to attack Shifeng now, he'd die instantly unless he activated an invulnerability skill in time. "I wish to purchase primordial souls," Shifeng said. Primordial souls are extremely rare, so each will cost you 200 contribution points. We also have a daily exchange limit on primordial souls. Only 100 primordial souls are made available each day, the elf explained. "May I know how many primordial souls you wish to purchase, sir?" 20, Shifeng stated. Primordial souls were rare tools that could help players when they challenged their promotion quests. They were also unique to Primordial City. Naturally, Shifeng had to purchase as many primordial souls as he could afford now. Meanwhile, aside from the 5,000 CPs he had gained for clearing the Azura ranked entrance test, he had received a bonus of 3,000 CPs from the system, giving him a total of 8,000 CPs, so spending 4,000 on primordial souls wouldn't put him in the red. He also wasn't sure how many Zero Wing members would make it into Primordial City. Fortunately, unlike other players, he had the City Rookie emblem, which allowed him to earn CPs far more easily. "All right." The elf administrator then retrieved 20 bottles from the spatial storage unit behind her and said, "Sir, as a City Rookie, you enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases. Your total bill comes to 3,600 contribution points. Do you wish to purchase anything else?" After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng gritted his teeth and said, "I want to purchase 12 primordial scrolls and 1 teleportation stone to the darkness plane." Initially, he had planned to purchase advanced combat techniques after reaching Primordial City, but obtaining the Boneless Land's Lost Town was far more important right now. The darkness plane was one of the higher planes in God's domain, and the power of darkness on that plane was incredibly dense. Naturally, the monsters living in the darkness plane contained frightening amounts of power of darkness within them. When killed, they had a high chance of dropping a darkness stone fragment. Alchemists could use 100 of these fragments to synthesize a complete darkness stone, but their success rate was an excruciatingly low 30%. However, this was by far the best method to obtain darkness stones. On the other hand, if he tried to hunt darkness-type mythic monsters, the chance of obtaining a complete darkness stone was around 10%. When players in the past had to acquire darkness stones, they usually decided to do so in the darkness plane. However, as a higher plane, the darkness plane was extremely dangerous. With Shifeng's current strength, grinding there would be purely suicidal. He only dared to do so because he had the Bible of Darkness. If he wanted to increase his survival chances in the darkness plane, the primordial scrolls were necessary. The primordial scroll was a super rare scroll that could only be used in higher planes. Players could use the scroll to summon heroic spirits to aid them in battle, and it was akin to a Tier 3 summoning scroll. However, heroic spirits summoned this way operated differently from ordinary summoned creatures. A summoned heroic spirit's strength wasn't in direct combat. Rather, they tended to focus on support. They possessed plenty of support skills and spells that could significantly strengthen players' combat power. Like the primordial souls, there was a daily exchange limit for the primordial scrolls. Each primordial scroll costs 300 contribution points. Only bronze adventurers and above can purchase the Darkness Plane Teleportation Stone for 1,000 contribution points. Including the City Rookie discount, that puts your new total at 7,740 contribution points, the elf administrator reported, smiling as she took out the items Shifeng had requested. Shifeng then paid his bill, instantly becoming a poor bastard. But he didn't mind the huge expenditure. Compared to the value of the lost town, spending this many contribution points was nothing. He then mailed the primordial souls to Aqua Rose while he teleported to the Darkness Plane. Chapter 1674, Darkness Plane. Chapter 1674, Darkness Plane. After Shifeng activated the teleportation stone, he abruptly blacked out. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different world. The sky was dusky in this world ruled by darkness and death. Shifeng felt as if he had just arrived in a small, dimly lit house, barely able to see 20 yards away. All he could see was a barren wasteland. This place didn't seem survivable for any creature. System, you have discovered the darkness world. System, since you do not belong to this world, you find this world's power oppressive. All senses weakened by 50%, basic attributes decreased by 30%, and gained EXP decreased by 95%. System, while in the darkness world you cannot make contact with the outside world. Once you die, your soul will be directly expelled from the darkness world. 3 system notifications suddenly reached Shifeng's ears, one after another. Even Tier 2 players are suppressed so intensively? Shifeng frowned when he heard the system notifications. He wasn't particularly surprised that he had been suppressed. However, what he didn't expect was the degree of suppression. Not only were higher planes much larger than other worlds, but the discrimination within them was also more severe. His appearance in the darkness world was akin to trespassing. Meanwhile, the stronger the creature entering a foreign world was, the greater the suppression would be. He had also visited higher planes in the past. Only he had already been a Tier 3 player, so his basic attributes had only been suppressed by 40%. Even though he had been fully geared in epic equipment, his basic attributes had only rivaled a great lord of the same level. His physique had also been considerably weaker. He had even had trouble against the various higher planes great lords of the same level. He hadn't expected the suppression on Tier 2 existences to be so severe. Tier 2 existences stood at the very bottom of the power hierarchy in higher planes. Even at the same level and tier, the higher planes monsters were much stronger than monsters on the God's Domain continent. This was because their life ratings were much higher than ordinary monsters, as were their combat standards. On the continent of God's Domain, dragons were creatures of legend, but in the higher planes, monsters with life ratings to rival dragons were everywhere. Hence, before reaching a certain strength, players had an exceedingly low survival chance in a higher plane. Even though it was common knowledge that higher planes offered plenty of high rank and precious resources that were rare or non-existent on God's Domain's continent, the various superpowers in Shifeng's previous life hadn't casually explored these higher planes. Aside from the world's oppression and its monster's strength, the environment was the greatest difference between the higher planes and the continent of God's Domain. Take the Darkness Plane for example. Upon arriving in this world, Shifeng had felt his body become considerably heavier than before. It felt as if the area's gravitational force had increased by 3 or 4 times. Moreover, the environment's power of darkness continuously corroded his body. Without extremely high darkness resistance, the ambient power of darkness would slay players even if they stood in place and did nothing. Not daring to waste time, Shifeng took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. In response, a demon in crimson scale armor, wielding a great sword, appeared before its summoner. Blood Demon, demonic creature, Tier 3 demon. Level 80. HP 34, 000, 000/34, 000, 000. Demons were considered dark creatures in God's domain, so in the darkness world they wouldn't be oppressed. Moreover, thanks to the Bible of Darkness's demon ruler skill, the blood demon had grown stronger. This was why Shifeng had boldly visited the darkness plane. Every monster in the darkness world was likely stronger than Shifeng, and he could only see up to 20 yards away. With such a disadvantage, monsters would likely discover him before he would sense them. On the other hand, if he took control of the demon, he could observe his surroundings through the demon's eyes. After giving it a try, he noticed the massive improvement to his range of vision. By seeing through the demon's eyes, Shifeng could see up to 500 yards away. He discovered that he currently stood in a gravel ridge, and a group of 10 4-meter-tall dark scorpions roamed roughly 300 yards away. 9 of the 10 dark scorpions had 3 tails and the last had 5. Moreover, the 5-tailed scorpion radiated a light purple glow. Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature Lord. Level 65. HP 18-000/18-000-000. Mutated Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature Great Lord. Level 68. HP 43-000/43-000-000. Had Shifeng not come prepared, he would have likely ventured into the Dark Scorpion's detection range. If the 9 lords and their great lord leader had ambushed him while he had been so powerfully suppressed, he would have died very quickly. Fortunately, the teleportation stones that transferred players to the higher planes generally sent said players to level-appropriate areas. Even so, if he sent the blood demon to attack the group of dark scorpions by itself, the demon would definitely lose that battle. The mutated dark scorpion's strength alone could rival the blood demon's. As a higher plane creature, the mutated dark scorpion had a considerably higher life rating after all. Furthermore, it had the support of 9 Lord-ranked dark scorpions to surround and annihilate the blood demon. However, Shifeng had no intentions of circling past the group. He then took out a primordial scroll and activated it. As the primordial scroll activated, a 4-meter-tall elderly man appeared before him. The old man was semi-transparent and wielded a cane. Not bad. I actually got a great druid. Shifeng was quite satisfied when he saw the old man. Primordial Heroic Spirit, Hero Great Druid. Level 75. HP 15-000/15-000-000. Although the primordial soul summoned a random heroic spirit, all summoned heroic spirits were Tier 3. Unlike ordinary NPCs, heroic spirits wouldn't be oppressed in foreign worlds. In addition, they commanded plenty of Tier 3 spells and skills. They were the perfect support for players when grinding in higher planes. Any team that intended to grind in a higher plane would always purchase primordial scrolls before doing so. After summoning the heroic spirit, Shifeng had the Great Druid cast a series of Tier 3 support spells. Tier 3 Spell Forest Protection increases the defense and basic attributes of all allies by 20% for 30 minutes. Does not stack with other attribute-increasing spells. Tier 3 Spell Nature's Blessing. All resistances plus 15% damage reduction, and a 15% increase to stamina for 30 minutes. Tier 3 Spell Thorny Vines. Protect a specified target with magical vines for 10 minutes. Anyone who attacks said target will receive damage from the magical vines. When the 3 support spells affected the blood demon's attributes rose by a large margin. Following which, Shifeng controlled the blood demon and charged towards the dark scorpion group. When the blood demon was less than 200 yards away from the dark scorpions, it caught the monster's attention. Responding, the dark scorpions lashed their tails and hissed threateningly. Not waiting for the dark scorpions to attack, Shifeng used the Tier 3 spell Blood Sanction. Immediately, 50+ blades of blood flew at the 10 dark scorpions with lightning speed. Even if Shifeng were at his peak and activated a berserk skill, he would have trouble blocking all 50+ blood blades. He would have to dodge or activate a life-saving skill to avoid taking a hit. As the blood blades were about to reach the dark scorpions, the latter's tails blurred. Ding, ding, dang. A series of dazzling sparks lit up the gloomy environment. The 9 Lord-ranked dark scorpions had successfully struck down over 80% of the blood blades, while the weapons that had found their mark had only dealt a little over -30,000 damage. The mutated dark scorpion, however, struck down all 9 incoming blades, emerging from the exchange unharmed. What high magic resistance! The outcome surprised Shifeng a little. A Tier 3 demon's Tier 3 spell carried immense power. Just one of those blood blades could rival a great lord's attack of the same level, yet they had only dealt a little over -30,000 damage after landing a direct hit. To the dark scorpions, who had 18 million HP each, the damage wasn't significant. During the brief moment Shifeng had been surprised, the mutated dark scorpion screeched as its tails began to glow dark green as they lashed out at the blood demon. The tails had moved so quickly that Shifeng hadn't been able to react in time. He had only managed to tilt the blood demon's body, evading 3 of the 5 attacks. When the mutated dark scorpion's 2 remaining tails struck the blood demon, its stingers slid through the demon's armor like a knife through paper, each dealing over -400,000 damage. Chapter 1675. Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal. After getting struck by the mutated dark scorpion's glowing stingers, the blood demon immediately gained a debuff. -22,347. When the debuff took effect, Shifeng suddenly found it much more difficult to control the blood demon, the demon's movements becoming sluggish. What a powerful poison! Shifeng was slightly surprised when he checked the debuff. Paralyzing Venom. Inflicts 30,000 damage every 0.8 second for 12 seconds. While the venom is still in effect, decreases reaction speed by 40%, attack speed by 30% and movement speed by 30%. Effects can be stacked up to 10 times. The majority of toxins in God's domain only caused victims to lose HP over time. Very few could inflict a paralysis effect, much less be stackable. Although the blood demon possessed high magic resistance and could mitigate a portion of the damage it received, if the toxin was stacked 10 times, even the blood demon would fall in no time. Moreover, the toxin being stacked boosted not only the dot but also the speed reduction debuff. If that happened, the blood demon would have an increasingly difficult time blocking the attacks of the dark scorpions, which possessed considerably high combat standards. The mutated dark scorpion's combat standard was even at the level of an ordinary expert player. In the next moment, the dark scorpions launched another wave of attacks at the blood demon. Due to the venom, the blood demon had great difficulty defending itself. A series of damages ranging from several tens of thousands to several 100,000 appeared above the blood demon's head, its HP plummeting. The number of paralyzing venom stacks also increased from 1 to 4. Now the blood demon was taking -120,000 damage from the venom every 0.8 second. Its reaction speed had also decreased by 60%, and its attack and movement speed by 50%. Even though the blood demon was higher leveled, it would not last very long against the dark scorpions at this rate. Thank goodness I prepared primordial scrolls. Glancing at the mutated dark scorpion, Shifeng then commanded the heroic spirit to cast the Tier 2 spell Healing Wind. A light green gale immediately enveloped the blood demon. In the next moment, not only did the paralyzing venom debuff disappear altogether, but the blood demon also rapidly recovered the 10% or so HP it lost. In the blink of an eye, it was already back to full HP. Once Healing Wind ended, Shifeng had the heroic spirit cast the Tier 3 spell Earthen Vine. Suddenly, vines sprouted beneath the dark scorpion's legs and bound the monsters completely. Although the dark scorpions managed to cut and snap the vines in their struggles, new vines would always replace the broken ones, greatly restricting the mobility of the dark scorpions. Moreover, the earthen vines also dealt -50,000 damage every second to the dark scorpions, and the skill lasted for a full 20 seconds. This skill was perfect against monsters without control removal skills. After the dark scorpions were restricted, the blood demon brandished its great sword and began exterminating the dark scorpions. Each of its normal attacks caused around -40,000 damage, while its skills dealt over -100,000 damage each. Meanwhile, Shifeng also cast Flame Domain on the group of monsters. Although Shifeng was suppressed by the world and his basic attributes had decreased significantly, the sacred sword he wielded doubled the damage he dealt dark creatures. Following which, Damages over -200,000 appeared above the Dark Scorpion's heads. Moreover, the damage flame domain dealt also increased by 20% with every passing second. By the time flame domain ended, the Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had lost nearly 1/3 of their maximum HP. Shifeng then executed Lightning Edge and dealt each of the Dark Scorpions over -200,000 damage per second for 5 seconds. At this time, the heroic spirit standing beside Shifeng finished casting the Tier 3 Curse Star Fury. Suddenly, streaks of starlight started raining down from the sky and bombarding the Dark Scorpions. The might of the AoE spell was stronger than even Shifeng's Flame Domain, each wave of attacks dealing over -600,000 damage to the Dark Scorpions. Moreover, unlike normal AoE spells, Star Fury aimed only at enemies within range. Hence, the curse did not do any damage to the Blood Demon. In total, 7 waves of starlight descended on the Dark Scorpions. By the time Star Fury ended, not only had the Dark Scorpions lost a significant amount of their HPs, but they also fell into a heavily injured state, their basic attributes, defense and combat power decreasing to a certain extent. This turn of events allowed the Blood Demon to deal even more damage. Now, even its normal attacks inflicted around -80,000 damage on its tough opponents. Very quickly, the first Dark Scorpion fell to Shifeng's group. Afterward, even after Earthen Vine's duration ended, the heavily injured Dark Scorpions didn't pose much of a threat. To make the battle more efficient, Shifeng decided to have the Blood Demon focus on only dodging the mutated Dark Scorpion's attacks while maintaining its assault on the other Dark Scorpions. This strategy rendered the mutated Dark Scorpion useless in the battle. The Great Lord could only watch as its subordinates got picked off one after another. Only after the disposal of all the Lord-ranked monsters did Shifeng have the Blood Demon trade blow for blow with the Great Lord, foregoing all forms of evasion and defense. Although the Blood Demon would get poisoned and receive significant amounts of damage from doing so, there was the healing provided by the heroic spirit. Due to the Blood Demon's all-out offensive, the mutated Dark Scorpion lost HP rapidly. 72%, 70%, 65%. After roughly 10 minutes had passed since the battle began, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and landed the last hit on the mutated Dark Scorpion. Following which, the mutated Dark Scorpion let out an agonized screech as it collapsed before Shifeng's feet. At the same time, the Great Lord also dropped 8 items around its corpse. The monsters here are really tough. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that the mutated Dark Scorpion was finally dead. Although Shifeng had long since known that the monsters in higher planes were powerful, he had never imagined that the monsters of the darkness world would be this powerful. Just dealing with a level 68 Great Lord had already taken him so much effort. If not for him having summoned a healing-type heroic spirit, he could have come out the loser in this battle. With how powerful the monsters in the darkness world were, if he came across a Grand Lord he would most likely have no choice but to run away. However, while dealing with the Dark Scorpions was indeed very difficult, the loot they dropped pleased Shifeng greatly. The 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had dropped a total of 37 items. Among them, 15 were level 60 Mysterious Iron equipment and 8 were level 60 Bronze equipment. The drop rate here was considerably better than on the Continent of God's domain where Lord-ranked monsters past level 50 dropped only Bronze equipment while Mysterious Iron equipment was dropped by only High Lords and Great Lords. And generally just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment at that. Aside from weapons, equipment and materials, the 9 Dark Scorpions also dropped 3 Darkness Stone fragments. The drop rate for the fragments was considerably better than what Shifeng initially expected it to be. However, compared to the loot of the 9 Dark Scorpions, the loot of the mutated Dark Scorpion was much more attractive. Of the 8 items dropped, 3 were equipment. A level 60 Secret Silver Cloth Armor Robe and 2 set pieces for the level 60 Secret Silver Plate Armor Dark Devourer set. Level 60 Secret Silver set equipment would be considered top-notch equipment in the game when players reached level 60. Moreover, the Dark Devourer set was actually an 8-piece set. The set's level requirement would be lowered to level 55 when 4 set pieces were gathered, and further to level 50 if one managed to complete the set. If players could equip level 60 Secret Silver set equipment at level 50, just the basic attributes they could gain from the set alone would surpass that of level 50 Dark Gold set equipment. Not to mention the Dark Devourer set's other set effects were also plenty amazing. The set's 2-piece set effect reduced the damage sustained from Tier 2 spells by 40% and spells below Tier 2 by 70%. Meanwhile, the 6-piece set effect raised the wearer's strength and endurance by up to 30% when attacked. If he could allow the guild's MTs and berserkers to equip the Dark Devourer set, they would be practically invincible among those of the same level. Aside from the 3 pieces of equipment, the mutated Dark Scorpion also dropped 2 Darkness Stone fragments. As for the remaining 3 items, 2 of them were paralyzing venom potions, which could be applied to weapons, allowing one's attacks to inflict a weakened version of the paralyzing venom debuff on targets. Each potion could be used 3 times and each application lasted 30 minutes. Although the debuff imposed was nowhere near as strong as the mutated Dark Scorpions, it was still quite effective against both players and monsters. Following which, Shifeng took out from his bag the last item the Great Lord dropped. This item was a crystal that gave off a black and white glow. When he looked at the crystal, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The mutated Darkness Energy Crystal. It was one of the rarest loot available in the Darkness world. In fact, it was a treasure highly sought after by players belonging to the Dark Forces. This was an item that would only be dropped by Darkness-type mutated monsters. Chapter 1676. Class Change to Yin Yang Saint. Chapter 1676. Class Change to Yin Yang Saint. Looking at the mutated Darkness Energy Crystal in his hand, Shifeng immediately took out a Summon Guard scroll and activated it. The mutated Darkness Energy Crystal contained a special kind of power of darkness, allowing one to gain better control over the power of darkness. For players belonging to the Dark Forces, absorbing the mutated Dark Energy Crystal would improve their physique and life rating. At the same time, the power of darkness they could use would increase. One could say that the mutated Darkness Energy Crystal was similar to a bloodline but with far inferior effects compared to an actual bloodline. Even so, it was still extremely precious. Shifeng never thought he could obtain a mutated Darkness Energy Crystal just by killing one mutated Dark Scorpion. Dark players would definitely go crazy with envy if they learned of this matter. In the past, countless Dark players had visited the Darkness world to obtain mutated Darkness Energy Crystals. However, extremely few actually got their hands on one. Unfortunately, as Shifeng was not a Dark player, the crystal was not as valuable to him. However, there was another use for the mutated Darkness Energy Crystal, which was also considered by players as one of the most wasteful methods of using mutated energy crystals like the mutated Darkness Energy Crystal, and that was to allow personal guards to absorb its power. Letting a personal guard absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal gave the said personal guard an opportunity to awaken and assimilate that power. However, the chances of success were below 10%. In contrast, if players were to absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal, they were sure to obtain that power. In the past, almost no player would waste the mutated energy crystals they obtained on their personal guards. Of course, there were always exceptions such as righteous players who refused to trade with dark players no matter what. In such rare occasions, players would choose to give the mutated energy crystal to their personal guards instead and gamble on the small chance of success. Meanwhile, one of these exceptions had won their gamble, allowing their fine gold personal guard to obtain the power of fire. The result of this successful assimilation was a massive rise in combat power for the said personal guard. Afterward, the fine gold personal guard had even managed to get promoted to Tier 5. Normally, only dark gold guards had a chance to reach Tier 5 in God's domain. Meanwhile, after getting promoted to Tier 5, the evolved fine gold guard's combat power was even close to rivaling that of Tier 5 dark gold guards. Back then, this incident had caused a huge commotion throughout the entire God's domain. Spending a mutated energy crystal to obtain a Tier 5 personal guard was a very profitable trade. After all, most players that absorbed a mutated energy crystal couldn't even reach Tier 5. Moreover, a Tier 5 personal guard was much stronger than a Tier 5 player. The only downside was the difficulty of resurrecting personal guards that were killed. Due to this incident, the various superpowers had also reconsidered their opinions on spending mutated energy crystals on personal guards. Meanwhile, since the mutated darkness energy crystal was utterly useless to Shifeng, He might as well gamble it on one of his personal guards. After Shifeng completed the incantation for the Summon Guard scroll, a summoning magic array manifested before him. A moment later, the lithe figure of a woman appeared in it. This woman was none other than Anna, whom he had not seen for quite some time now. At this point, Anna had already reached level 80. Her leveling speed was simply astonishing. Shifeng could not help but acknowledge the questing efficiency of an epic personal guard. Her strength had improved considerably as well. Right now, even the level 80 Tier 3 Blood Demon was most likely no match for her. However, as this place was the darkness world, as soon as Anna appeared, a powerful force started suppressing her, causing her basic attributes to plummet. When her basic attributes settled, her overall combat power was no longer a match for the Tier 3 Blood Demon. Not wanting to waste time, Shifeng immediately passed the mutated darkness energy crystal to Anna. At the sight of the crystal, Anna's eyes glowed with great interest and excitement. Without needing Shifeng to do anything, Anna started writing divine runes and chanting an incantation. NPCs were much more proficient at utilizing mutated energy crystals than players were. Hence, NPCs were capable of using every type of mutated energy crystal available. Players, on the other hand, could only absorb mutated energy crystals that were suitable for their alignment and class. Suddenly, a gigantic golden magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. Threefold. The appearance of the magic array lit up the surrounding darkness brightly. After Anna was done casting the threefold magic array, she placed the mutated darkness energy crystal at its center. Suddenly, the surrounding power of darkness started surging towards the magic array, the massive flow of energy prompting Shifeng to step back in fright. As the magic array collected more power of darkness, the aura it exuded also steadily strengthened. At some point, the aura grew so overwhelming that Shifeng started to feel stifled. Even the monsters over 500 yards away unconsciously distanced themselves from the magic array. After the process continued for 5 long seconds, the magic array's horrific aura began dissipating. The gathered power of darkness then started flowing into Anna's body under the magic array's guidance. In the next moment, pitch-black runes appeared on Anna's body. As the number of runes increased, the feeling Anna gave off underwent a heaven-defying change. In the past, Anna was an angel that represented the light, then now she was a fallen angel that represented darkness. After runes covered Anna's entire body, she started giving off an unprecedented pressure. At this moment, Shifeng felt as if he was standing before Serena, the fallen angel guarding the world summit, again. If Anna willed it, she could easily kill Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences with a wave of her hand right now. However, the horrific pressure lasted for only 1 second, then vanished without a trace. At the same time, the threefold magic array Anna stood on also started disappearing into the void. As for Anna herself, she had reverted to her original state. The only differences now were a dark purple mark at the center of her forehead and a hint of coldness in her aura. "Did you succeed?" Shifeng could not help but ask curiously as he eyed Anna, who looked as she normally did. In the past, he had heard that a huge commotion would arise whenever personal guards used mutated energy crystals. However, those commotions were far from being as massive as the one that just occurred. In fact, even the casting of a Tier 5 spell wouldn't cause such a massive disturbance. "Lord Count, it should be a success?" Anna said as she looked at herself, uncertainty in her tone. Shifeng could not help but fall speechless at Anna's reply. Immediately, he called out Anna's attribute panel. Anna, Yi Feng's personal guard. Class, Tier 2 Peak Class Yin Saint. Level 80. Loyalty, 97. Growth Potential, 113. Shifeng was at a loss for words as he looked at the updated values in Anna's attribute panel. He had never imagined that Anna would not only gain control over the power of darkness but also class change into a Yin Saint, a peak class. Moreover, her growth potential had even risen from 105 to 113 points. Anna had actually improved that much just by using one mutated darkness energy crystal. This was definitely a massive jackpot. After all, every point increased in growth potential would allow a personal guard to gain considerably more attribute points with each level up. Now that Anna had 8 more points in growth potential, she would no doubt become an even more terrifying existence in the future. Not to mention, Anna had even class changed into a yin-yang saint. In God's domain, class legacies held much greater importance to NPCs than to players. In a situation where both sides were of the same level and tier, an NPC with a basic class had almost no chance of defeating an NPC with an advanced class, and likewise an NPC with an advanced class had no chance of defeating an NPC with a peak class. After Shifeng was done looking at the summary of Anna's attribute panel, he could not help but click to inspect her specific attributes. Is she a monster? Shifeng involuntarily gaped in shock when he saw Anna's basic attributes. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Shifeng was dazed for a long moment after seeing Anna's basic attributes. If other players saw Anna's statistics, they'd be surprised by how high the values were at most, but Shifeng knew the implication these attributes had. A normal level 80 Tier 2 magical class NPC would only have around 3,600 intelligence, which was already far more than what magical class players would have at level 80 Tier 2. Even if a level 80 player were fully geared in epic equipment, they wouldn't have such a high attribute since every personal guard used epic weapons and equipment. Even the strongest magical class personal guard Shifeng had heard of in the past had only commanded 4,200 intelligence after reaching level 80 Tier 2. Although there was only a 600-point difference, the difference in magic damage and maximum mana would be massive. In God's domain, the power of a spell heavily depended on the caster's intelligence. For example, if a Tier 1 player and a Tier 6 player cast the same Tier 1 spell, the power difference would be like heaven and earth. The outcome was due to the difference in their attributes. Meanwhile, high-tiered spells and skills only allowed one to display more of their raw power. Previously, Anna's intelligence had only risen to 4,346, and she had barely been able to contend with ordinary great lords of the same level in terms of raw magic damage. However, if she used the powerful skills in her arsenal, she could have easily overwhelmed a great lord of the same level. Now, Anna's intelligence had risen to 5,031 points. With such high intelligence, she could overwhelm great lords with ordinary Tier 2 spells. Now, I won't have to worry about needing sufficient help in the darkness world. Looking at Anna, Shifeng could tell that she could easily stomp out great lords of the same level. Aside from the improvements they granted players and NPCs, mutated darkness energy crystals would force the darkness world to recognize their users. With this recognition, the world would no longer consider them an intruder and suppress them. This was why dark players desired mutated darkness energy crystals. Although dark players were members of the dark forces and contained a small amount of power of darkness within, the darkness world still considered them trespassers. The world would still suppress them, although the suppression wouldn't be as severe due to the power of darkness they contained. However, if they absorbed a mutated darkness energy crystal, they could proceed without any suppression. They could then explore the darkness world as if they were in their element. Now that Anna had absorbed the mutated darkness energy crystal, she too had been recognized by the darkness world. The world would accept her as one of its own, and she'd be able to exhibit all of her strength. Shifeng then began his search for the next group of monsters. Although resources within the darkness world were abundant, this world didn't have as many monsters as the continent of God's domain. If the darkness world's monsters moved in large groups as they did on the continent of God's domain, players would have no hope of surviving here. Now that Shifeng had the powerful support Anna offered, hunting down monsters like the dark scorpions was a waste of time. He needed to find stronger monsters to allow Anna to display her full potential. After searching for around 30 minutes, Shifeng finally found a pack of two-headed dark wolves resting at the foot of a mountain. There were 12 dark wolves in total, including 1 Grand Lord and 11 lords. The Lord-ranked wolves were around 4 meters tall, while the Grand Lord was double that size. Aside from looking like a miniature mountain, the Grand Lord-ranked dark wolf gave off an intense pressure. Two-headed dark wolf, dark creature lord. Level 67. HP 21, 000/21, 000. Two-headed dark wolf king, dark creature, grand lord. Level 70. HP 95, 000/95, 000. Challenging a Grand Lord in the Darkness world was very dangerous. But even if Shifeng weren't a match for the monster, he was confident that he could retreat safely if needed. If he weren't and he settled for weaker monsters, he wouldn't be able to acquire the 100 darkness stones he needed even after 10 solid days of grinding. The Darkness World's Grand Lords had a chance of dropping complete darkness stones. On the other hand, only mythic rank or above darkness-type monsters would drop the stones on the God's Domain continent. That being said, Grand Lords in this world had a slightly lower chance of dropping them. However, he could use Icarus's heart to compensate for the low drop rate. As long as the Grand Lords had a chance of dropping the stones, it was worth a try. Shifeng had only planned to challenge Grand Lords after he could summon 3 demons with the Bible of Darkness. He'd also be able to use another primordial scroll in 2 hours. With 5 Tier 3 monsters and a healer, he had a considerably good chance of defeating the Grand Lords. At worst, he could always suppress his opponents with the Ring of Gospel. But now that he had a monster of a personal guard like Anna, there was no need to wait. Alright, let's begin. Shifeng commanded once everyone was in position. Anna instantly began to write divine runes, chanting an incantation at the same time. A short moment later, 10 level 80 Lord-ranked Rock Guardians formed before Anna. A level 80 Great Lord-ranked Golden Giant had joined them. Due to the significant boost to Anna's intelligence, her summoned creatures had also received a boost to their attributes. The summoned creatures were 15% stronger than they had been previously, but Anna wasn't done yet. Following which she cast Magic Strengthening, further increasing the Rock Guardians and Golden Giant's basic attributes. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had a powerful monster army. As the 11 summoned creatures prepared to charge, the old man beside Shifeng cast enhancement buffs on them as well, strengthening the summoned creatures even further. Go! Shifeng commanded once the preparations were complete. The Golden Giant and Blood Demon led the charge with the 10 Rock Guardians closely behind them. When the group of summoned creatures came within 200 yards of the Dark Wolf pack, the Dark Wolves howled with anger. The 2-headed Dark Wolf King stood and glared at the Golden Giant and Blood Demon. Emanating a low growl, it pushed its paws against the ground and shot forward. The Dark Wolf King was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages and powerful gales of wind. The Dark Wolf King arrived before the Golden Giant almost instantly, smacking the Great Lord with one of its front paws. Ping! Under Anna's control, the Golden Giant raised its arms to protect itself. When the Dark Wolf King's paw collided with the Golden Giant's arms, the ground beneath the summoned Great Lord cracked and shattered, and the Golden Giant sunk into the ground. The Dark Wolf King's strength was higher than Shifeng had expected, and despite blocking the attack, the Golden Giant had lost over 100,000 HP. Realizing that its first attack had failed to get rid of its target, the Dark Wolf King turned and swiped its tail at the Golden Giant. As the Wolf King's bushy tail moved, power of darkness gathered around it, turning the harmless-looking tail into a sharp blade that sliced at the Golden Giant. Tier 2 skill Darkness Blade. When the attack landed, the impact sent the Golden Giant flying over 20 yards back. Following which, a damage of over -2,300,000 appeared above the Golden Giant's head. The Dark Wolf King's strength was on an entirely different level than the Grand Lord's on God's Domain's continent. Fortunately, although the 2 attacks dealt a lot of damage, the Golden Giant had 55 million HP. Losing a little over 2 million HP was nothing. With the primordial heroic spirit healing it from a safe distance, the Golden Giant could definitely withstand the Dark Wolf King's attacks. In contrast, the Blood Demon and 10 Rock Giants completely overwhelmed the 11 two-headed Dark Wolves that had followed their alpha. Even without any healing, the Rock Giants could dominate the Dark Wolves in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, they had the help of the Tier 3 Blood Demon. Naturally, Anna didn't sit idle. After becoming a Yin-Yang Saint, she had gained more than just summoning skills. She now had powerful attack spells in her arsenal. Anna cast Holy Light Spear, a Tier 2 Light-type spell, launching 18 Holy Spears at the Dark Wolf pack. Each spear carried nearly as much strength as a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level. Moreover, the holy spears dealt an additional 50% damage to dark creatures. When the holy spears found their marks, the dark wolves cried in agony as damages of over -400,000 appeared above their heads. In less than 10 minutes, Shifeng's team had wiped out the 11 Lord-ranked two-headed dark wolves, the creatures decorating the ground with loot upon their deaths. Now only the two-headed dark wolf king remained, still fighting the golden giant. However, the golden giant looked miserable. Despite the heroic spirit's constant healing, the great lord's HP continued to decrease. Shifeng had even been forced to activate life domain halfway through the battle to keep the summoned creature standing. Once the 11 Lord-ranked dark wolves had been dealt with, Anna began to chant a long incantation, writing many lines of divine runes in the air before her. Suddenly, a gigantic silver two-fold magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. In response, a towering pillar of light rose from the ground beneath the Dark Wolf King's feet, enveloping the boss. Countless chains then appeared from the void and bound the Lupin Grand Lord. Despite the Dark Wolf King's desperate struggle, it couldn't break free. A moment later, the Dark Wolf King released a pained wail as its massive body began to shrink. Tier 3 Spell Chains of Light. Chapter 1678. Power to Transcend Tears. Chapter 1678. Power to Transcend Tears. She's capable of using spells higher than her tier? Shifeng was at a loss as he stared at the towering light pillar. Is this the power of a peak class? In God's domain, whether they be players, NPCs or monsters, all existences could generally only learn and use skills or spells at their tier or lower. The strongest skills and spells they could use were taboo skills and curses. Yet, Anna had just cast a bona fide tier 3 spell despite only being tier 2 herself. Shifeng had never heard of anything like this before. Of course, one reason for his ignorance was that he had only ever heard of personal guards obtaining advanced classes. Even after 10 years in God's domain, he had never heard of a personal guard acquiring a peak class as Anna had. Due to the effects of chains of light, the two-headed Dark Wolf King, which had been over 9 meters tall, had shrunk to 6 meters in height. The chains around its form also greatly limited its movement. This allowed the Golden Giant to block every one of the Grand Lord's attacks. Now the Golden Giant only lost around 80,000 HP after it received one of the Dark Wolf King's attacks. It was clear that the Dark Wolf King's strength had decreased considerably. After the decrease, it was only as powerful as an ordinary Grand Lord on the continent of God's domain. The heroic spirit's healing was now more than enough to keep the Golden Giant alive. After Anna had cast Chains of Light, she proceeded to write another series of divine runes. Under Anna's control, the 10 rock guardians surrounded the Dark Wolf King. The rock giants then transformed into 10 stone pillars, and after Anna finished over 24 lines of divine runes, she lightly tapped the butt of her staff against the ground. Golden divine runes began to surface on the 10 stone pillars, releasing arcs of golden electricity that lined the pillars and created a magic barrier around the Dark Wolf King. The Dark Wolf King's basic attributes began to decrease rapidly. The Chains of Light had merely weakened the Dark Wolf King's strength and mobility, but the golden magic barrier suppressed all aspects of the boss. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Wolf King's maximum HP had fallen by 30%. This magic barrier could even rival a top-tier intermediate magic array. After seeing this, Shifeng finally understood why there was such a huge difference between the strength of NPC's classes. It wasn't just a matter of higher basic attributes, but a matter of superior spells and skills. Even without the Blood Demon and Heroic Spirit, Shifeng was confident he could defeat a level 70 Grand Lord with Anna's help alone. If the party had a strong healer, Anna could even whittle down the Dark Wolf King without too much exertion. This will save me plenty of primordial scrolls. As Shifeng watched the two-headed Dark Wolf King, whose attributes had already fallen below a Grand Lord's standard, he realized that he wouldn't have to rely on primordial scrolls to grind in the darkness world anymore. The heroic spirits players summoned with primordial scrolls could only exist for 12 hours. Meanwhile, Shifeng only had 12 of these scrolls. Even if he used them efficiently, they would only last him for several days. With Anna's help, though, he could grind in the darkness world for much longer. Due to the magic barrier, the Golden Giant had a much easier time dealing with the Dark Wolf King. The Great Lord even began to trade blows with the Grand Lord, increasing the party's overall DPS. After including the Blood Demon Anna and Shifeng's attacks, the Dark Wolf King's HP began to deplete steadily. Although the Grand Lord's battle recovery and high defense slowed their progress, it was only a matter of time before the Dark Wolf King died. 90%, 85%, 80%. When the two-headed Dark Wolf King's HP fell to 20%, it released a sudden angry howl. Its two-headed body then split down the middle, each head taking on its own form. Division. Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the two Dark Wolf Kings. Bosses that had grasped doppelganger skills in God's domain were extremely difficult to defeat. Unfortunately, slaying bosses that had grasped division skills was even harder. With doppelganger skills, a boss's main body and its doppelganger shared HP. If either form were killed, regardless of whether or not players slew the main body, both would die. However, bosses with division skills were a different story. Each copy had its own independent HP. This essentially meant that players had to face two bosses simultaneously. Moreover, when a boss used a division skill, all debuffs on the boss would be removed. In the next moment, the chains of light originally binding the two-headed Dark Wolf King vanished. The two Dark Wolf Kings then revealed a sinister grin as they looked at Shifeng's group, their expressions seemingly saying, "You're dead meat now." The two Dark Wolf Kings immediately pounced on the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon. Gathering power of darkness in their paws, they smacked their respective targets. Both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon attempted to block the incoming attacks, but just as they seemed to succeed, the Dark Wolf King's paws transformed into shadows, piercing the elemental and demon's defenses. The attacks struck their targets, and both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon were thrown over 20 yards away, a damage exceeding -2 million appearing above each of their heads. Before the two summoned creatures could regain their footing, the two Dark Wolf Kings pounced again, launching the same attacks. The prior scene replayed with the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon flying backward and losing over 2 million HP each. As expected of a Grand Lord in the Darkness world. In addition to a division skill, it has an unblockable offensive skill. This boss could even annihilate a 20-man team of Tier 2 experts of the same level. Despite realizing the seriousness of the summoned creature situation, Shifeng remained unfazed. Instead, he calmly told Anna, "Let's see what you've got." Nodding, Anna's aura abruptly changed. The dark purple mark on her forehead disappeared, transforming into runes that covered her body. After Anna obtained a peak class, she had learned 2 overtier spells and 1 epic ranked skill. Although she had displayed the Tier 3 spell, Chains of Light, she had yet to reveal her other overtier spell and epic skill. The move Anna had just used was none other than the epic skill Yin Yang Power. Not only did Anna's basic attributes soar under the skill's power, but the strength of her light and darkness type skills and spells would also rise by 1 tier, to a maximum of Tier 4. This was the Berserk skill unique to peak legacies. Anna's Tier 2 spells and skills already had the power to rival Tier 3 attacks, but now her attacks were even more powerful than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Furthermore, while Yin Yang Power was in effect, all of her spells and skills would increase by 1 tier. It was by no means an exaggeration to consider Anna a level 80 Tier 3 NPC. Anna proceeded to cast the Tier 2 spell Holy Light Spear once more, but unlike her previous use, the number of holy spears she summoned had doubled to 36. Moreover, each spear carried more power than before. Under Anna's control, the holy spears transformed into streaks of white light that bombarded the two Dark Wolf Kings. While the two Dark Wolf Kings happily bullied the Golden Giant and Blood Demon, the holy spears appeared before them. Even with the Dark Wolf King's incredible reaction speeds, they only blocked half of the incoming spears. The rest of the shining weapons found their marks. When the holy spears met the Dark Wolf King's tough fur, the two Grand Lords howled in pain. Each spear dealt over -600,000 damage. By the time the two Dark Wolf Kings had recovered from the holy spear's bombardment, Anna had finished casting the Tier 2 spell Feathers of Light. Suddenly, countless white immaculate feathers descended from the sky, decorating the area around the two Grand Lords. Anna, who stood outside of the rock giant's magic barrier, grabbed at a feather that had fallen before her. She then gave the feather a gentle pinch. Boom. The hundreds of immaculate feathers surrounding the two dark wolf kings began to explode, one after another. Although each feather's explosion was not particularly powerful and only devoured a few tens of thousands of the Grand Lord's HPs, the total accumulated damage was frightening. After a short moment, the two dark wolf kings who had only held on by a small amount of HP, fell to Anna's spell. Anna had killed the two dark wolf kings so quickly that Shifeng hadn't even had enough time to use divine providence and land the finishing blow. Chapter 1679. Ancient Rock Cities' Shocking Transformation. Chapter 1679. Ancient Rock Cities' Shocking Transformation. Seeing the corpses of the divided two-headed dark wolf king reaffirmed Anna's strength for Shifeng. Although light-type spells had striking effects against dark creatures, they shouldn't allow a level 80 Tier 2 NPC to overwhelm the two-headed dark wolf king to this extent. Not even ordinary Tier 3 NPCs of the same level were capable of such a feat. The only downside to Anna's yin-yang power was its 100-second duration and a long 6-hour cooldown. If she could use this berserk skill frequently, she could massacre one level 70 Grand Lord after another. When the two-headed dark wolf king had died, it had dropped a pile of loot before them. It had also granted both Shifeng and Anna a large amount of EXP. Although Shifeng's EXP gain in the darkness world had been drastically reduced, his experience bar still increased by a noticeable amount. As for Anna, although her EXP gain was no longer affected, the EXP she had gained from killing the level 72-headed Dark Wolf King was insignificant compared to how much she needed to level up since she had already reached level 80. As expected of one of the Darkness World's Grand Lords. Its loot is way better than an ordinary Grand Lord's. Shifeng couldn't help his surprise as he gazed at the items before him. Past level 50, Grand Lords generally only drop 10 or so items. Moreover, the majority of the loot would even be materials, and one would be lucky if they got 3 or 4 pieces of equipment, even the best of which would be secret silver rank. However, the two-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped over 20 items. Although the majority of the loot was still materials, the boss had dropped 5 pieces of equipment. 3 of the pieces were level 60 secret silver equipment, including 1 pair of boots belonging to the level 60 secret silver ranked Dark Devourer set. The last 2 pieces were level 60 fine gold equipment, one of which was a set piece for the level 60 fine gold ranked Fantasy Demon set. Although the Fantasy Demon set was only a 6-piece set, players could equip the set at level 55 instead of level 60 once they had gathered 4 pieces. If the full set were given to a level 55 magical class player, that player would wipe the floor with other magical class players of the same level. Only players with multiple epic weapons and equipment would likely be able to contend with them. 2 master-ranked potions had also dropped. Among them, one was the Mana Awakening Potion. It was a rare berserk potion that increased players' spell effects by 200% for 30 seconds. The other potion was a resuscitation potion. If players consumed the potion after resurrecting, they could recover a portion of the lost EXP. These 2 potions had easily sold for over 100 gold each on the market in the past. In addition, the two-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped a Darkness Stone and 3 Darkness Stone fragments. However, what surprised Shifeng most was a translucent crystal ball. The Detection Crystal Ball. This was a top-tier item for outdoor explorations. It was particularly useful at night when visibility was poor. The Detection Crystal Ball could be used to detect all monsters within a certain range, which was determined by the Detection Crystal Ball's rank. A Bronze Detection Crystal Ball had a range of 500 yards, while Mysterious Iron-ranked crystal balls could detect enemies within 700 yards, and Secret Silver-ranked ones could reach 1,000 yards. It allowed players to avoid monster ambushes. The Detection Crystal Ball the Wolf King had dropped was Fine Gold rank, with a range of 1,500 yards. Not only could this item's detection reach further than the Blood Demon's vision, but it could also spot every monster within that range. It did not matter even if the monsters were camouflaged or hidden behind terrain. Unfortunately, it did cost 1 magic crystal to operate per hour. Ordinary players might not be willing to pay this price, but it wasn't an issue for Shifeng, and it would be of great help as he explored the Darkness World. There weren't as many monsters in the darkness world as there were on the continent of God's domain, making them troublesome to find. Since Shifeng was looking for specific targets, his hunt was even more time-consuming. With the detection crystal ball, however, he could save plenty of time and avoid unnecessary battles. This will save me a ton of time. Shifeng smiled. Without hesitation, he spent one magic crystal to activate the detection crystal ball and looked for his next target. Although Anna wouldn't be able to use her berserk skill again for a short time, Shifeng had summoned another Tier 3 demon to assist him as soon as the demon summoning skill's cooldown had ended. With the extra Tier 3 demon, his party could slowly whittle down another level 70 Grand Lord even without the personal guard's berserk skill. In such a way, Shifeng continued to hunt Grand Lords in the darkness world. As for his stamina and concentration recovery, Shifeng had used the life essence he had accumulated with the blood refining crystal to remain battle-ready. In addition, every monster he killed in the darkness world granted varying amounts of blood energy, which he could use to create more life essence. In the end, Shifeng grinded monsters for a full day without rest. With the help of divine providence, he had collected 28 darkness stones and 200+ darkness stone fragments during that time. At this rate, he should be able to collect 100 darkness stones in no time. In addition, he had collected over 100 pieces of level 60 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. He also managed to complete one Dark Devourer set and now had 4 set pieces of the Fantasy Demon set, only missing the helmet and gloves. Although Shifeng was in high spirits and more than eager to continue his grind, his many years of experience in God's domain had taught him that it was important to balance work and rest properly. Although the life essence replenished his stamina and concentration, it was more of a stimulant than a replacement for actual rest. If he wanted to rest his mind, he had to log out of the game. After returning to reality, Shifeng planned to see to his basic training as usual, maintaining his physical fitness. He then planned to make the necessary arrangements to expand the Zero Wing workshop. Now that the Zero Wing Guild was on the right track to becoming a superpower, and had acquired a city of its own, the guild would only grow as it moved forward. Naturally, the guild's management would become more complex. He needed more personnel to manage Zero Wing, and so he needed to expand his workshop and recruit more internal members. But before Shifeng could leave his room, the quantum watch on his wrist, which was connected to his virtual gaming cabin, rang. The display on his watch showed that the caller was Aqua Rose. "Guild leader, I finally got through to you," Aqua Rose said as soon as the call connected, sounding a little rushed. "Has something happened to the guild?" Shifeng asked curiously. "Something big has happened," Aqua Rose stated. "While you were grinding in the darkness world, Heaven's Burial has been trying desperately to fend off the various superpowers surrounding it. It has even mobilized countless evil demons and evil beasts. But midway through the siege, one of the superpowers mobilized powerful siege weapons and a large number of NPC mercenaries. The battle continued for several more hours, and after suffering immense casualties, the various superpowers finally broke past Ancient Rock City's walls and charged into the City Lord's mansion. "So, Ancient Rock City has been taken?" Shifeng could not help but smile. He had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays precisely so that he could cut off one of Heaven's Burial's revenue sources. If another power claimed Ancient Rock City, it was definitely worth celebrating for Zero Wing. "No," Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. "No? Haven't they broken into the City Lord's mansion? With the various superpowers' strength, they should have no issues getting to the City Lord's tablet even if there are evil demons in the building." Aqua Rose's reply left Shifeng slightly confused. The various superpowers were recognized as such due to the large number of experts they employed. While Refinement Realm experts couldn't do much in a war involving tens of thousands of players, they could exhibit tremendous combat power in compact fights with a limited number of opponents. Even if level 100 NPC soldiers were stationed inside the City Lord's mansion, those NPCs wouldn't be able to stop every Refinement Realm expert from reaching the City Lord's tablet. The various superpowers have stormed the City Lord's mansion, but some Tier 4 NPC appeared suddenly and transformed Ancient Rock City into an evil demon nest. Not only has the city become a forbidden land for players, but the evil beasts and demons are also expanding their influence and capturing areas around Ancient Rock City. More evil demons and evil beasts are joining the force by the minute. Just some time ago, we received a report stating that the other guilds' towns in the Orc Empire have fallen to these evil demons. According to our scouts, the evil demon army is spreading towards Starmoon Kingdom's borders. By the looks of it, Zero Wing City is the army's target. Chapter 1680. Evil Gods Branch Temple. Chapter 1680, Evil Gods Branch Temple. A Tier 4 NPC appeared in Ancient Rock City? And the NPC transformed the city into an evil demon nest? How is that possible? Shifeng was stunned after listening to Aqua Rose's report. Suddenly, a possibility came to mind and he could not help but ask, "Do you have the latest image of Ancient Rock City?" "Yes, I'll send it now." Aqua Rose nodded. The fact that Ancient Rock City had become an evil demon nest had frustrated the various superpowers. Hence, they had sent plenty of scouts to investigate Ancient Rock City's current state in the hopes of wresting back control of the city. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had collected quite a bit of information from those superpowers. Following which, Shifeng entered his virtual gaming cabin again and logged into his rest space. He could still make contact with players in God's domain from within the rest space. Once he had logged in, Shifeng noticed the pictures of Ancient Rock City Aqua Rose had sent. In addition to that, she had sent video recordings and statistics reports about the current forces inside the city. What a terrifying number. Shifeng was shocked as he watched the videos. Evil demons and evil beasts crowded Ancient Rock City, both on its walls and inside the city itself. Several million monsters had taken control of the city, far more than any single player could control. Based on the information the various superpowers had gathered, there should be roughly 3 million evil demons and evil beasts defending Ancient Rock City. Moreover, this number continued to grow as time passed. However, the number of monsters within the city wasn't the most important aspect. It was these monsters' levels. The lowest leveled monster present in the city was level 50, while the higher leveled ones had reached level 80. Moreover, there were mythic-ranked evil beasts and evil demons outside of the city. Based on current reports, there should be more than 10 mythic-ranked evil beasts and evil demons protecting Ancient Rock City. There was also a level 80 Tier 4 NPC stationed in the city. This NPC was the true Grim Reaper to players due to its Tier 4 domain skill. Based on the reports, hostile players that tried to approach this Tier 4 NPC would be transformed into evil demons before they could get near the NPC. Sure enough. Shifeng frowned as he gazed at the towering temple in the heart of Ancient Rock City. They sure are ruthless. They actually built a branch of the Evil Gods Temple in Ancient Rock City. The only way to transform a city into an evil demon nest was to create an Evil Gods Temple branch temple in the city. If a branch temple descended, one could instantly teleport all of the evil beasts and demons under their command to the temple, essentially fortifying the city with an army. However, it was extremely difficult to get a branch temple to descend. First, the descent's target must not have any defensive magic arrays, and second, one would need a large number of precious materials and souls. Once a branch temple descended, the occupied city would crumble. Although it was only a branch temple, the density of the evil energy it exuded would be horrific. This evil energy would corrupt the land the branch temple occupied, and only a Tier 5 high priest or above would be able to cleanse the corrupted land. If the land remained corrupt, ordinary players wouldn't be able to survive there. Now that a branch temple had descended, Ancient Rock City had been undoubtedly crippled. The city's fate as an evil demon nest was sealed. Becoming a guild city again was practically impossible. Guild leader, what should we do? The evil demon and evil beast armies are clearly marching towards Zero Wing City. Even if we petition the kingdom's armies to suppress these monsters at the border, there are too many of them. In addition, more evil beasts and evil demons join the march as time passes. On the off chance that the kingdom's armies fail to hold off these monsters and they reach Zero Wing City, we'll definitely be in trouble, Aqua Rose expressed her concern. If such a frightening number of evil beasts and evil demons assaulted Zero Wing City, it would only be a matter of time before the city fell, even if it had a stronger defensive magic array than Stone Forest Town. Mythic ranked creatures marched alongside the evil beasts and demons towards Zero Wing City after all. Even if Zero Wing City's defensive magic array could stop those monsters' attacks, there was a limit to how long the magic array could hold. Once it broke, the city's players would quickly follow. If they did not think of a plan to stop the monster army now, Zero Wing City would be finished. Shifeng felt a headache brew as he looked at the dense swarm of evil demons and evil beasts. He had never thought that Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had grown so powerful that they could summon a branch temple. It wasn't exactly a simple task, and the price of doing so was unimaginable. This was because the branch temple was meant to hide the main temple. If Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had tried to mobilize their monster armies from within Star Moon Kingdom, even if Shifeng had sat back and done nothing, the kingdom's NPCs would discover the evil god's temple within Star Moon Kingdom immediately. At that time, the kingdom would doubtlessly dispatch its armies to exterminate the temple. But a branch temple was a different story. Since Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial teleported their monsters from the main temple to the branch temple, it was impossible to track down the main temple before these armies mobilized within the kingdom. Meanwhile, even if the branch temple were destroyed, the evil demon and evil beast armies were already outside of Star Moon Kingdom. They would not teleport back to the main temple due to the branch temple's destruction. Notify Snow and have her organize the guild's experts to coordinate with the kingdom's armies immediately. We need to stop as much of that monster army as possible. Also, figure out a way to collect as many magic crystals as possible. Before I return, have everyone put as much distance as possible between them and the monster army. That includes other guild's members and independent players. Make sure they don't become sacrifices for that army, Shifeng ordered after giving the matter some thought. The evil god's temple had been a constant thorn in the side for God's domain's various major powers in the past. The main reason for this, the temple members' ability to create evil beasts and demons through their defeated opponents. If a force weren't strong enough and tried to challenge the evil beasts and evil demons, they'd only become food for those monsters. There were two methods to keep its forces from spreading when the evil god's temple plagued a country. The first was to exterminate every evil beast and demon found with overwhelming strength, while the second was to destroy the main temple. In reality, the evil god's temples across the continent of God's domain served as evil energy transfer devices. When activated, the evil god's temples would send evil energy throughout the continent, creating a suitable environment for its evil beasts and demons. As long as one destroyed the activated evil god's temple, they could stop the transfer of evil energy. After losing its source, the evil energy that had spread would gradually thin until the environment became hostile for evil beasts and demons once again. Some of the weaker monsters might even die as a result, while the stronger monsters would grow weaker and become easier to defeat. However, the whereabouts of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple remained unknown, and destroying the heavily guarded branch temple in the Orc Empire was impossible. The only hope of fending off the monster army that marched towards Zero Wing City was to send expert players to work alongside the NPC armies, whittling away as many of the evil beasts and demons as possible. The monster army could only grow if it had sacrifices. It couldn't bolster its numbers without a cost. Understood. I'll notify Snow right away. Aqua Rose nodded before disconnecting the call. Not daring to waste time, Shifeng immediately logged back into God's domain and continued to grind for darkness stones. Meanwhile, over 500,000 players had gathered in a forest at the border of Stone Forest Town's map. Among them, over 100,000 wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem. Every one of these players was level 47 and above, and they were all very well equipped. However, every one of these players wore tense expressions. Beast Emperor, I've prepared the 400,000 players you've asked for. I hope that you will fulfill your promise. Singular Burial, who stood atop a hillside, told the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man had ashen skin covered in runes. The man also wielded a staff made of pitch-black jade. This man was none other than Beast Emperor. However, he was no longer covered in bandages. Relax. When have I ever broken a promise to you? Beast Emperor laughed. Turning his sight towards the player army at the bottom of the hill, he commanded, "All right, let's begin." Chapter 1681. Brute Force. Chapter 1681. Brute Force. After Beast Emperor finished speaking, he immediately began writing divine runes and chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array formed beneath Beast Emperor's feet and continuously expanded outward. Only after reaching a radius of 500 yards did it stop growing. The magic array then conducted a massive amount of mana that no single player would be capable of. When the magic array was complete, Beast Emperor stabbed the black jade staff in his hand into the center of the magic array, letting it serve as the magic array's core. Have them enter the magic array one by one. Make sure not to enter it too quickly. If they're too quick, the magic array won't be able to absorb their immortal souls, and they will end up hurt for nothing, Beast Emperor said as he looked at Singular Burial. Also, during this period, no harm must come to the magic array's core. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. Rest assured, I've summoned plenty of my guild's experts here. There's even an army of 100,000 elites spread across the surrounding area. Even if someone tries to launch an ambush, I still have a defensive magic array I can activate to hold them back, Singular Burial said, nodding. His gaze then shifted toward the general direction of Stone Forest Town, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he swore, "Black Flame, just you wait. Since you dared to destroy my ancient rock city, I will definitely let you personally witness the destruction of the guild you created." Due to the various superpowers' successful invasion of ancient rock city, he had no choice but to turn the city into a nest for evil demons. The loss of this massive source of income had a considerable impact on Heaven's Burial's development. In fact, some of the major corporations supporting Heaven's Burial had already withdrawn their funds, instantly shattering Singular Burial's dream of making the guild a superpower. As for the remaining corporations backing Heaven's Burial, they were staying only because they believed in Lei Jingyang's and his own abilities. If not for the two of them, these major corporations would have drastically reduced the funding they provided Heaven's Burial. Hence, it was definitely not an exaggeration to say that the hatred he felt for Zero Wing could blot out the sky. Originally, the plan was to take action against Zero Wing. However, after the battle at Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial changed his mind. He also wanted Zero Wing's members to have a taste of getting whittled down and destroyed bit by bit. First, he would take away Stone Forest Town. Next, he would deal with Zero Wing City. With these two places gone, Zero Wing would lose two of its most important sources of income. If that happened, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. Meanwhile, all Black Flame would be able to do at that time was watch as Zero Wing dissolved into nothingness while Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City fell into the hands of Heaven's Burial. From then on, Heaven's Burial would replace Zero Wing as Star Moon Kingdom's absolute overlord. Beast Emperor no longer made any further comments. Instead, he summoned a mythic-ranked evil demon to secretly assist in protecting the magic array. Compared to expert players, a mythic-ranked evil demon provided much greater assurance. After all, he had paid an enormous price to obtain the Black Jade Staff. Acquiring another one to hold another sacrificial ceremony would be extremely difficult. After Beast Emperor was done dealing with the matters here, he took out a teleportation scroll and left the area. All he needed to do now was wait for the magic array to collect a sufficient number of immortal souls. Meanwhile, such a large commotion naturally could not escape the eyes of Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers. What's Heaven's Burial trying to do by gathering so many players over at Stone Forest Town? Could it be preparing to vent its anger on Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town now that its ancient rock city has been destroyed? That shouldn't be the case, right? That's Stone Forest Town we're talking about. It's not as if we've never seen how strong the town's defenses are. It is even more fortified than NPC towns. Moreover, I heard that the number of Tier 2 NPC soldiers defending Stone Forest Town has already exceeded 400. The town won't be so easy to take down. Hasn't Heaven's Burial learned its lesson from its previous failure? Maybe Heaven's Burial has some trump card to rely on. When the various major powers discovered Heaven's Burial's actions, they could not help but discuss it curiously. They all wondered what Heaven's Burial was trying to do. Vice Guild Leader Heaven's Burial seems to be trying to take action against Stone Forest Town. What should we do? The Zero Wing members garrisoning Stone Forest Town were greatly concerned over this matter. Based on Heaven's Burial's actions, that guild was obviously planning on starting a guild war, only it had yet to make all the necessary preparations. Once it was ready, however, it would definitely launch an attack. Everyone in the guild is to avoid casually going out during this period, to avoid getting ambushed by Heaven's Burial's evil demons. At the same time, keep a close eye on Heaven's Burial's status and report back any findings immediately. Aqua Rose fired off commands through the guild chat. She also had Melancholic Smile strengthen the defenses of Stone Forest Town, building more defense turrets and moving more miniature ballistas to Stone Forest Town as a precaution. Currently, Heaven's Burial's monster army was already approaching Starmoon Kingdom's border. If Zero Wing did not send experts to help the NPC armies exterminate some of the monsters, the monster army's advance into Starmoon Kingdom would definitely accelerate. Hence, they could not afford to pull away those experts to deal with Heaven's Burial's player army. The only thing they could do right now was slow the advance of the monster army while strengthening the defenses of Stone Forest Town. Not to mention, the odds were that Heaven's Burial's player army was capable of summoning a large number of evil demons to aid the army in battle. If Zero Wing launched a half-hearted attack on Heaven's Burial's player army, Zero Wing's members would definitely be beaten black and blue. After all, without the help of static defenses and NPC soldiers, players couldn't contend against the powerful evil demons. For a time, the atmosphere in Starmoon Kingdom turned awkward. Aside from Zero Wing, the other guilds in the kingdom were also making their own preparations for war. After all, nobody knew for sure what Heaven's Burial was actually trying to do. There was always a chance that the guild would go crazy and start attacking every guild town in sight. Although the NPCs of Starmoon Kingdom had already tightened its security measures against evil beasts and evil demons, if players wanted to have the kingdom's armies mobilized to assist them in dealing with these monsters, they needed to provide concrete proof that these monsters had actually appeared. Only then would the kingdom's armies move out. Moreover, the kingdom's armies would need some time to get to the battlefield. If their guild towns failed to hold out until the kingdom's armies arrived, then there would be no point in notifying the kingdom. Hence, the various large guilds had all started building up the defenses of their respective towns. Meanwhile, back at the Darkness World, Shifeng had also started grinding Grand Lords with greater urgency. Now he had 2 heroic spirits participating in the battle simultaneously. With the help of Anna and 3 Tier 3 demons, killing level 70 or so Grand Lords became significantly easier. However, Grand Lords still weren't available in great abundance. After half a day or so of wanton slaughter, Shifeng had basically killed every Grand Lord present on the map he was currently in. Now, Shifeng had a total of 52 Darkness Stones and 386 Darkness Stone fragments, which was still some distance away from his target. Meanwhile, if he wished to find and kill more Grand Lords, he had only 2 options to do so. The first option was to wait for the Grand Lords he killed to respawn. However, Grand Lords generally took 2 or 3 natural days to respawn. Killing the Grand Lords too quickly had left him with no Grand Lords to grind. However, Shifeng couldn't do anything about this situation. Anna was simply too strong. The second option was to head to other maps. The Grand Lords of other maps remained untouched. They were all alive and kicking. The only problem was getting to other maps. The Darkness World was different from the continent of God's domain. On the continent of God's domain, players faced no hindrance when moving between maps. In the Darkness World, however, the maps had strict level restrictions preventing players from going wherever they wished. In a sense, the Darkness World was similar to the Ice Crystal World. Players needed to defeat the designated Guardian boss in order to proceed to other maps. Otherwise, they would be stuck in the same map forever. Generally, players that arrived at the Darkness World using the teleportation stones exchanged at the 7 Luminaries Temple would not think of heading to other maps, because the map they were teleported to was suitable for their level, and just surviving in the said map was already plenty difficult. They would not even have time to think about heading to other maps. Shifeng was definitely a unique case. It seems I have no choice but to force my way through, Shifeng thought as he looked at the 30-meter-tall monster sleeping inside the canyon ahead of him. He then advanced towards the monster together with Anna. Now that the evil demon and evil beast armies were invading Starmoon Kingdom, he naturally could not waste time waiting for the Grand Lords he had killed to respawn. His only choice was to head to another map and hunt the Grand Lords there. Chapter 1682, High Demon. Chapter 1682 High Demon. Inside the quiet canyon, when Shifeng got within 1,000 yards of the next map, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure washing over him. The pressure he felt now was completely different from what he experienced from the monsters he encountered before. In other words, there was a qualitative change to the pressure he felt. Currently, Shifeng had already reached Tier 2, yet the pressure still made him extremely uncomfortable. His body felt as if it was fully submerged in a pool of water. The pressure is so strong despite the 1,000 yards separating us? Shifeng stared at the massive figure displayed on his detection crystal ball in disbelief. The crystal ball showed a humanoid figure with the head of a goat sprawled across the ground before the canyon's exit. The figure also had a massive serpent for a tail and the bat-like wings commonly seen on demons. As the figure exhaled, flames surged out of its nostrils and scorched the ground before it. What? A high demon? Shifeng was dumbfounded as he looked at this figure. There were many demonic creatures in God's domain. Aside from having a difference in strength, these demonic creatures were also distinguished by lineage. In fact, the hierarchy among demons was largely determined based on lineage. Demons with noble lineages ruled over demons with ordinary lineages. Naturally, the nobler the lineage a demon possessed, the greater their potential for growth. In God's domain, most demons at the Demon King standard were high demons. It was very difficult for a demon with an ordinary lineage to grow into a Tier 5 Demon King, much less a Tier 6 Demon God. Demons with noble lineages were known as high demons. In terms of life rating, they were superior to even archaic species. At the same tier, only dragons or ferocious beasts would be capable of suppressing high demons. Needless to say, the ordinary demons Shifeng summoned were no match for high demons. Nevertheless, the guardian boss stationed at the entrance to the next map was actually a high demon. Due to the extreme distance, the detection crystal ball couldn't detect the statistics of the high demon. However, when Shifeng arrived within 600 yards of the high demon, its statistics entered his eyes. Baphomet, High Demon, Grand Lord. Level 73. HP 120, 000, 000/120, 000, A level 73 Grand Lord? Shifeng fell into deep thought as he looked at Baphomet's statistics. Compared to an archaic species of the same level, a high demon had much less HP. Even so, 120 million HP was still a horrifying amount for him to deal with. Just Baphomet's battle recovery alone allowed it to recover 1,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. If his DPS was lower than 240,000, Baphomet would be an invincible existence to him. The only stroke of luck was that Baphomet was a demon. So long as his opponent was a demon, the Bible of Darkness would be able to suppress it. Although he couldn't use the Bible of Darkness to turn Baphomet into his subordinate, he could greatly suppress the high demon's basic attributes. Moreover, this suppression was absolute. Its effects would not weaken in the slightest, unlike how magic arrays and the like did when the target monster was too strong. All the same, a high demon was still a high demon. Baphomet wasn't just strong in terms of basic attributes. The skills, spells and combat standard it possessed were beyond those of an ordinary demon. I can only give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng took out another primordial scroll from his bag and summoned a third primordial heroic spirit. Although Zero Wing City's defenses were far superior to an ordinary guild city's, the current situation was unlike before. The quantity and quality of the evil beasts and evil demons surging into Star Moon Kingdom were extraordinary. If the monsters broke through the defensive network of the kingdom's army and reached Zero Wing City, Shifeng was unsure whether Zero Wing City could hold its ground against them. If he could secure the Lost Town before this happened, the numerous mana weapons stored inside the Lost Town would undoubtedly raise Zero Wing's strength by a significant margin. At that time, the chances of defending Zero Wing City would also improve significantly. Looking at Baphomet, Shifeng did not hurry to have his 3 demons charge at the high demon. Instead, he waited out the cooldown of Anna's skills. Afterward, he had the 3 heroic spirits cast one buff after another on everyone in the group, causing their basic attributes to skyrocket, particularly those of the level 80 Golden Giant, which already possessed immense strength. After being buffed up by the 3 heroic spirits, Its strength was already close to rivaling a Grand Lord's of the same level. Following which, Shifeng gave the command to attack. Taking the lead, the Golden Giant and 3 Tier 3 demons charged forward, the 10 Rock Guardians following closely after them. If a player were to witness this scene, they would definitely turn around and flee. However, Baphomet simply yawned, paying no heed whatsoever to the approaching enemies. Only when the Golden Giant and 3 demons arrived within 200 yards of Baphomet did the High Demon look at the Golden Giant. Suddenly, as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp, the Golden Giant, demons and Rock Guardians' speed decreased abruptly. Moreover, their movement speed wasn't the only thing reduced, even their reaction speeds turned sluggish. Following which, Baphomet stomped on the ground and disappeared from where it stood. When Baphomet reappeared, it had moved over 50 yards from its original position. The High Demon was practically faster than even an ordinary mythic monster. Before the Golden Giant could react, Baphomet already stood before it, the High Demon looking no different from a child compared to the Golden Giant. After appearing before the Golden Giant, Baphomet waved its hand lightly as if it were sweeping away dust. In the next moment, the Golden Giant and the demons and Rock Guardians standing beside and behind the Golden Giant were all sent flying over 20 yards back, damages appearing above the summoned creatures' heads. Among the group, the Golden Giant, which possessed the highest defense, lost over 700,000 HP, whereas the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians lost over 1 million HP each. Sure enough, it's very strong. Shifeng was deeply shocked by the strength Baphomet displayed. Baphomet was much more powerful than any of the Grand Lord-ranked archaic species he had gone up against before. Moreover, based on the performance Baphomet just displayed, Shifeng could tell that the High Demon's combat standard should be at the 6th-floor trial tower standard. With the High Demon's mythical speed, even a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts would be like fish on a chopping board if it went up against Baphomet. Afterward, a series of exchanges took place between both sides. Unfortunately, although the Golden Giant and 3 demons retaliated, they only managed to land a few spells on Baphomet. Relying on its mythical speed, the High Demon easily dodged every normal attack sent at it. In contrast, despite being healed by Tier 3 heroic spirits, the Golden Giant and demons still continually lost HP. Although the Golden Giant and demons tried blocking and dodging Baphomet's attacks, their weakened reaction speeds prevented them from doing so. However, as Baphomet paid attention only to the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons, Shifeng was able to get within 100 yards of the High Demon unnoticed and immediately activated Demon Ruler. Suddenly, a ripple of power left the Bible of Darkness Shifeng held. Baphomet's basic attributes promptly plummeted by 30%. The effect of Demon Ruler was remarkable. However, this was still not the end. Anna, who had long since completed her own preparations, had the rock giants form a magic array and suppressed Baphomet even more. However, the magic array was evidently inferior to Demon Ruler. In the end, Baphomet retained 60% of its original basic attributes, and it still suppressed the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons. But instead of dodging all of the Golden Giant and demons' attacks, the High Demon was now forced to parry and block instead. Nevertheless, the Golden Giant failed to inflict any significant damage on Baphomet. Seeing this, Shifeng had no choice but to spend 5,000 magic crystals and activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection. When World Projection descended on Baphomet, the High Demon's speed decreased once more. However, even after World Projection suppression took effect, Baphomet still retained 50% of its basic attributes and still overwhelmed the Golden Giant. How is it so powerful? Shifeng was next to speechless as he stared at Baphomet. If not for the Bible of Darkness's suppression, he would have long since turned around and fled by now. After thinking up to this point, he turned to look at Anna, a bitter smile on his face as he said, "It seems we can't hold back anything at all." Following which, he commanded Anna to use her other overtier spell, which was also the strongest spell Anna currently possessed. Tier 3 Curse Yin Yang Judgment. Yin Yang Judgment's cooldown was 1 natural day. Unless absolutely necessary, Shifeng did not wish to use the curse at all. However, if he did not use it now, it was only a matter of time before Baphomet defeated his team. After all, World Projection had a short duration of only 10 minutes, each use costing him 5,000 magic crystals. He did not have enough magic crystals to fight a protracted battle with the high demon. Chapter 1683. First Kill Baphomet. Chapter 1683. First Kill Baphomet. After Anna completed the final verse of her incantation, two magic arrays, one glowing white and the other black, appeared above Baphomet. The mana surrounding the magic array then grew restless, blurring space around the high demon. Such a huge disturbance attracted Baphomet's attention, and the high demon's immediate reaction was to turn and flee. But Anna didn't give Baphomet the chance to escape. Waving her staff, she activated the magic array looming above Baphomet. Suddenly, a 50-meter-long golden holy spear descended from the sky. The instant the spear fell, space around the magic array and Baphomet froze, drastically decreasing the high demon's movement speed. Before Baphomet could attempt to defend itself, the holy spear collided with the monster. Boom! As a result, a towering black-white light pillar rose into the air. When the pillar had manifested, the world around Baphomet shook violently, and resulting shockwave pushed the golden giant and the Tier 3 demons under Shifeng's control back by over 20 yards. After the light pillar had disappeared, it revealed a massive crater where Baphomet had stood, with the High Lord lying at the body. Scorching flames burned the high demon, decorating it and the crater with scorch marks. Dark blue blood seeped from the numerous wounds covering Baphomet's body. However, compared to Baphomet's miserable appearance, the damage it had taken was truly terrifying. -4,467,175. A damage of over 4 million appeared above Baphomet's head. To Baphomet, who only had a maximum HP of 60 million after multiple means of suppression, this move had taken nearly 1/13 of its total HP. The might of Yin-Yang judgment completely exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Moreover, Baphomet had been heavily injured when the Tier 3 curse had struck, significantly decreasing its combat power. With no intentions of letting Baphomet recover, Shifeng ordered all of the summoned creatures to use their strongest moves, holding nothing back. Following which, Tier 2 and Tier 3 skills and spells bombarded the high demon one after another. The injured Baphomet wasn't able to dodge any of the incoming attacks, and every skill and spell that had been sent slammed into the high demon. Each attack dealt a minimum of -500,000 damage, depleting Baphomet's HP by a significant chunk. 80%, 75%, 70%. Although Baphomet eventually recovered from its mental shock and resumed its retaliation, the golden giant was more than enough to keep the high demon busy with its weakened combat power. This prevented Baphomet from blocking Anna, the Tier 3 demons and heroic spirits' attacks. Of course, Shifeng didn't hold back either. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power followed by Phantom Kill, he charged forward. 9 Dragon Slash. Shadow Blade. Lightning Flash. Purgatory Pentaslash. Thunder Flame Explosion. Flame Burst. Thanks to Killing Ray, every one of Shifeng's skills dealt double damage to Baphomet, and damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the boss's head. Although his damage was no match for the Tier 3 demons, who weren't suppressed by the darkness world, it was still considerable. 50%, 40%, 30%. As time passed and Baphomet's HP continuously decreased, it continued to recover. Gradually, its reaction speed recovered, and eventually the level 80 golden giant wasn't able to keep up with its attacks. This forced the heroic spirits at the rear line to shift their focus from offense to healing. Once Baphomet's HP fell to 20%, the high demon revealed a sinister grin. It began to swipe its claws at the air around it, sending powerful gales at Shifeng and his team. Before Shifeng and the others could launch another assault, Baphomet had finished chanting an incantation. The ground before the high demon then cracked and shattered as towering pitch-black flames spewed from the cracks. When the flames had dissipated, a crimson longsword engraved with pitch-black runes had taken their place. The moment the longsword appeared, Shifeng felt the surrounding power of darkness surge towards the weapon. The concentrated power of darkness became a black mist that circulated the crimson blade. Releasing the one-handed sword in its right hand, Baphomet grabbed the crimson longsword. The moment the high demon touched the weapon, Black flames danced along the sword's blade. Soul fire? Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the flames. The punishment for challenging it is actually this severe. Although he had known that a high demon would have powerful attack methods, he hadn't expected Baphomet to use soul fire in battle. This was a player's nightmare. Soul fire was capable of burning souls, and not even players' immortal souls were immune to its effects. If players were killed by soul fire, not only would their death penalty increase, but they would also be prevented from logging into God's domain for multiple days. Of course, this mechanic had likely been created to prevent players from challenging the Guardian boss a second time within a short period. However, Shifeng didn't want to waste too much time in the darkness world. If he suddenly couldn't log into the game for several days, Zero Wing would be finished. Without waiting for Shifeng to respond, Baphomet stomped its hoofs on the ground and vanished. It then reappeared before the Golden Giant, cutting down at the Great Lord with its flaming long sword. Failing to react in time, the Golden Giant succumbed to Baphomet's attack, a damage over -1,300,000 appearing above its head. Pitch-black flames licked at the wood the long sword had created. Seeing this, the heroic spirits immediately cast their healing spells on the Golden Giant. However, when the healing spells touched the Great Lord, their effects seemed to have changed. Not only did the Golden Giant still sport the wound, but the pitch-black flames also burned with their original vigor. In fact, the Golden Giant had only received 30% of the spell's normal healing. When he saw this, Shifeng's expression darkened further. Reduced healing effects was still acceptable, but the fact that the wounds Baphomet had inflicted couldn't be healed complicated the situation. As the Golden Giant accumulated more injuries, it would suffer a heavily injured state sooner or later. If that happened, its combat power would fall and it would be helpless against the High Demon. If the Golden Giant couldn't deal sufficient damage, it would lose Baphomet's aggro. The High Demon would then be free to target someone else. Quick! Attack it with everything you've got. Shifeng commanded Anna. At the same time he took 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls from his bag and activated them, one after another. Holding nothing back, Anna activated Yin-Yang power, her mana overflowing from her body. One Tier 3 spell after another bombarded Baphomet. However, even after noticing the incoming spells, Baphomet simply revealed a sneer as it lightly swung its crimson long sword, sending a wave of black fire to devour the approaching spells. The pitch-black flames corroded the Tier 3 spell's power relentlessly. By the time the spells actually reached Baphomet, they were weaker than Tier 2 spells. Baphomet then swung its long sword again and easily crushed the incoming attacks. Fortunately, although Baphomet had superior strength, it couldn't completely dodge the Tier 3 demon's attacks. Although its HP fell much slower than before, it still decreased at a steady rate. After using the 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls, Shifeng proceeded to activate Blade Liberation. Currently, both Baphomet's defense and reaction speed were recovering, and as a result, it continued to take less damage. Despite bombarding Baphomet with a series of powerful attacks, they had only reduced Baphomet's HP to 12%. In contrast, the Golden Giant had become heavily injured after receiving 10 hits from the High Demon's Crimson Longsword, and it could no longer serve as a proper MT. Baphomet then turned its attention to the Tier 3 demons. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they team-wiped. After activating Blade Liberation, Shifeng's attributes skyrocketed yet again, and his basic attributes now surpassed the level 80 Golden Giants. Following which, Shifeng activated Instant Strike and appeared before Baphomet. Sword's Orbit. Dang. 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 Unfortunately, Baphomet managed to block the majority of Shifeng's slashes. Only the occasional slash slipped past the High Demon's guard and dealt a little over -100,000 damage. With how much HP Baphomet had remaining, the High Demon wasn't particularly concerned with this amount of damage. Even after Shifeng fought for several seconds and launched dozens of slashes, the High Demon still had 5% of its HP remaining. Meanwhile, once Shifeng had lost Instant Strike's buff, Baphomet gained the upper hand. In fact, due to Shifeng's weakened state, he lacked any ability to retaliate. He could only defend himself. Fortunately, Anna finally finished her incantation. Angel Summoning. Suddenly, a Tier 4 Valkyrie dropped onto the battlefield. Taking a step forward, the Valkyrie instantly appeared before Baphomet and swung her holy spear. Despite being a high demon, the impact still sent Baphomet flying back over 20 yards, robbing it of its defensive stance. Immediately, the Valkyrie threw her holy spear, which easily pierced through the defenseless high demon and dealt over -4 million damage. In the blink of an eye, Baphomet's HP fell below 1 million. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and pointed Killing Ray at Baphomet. Flame Domain. Lightning Edge. Under Shifeng's command, a raging inferno and countless sword lights devoured Baphomet. Damages of over -200,000 appeared above Baphomet's head, one after another, tearing what little remained of the high demon's HP away. Baphomet then died and collapsed to the ground. Following which, Shifeng watched his experience bar increase rapidly. At the same time, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill on Baphomet, the guardian boss of Dark Sun Canyon. Rewards doubled. Acquired High Demon's Soul. Chapter 1684. Repairing the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 1684. Repairing the Bible of Darkness. After watching Baphomet die, Shifeng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Despite the fact that the Darkness World reduced Shifeng's EXP gain, his experience bar had risen by 7%, pushing him to 62% of level 65. If not for the 95% reduction in EXP gain, he definitely would have climbed to level 66. With the High Demon's death, loot rained down from above, creating a dazzling sight to behold. If the various superpowers learned of this, they'd die from envy. The Darkness World's monsters already dropped excellent loot, and as a map's guardian boss, Baphomet's loot was far better than the map's other monsters. Including the first kill bonus, one could just imagine how bountiful the High Demon's loot was. Giving the loot a rough glance, Shifeng estimated that there should be over 100 items. As items rained from the sky, a crystal radiating a golden glow landed before Shifeng. His curiosity piqued, Shifeng promptly picked up the crystal and inspected it. High Demon's Soul, Epic Rank Consumable. Sacrifice magic crystals to create a new body for High Demon Baphomet. Spend 2,000 magic crystals to create a Tier 3 body that is 10 levels higher than the user. 5,000 magic crystals to create a Tier 4 body that is 15 levels higher than the user. Can be used 3 times. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Current usage count, 0. What a powerful epic consumable. Shifeng was stunned as he read the crystal's introductory text. Epic consumables were incredibly rare in God's domain, and each one was incomparably powerful. Take the Demon King's Horn, for example. It had enabled Shifeng to destroy a city's defensive magic array instantly. Meanwhile, the High Demon's Soul was similarly extraordinary. At this stage of the game, a Tier 4 High Demon was practically invincible to players. Moreover, Shifeng could use the item 3 times. Also, the High Demon's Soul was different from the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. In the latter's case, if the magic array's operation were interrupted, the summoned Divine Beast would disappear. In the case of the High Demon's Soul, the summoned High Demon would only be cancelled if the owner were killed. It was a perfect tool of war. Shifeng then stored the High Demon's Soul and collected the loot scattered across the ground. In total, Baphomet had dropped 154 items, including 45 epic materials and 31 magic scrolls. Among the magic scrolls, 6 were Tier 3 magic scrolls, 2 large-scale destruction magic scrolls, 1 summoning scroll, 2 defensive magic scrolls, and 1 single-target attack magic scroll. There was also 1 Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll. The Guardian boss had dropped 1 Grandmaster and 33 Master-ranked potions as well. The Grandmaster potion was a growth potion that when consumed, would temporarily increase the user's potential and forcefully elevate them by a single tier. This potion wasn't particularly useful to Tier 1 players, but to Tier 2 players and above, this potion's effects were even stronger than a Berserk skill. A Berserk skill only granted players additional basic attributes. However, this growth potion elevated players by a single tier. Not only would this increase grant players a boost to their basic attributes, but players' physique would also improve. This potion would be miraculously effective in dungeons. As for the remaining 44 items, there were 10 designs and recipes of various kinds among them. There was even a master-ranked potion recipe and a master-ranked engineering design. The master-ranked potion in question was the life potion. Not only would this potion heal players for 70% of their maximum HP instantly when consumed, but it would also grant an hot buff that recovered 2% of the user's HP every second for 10 seconds. In addition, it healed any heavy injuries and replenished 10% of the player's stamina and concentration. Unfortunately, the potion had a 5-minute cooldown, so it could only be used once or twice in most battles. Even so, it was much stronger than any advanced ranked recovery potion available on the market currently. Aside from the HP regeneration it provided, the fact that it could heal heavy injuries and replenish stamina and concentration made it extremely valuable. The potion would be particularly effective when players fought intense battles and when their stamina and concentration were nearly exhausted. The potion would also be very useful against bosses that increased stamina and concentration consumption. Although the life potion only recovered 10% of the player's stamina and concentration, it could save the player's life or help the team defeat a powerful boss if used during a critical moment. When the life potion had been introduced to the market in Shifeng's previous life, each bottle had easily sold for 5 gold. However, the life potion recipe was extremely rare, and even the various superpowers had only acquired a few copies after going to great lengths. Each copy of the recipe could easily sell for an exorbitant 8,000 gold if put up for auction. As for the master-ranked engineering design Baphomet had dropped, it was the hang glider design. Like its real-world counterpart, the hang glider allowed players to glide through the air. Moreover, the hang glider was much faster than any mount. The master-ranked hang glider provided a 350% movement speed increase. Since there weren't usually obstacles in the air, players could also traverse longer distances in a straight line. However, the hang glider had 3 flaws. The first was that players needed to take off from a sufficiently high location. The second was that the environment would affect the hang glider. If players tried to glide through a storm, the consequences would be severe. They might even be blown out of the sky and fall to their deaths. The third flaw was that hang gliders were consumables and could not be repaired. They would disappear once their durability had been exhausted. Meanwhile, even a common hang glider cost around 18 gold to produce. They weren't much cheaper than common mounts, which players could use indefinitely. However, to players who valued time and speed, these flaws did very little to stop them from using the hang gliders. In the past, many experts had opted to use hang gliders whenever they could to save on travel time. They paid no attention to the cost. As Shifeng gazed at the hang glider design, his eyes sparkled with joy. Since mounts weren't yet popular in God's domain, players' demand for hang gliders would be intense if he sold them. At this point, the various large guilds were starting to shift the focus of their development to neutral maps between kingdoms and empires after all. In a situation where no one had obtained a town building order or town migration order, players were forced to walk to these neutral maps. In addition, neutral maps themselves were very large. Even with a mount, players would need a considerable amount of time to explore the map fully. However, players could save a lot of time if they had a hang glider. If the Candlelight trading firm introduced the hang glider to the market now, it would definitely be well received. In addition, since Candlelight would have the monopoly over the hang gliders, it would make a fortune off of the transportation tool. The extra funds would help Zero Wing City's development tremendously. Meanwhile, among the other 8 recipes and designs Baphomet had dropped, there was also an advanced hang glider design. Although the advanced hang glider was inferior to the master hang glider, it still increased players' movement speed by 300%. It seems I'll have to find some time to grind hang glider recipes, Shifeng thought to himself. Although the master hang glider was super rare, the advanced version wasn't. Level 70 plus Grand Lords and above all had a chance of dropping the recipe. The field bosses of a few particular maps even higher drop rates. In the past, the various large guilds had generally opted to grind those field bosses to obtain more advanced hang glider recipes. Zero Wing's main force was already considerably strong. With the help of his Bible of Darkness, They could definitely grind for more advanced hang glider recipes. After storing the master hang glider design, Shifeng shifted his sight to a tattered page in his bag. The words on the page had long since become indiscernible. However, the page still radiated a faint trace of divine might. Moreover, the surrounding power of darkness gathered around the page when he pulled it from his bag. When Shifeng inspected this page, he became indescribably excited. This was because this page was actually part of the Bible of Darkness. Despite repairing the Bible of Darkness's core, it wasn't complete. The book was still missing pages. The page before him was none other than one of those missing pages. System. You have discovered a page of the Bible of Darkness. Do you wish to spend 500 magic crystals to assimilate this page with the Bible of Darkness and repair it? Repair. Shifeng chose to repair the Bible of Darkness without hesitation. Chapter 1685. Dark Armament. Chapter 1685, Dark Armament. When Shifeng agreed to repair the Bible of Darkness, the book flew out of his bag space and hovered before him. The book then opened to reveal the missing page's location. At the same time, the missing page transformed into a black mist that melded with the Bible of Darkness. 3 seconds later, the page had joined the book as seamlessly as if it had never left in the first place. After the Bible of Darkness had recovered one of its missing pages, the power of darkness that gathered around the book became denser, and now a black mist settled over the book. The Bible of Darkness has improved by so much. After repairing the Bible of Darkness, its appearance indicated that it had become far more powerful. Although the book's aura wasn't much stronger than before, its control of power of darkness had improved. In fact, the Bible of Darkness's control over the power of darkness had improved so much that Shifeng could feel the darkness world's suppression weaken slightly. Originally, this world had suppressed his basic attributes by 30%, but now it had dropped to 25%. The suppression on his senses had also decreased from 50% to 40%. Unfortunately, his EXP gain was still reduced by 95%. Immediately, Shifeng inspected the repaired Bible of Darkness. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. The core magic array has since been repaired using the source of spacetime thus far. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 15 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed tier 5. Holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 6 hours. Cooldown, 2 hours 30 minutes. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness. Allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 30 people at a single time. Cooldown, 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness. Strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 1,500 people. Every player strengthened provides one source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness. Fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 120%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to number of source of darkness *0. 5 seconds. Power of darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of tier 5 classes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Skill 5. Demon Ruler. Passive effect. Increases the attributes of demonic creatures under user's control by 35%. Forcibly decreases the attributes of all enemy demonic creatures within a 1,000-yard radius by 30%. Active effect. When activated, there is a 12% chance to control a demonic creature that is no higher than 2 tiers and 30 levels than the user for 2 hours. Can control up to tier 5 creatures. Can control up to a maximum of 3 creatures at a time. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 6. Dark Armament. By sacrificing sources of darkness, Transform the Bible of Darkness into a weapon suitable for the user. Duration is equal to number of source of darkness * 3 seconds. During this period, the Bible of Darkness's other skills cannot be used. Cooldown, 6 hours. Dark Armament. The appearance of a new skill had surprised Shi Feng. Is this what the missing page contained? He had only expected to find some minor improvements to the Bible of Darkness's skills after incorporating the missing page. He had never thought that the page would add a new skill. Weapons were the foundation of a player's combat power. Players could only wield high attack power with a powerful weapon. At the end of the day, berserk skills were unreliable. On the other hand, a powerful weapon could permanently increase a player's combat power. Although the Bible of Darkness's weapon wouldn't last forever, it could still last up to 75 minutes, which was much longer than any berserk skill. It was enough time for players to end a large-scale battle. After examining the Bible of Darkness for a few more minutes, Shi Feng stored it and began to appraise the other items Baphomet had dropped. Of the remaining 34 items, there was 1 darkness stone and 6 darkness stone fragments. The rest of the items were weapons and equipment, the most valuable of which was a pair of epic ranked boots called the Trickster's Legs. When equipped, the Trickster's Legs would offer a significant boost to the wearer's movement speed and reaction speed. It was an excellent pair of boots that only level 50 players and above could equip. There were also 5 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment, 12 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, and 9 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment. Among the level 60 fine gold equipment, 2 pieces happened to be the hat and gloves for the Fantasy Demon set, which Shi Feng still needed. He had also completed 2 Dark Devourer sets after killing Baphomet. Once Shi Feng had organized the loot, he didn't bother to sit and rest. Instead, he drank a drop of life essence and continued towards the next map. After riding the demonic flame tiger for around 10 minutes through the canyon, Shi Feng reached a new map. Unlike the barren Dark Xian Canyon he had previously occupied, a tranquil forest dominated this map. Visibility here was also much better than in the Dark Xian Canyon. Even without using his summon demons, he could see up to 50 yards away. Why are the monsters here so low-leveled? When Shi Feng had inspected his surroundings with the detection crystal ball, the highest level monsters he had found nearby were only level 60. These monsters were clearly lower leveled than in the Dark Xian Canyon. Did I take the wrong path? The Dark Xian Canyon only had 2 exits. One of them had been completely blocked off and a guardian boss defended the other. Since he couldn't pass through the sealed exit, he had chosen to kill Baphomet, yet that path had led him to a lower level map. Forget it. This will do. In any case, I am only trying to grind darkness stones. It'll be easier to kill level 60 Grand Lords. Although Shi Feng hadn't expected to reach a lower level map, he welcomed this outcome. It was undoubtedly easier to kill level 60 Grand Lords than it was to kill their level 80 cousins. Furthermore, he wasn't able to do much fighting since he was in a weakened state due to activating his twofold berserk during the fight with Baphomet. For a short period, he wouldn't be able to add adequate combat power to his team. Shi Feng then proceeded to lead Anna towards one of the Grand Lords he had discovered with the detection crystal ball. With 3 level 80 tier 3 demons and 1 level 80 golden giant, whose strength rivaled a Grand Lord of the same level, defeating a level 60 Grand Lord would be a piece of cake. With Anna and the 3 heroic spirits' assistance, the fight against the Grand Lord ended quickly. Shi Feng hadn't even needed to do anything throughout the fight. Time passed quickly, and before Shi Feng had realized it, he had grinded in the tranquil forest for over a day and wiped out all of its Grand Lords. Now he had 93 darkness stones and 847 darkness stone fragments. With the Philosopher's Stone's 100% synthesis success rate, he would have no problems collecting 100 darkness stones. The full day of grinding had also pushed Shi Feng to 84% of level 65. If not for the reduced EXP gain, he would have long since reached level 66. Even so, his leveling speed was incredibly efficient. But compared to his leveling speed, the loot he had acquired from the bosses he had killed was truly amazing. Although he had not obtained any epic items, he had collected 17 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment, 52 pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment, and 276 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. The number of weapons and equipment he amassed by himself in a single day could almost rival a first-rate guild's acquisition. Of course, a large part of the reason for his success was the help of Icarus's heart, the monstrous Anna, and the Bible of Darkness. Without them, he never would have collected so many top-tier weapons and equipment in the Darkness world so easily. Now that I've collected the Darkness stones I need, it's about time I return. Shifeng smiled at the Darkness stones in his bag. With this, he had completed his quest to obtain the Lost Town. Following which, Shifeng took out a White River City return scroll and activated it. After 20 seconds, Shifeng transformed into a streak of white light and departed from the Darkness world. Chapter 1686, Stoneclaw Mountains Sealed. Chapter 1686, Stoneclaw Mountains Sealed. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. After Shifeng left the teleportation hall, he immediately noticed far fewer players on the street than before. Moreover, when players noticed the zero-wing emblem pinned on Shifeng's black cloak, they gave him unusual looks. When independent players on the streets had noticed Zero-Wing's emblem previously, they had gazed at the player wearing it with envy and admiration, but now they looked at Shifeng with sympathy in their eyes. Shifeng was confused. He had only been away from White River City for a few days, yet the city had changed so massively. What happened here? Shifeng began to pay closer attention to the players walking down the street. He soon discovered that independent players weren't the only ones behaving oddly. When players from small guilds noticed him, they revealed ridiculing expressions. This confused Shifeng even further. No matter what was said or done, Zero-Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. Even if the Zero-Wing's development had suffered lately due to the war with Heaven's Burial, the guild hadn't fallen so far that even small guild's member would look down on it. Shifeng had even dealt Heaven's Burial a severe blow recently. Now that Heaven's Burial had lost its income from ancient Rock City, the guild's development potential had plummeted. It could no longer compete with Zero-Wing's growth. Look, that guy's wearing Zero-Wing's bronze emblem. He should be one of Zero-Wing's experts, yet he still has time to wander aimlessly. I bet he ran back here once he realized that victory isn't possible. Heaven's Burial's latest strategy is too ruthless. Zero-Wing is almost guaranteed to lose Stone Forest Town, and all of the various large guilds are fending for themselves. Heaven's Burial even declared that any guild that offers Zero-Wing assistances will join its hit list, and any of Zero-Wing's members that withdraw will be spared its wrath. That's right. Who would have imagined that Heaven's Burial would close off the Stoneclaw Mountains map with such a powerful barrier? Not only has all communication been cut off, but they've also disabled return scrolls. Moreover, the barrier only has one exit. Based on what I've heard, a large army of evil demons and evil beasts guard that exit, and Heaven's Burial isn't letting any player leave the map, keeping players from notifying the kingdom's armies. Heaven's Burial isn't letting any player leave the map to notify the kingdom's armies. The Stoneclaw Mountains map has been locked down for nearly 7 hours now. With Heaven's Burial's strength, it should have already captured Stone Forest Town. I'm not sure. Based on the information Stone Forest Town's players are sharing via offline communication, the battle between Zero-Wing and Heaven's Burial has become intense, with both sides constantly losing players. But Zero-Wing's players haven't been able to break through to the barrier's exit. In contrast, more players from Heaven's Burial are gathering in the Stoneclaw Mountains by the minute. The same is true for the evil beasts and evil demons. Heaven's Burial is amazingly capable. With their almost complete control of all information relating to the siege, Zero-Wing can't reach the kingdom's armies to ask for help. Meanwhile, trying to get into the barrier is a suicide mission. If Heaven's Burial wishes it, it could kill the players trapped inside as many times as it wants, and those players will have no hope of escape. Logging off inside the barrier will also incur a severe penalty. Besides, if Zero-Wing's members log out of the game, Stone Forest Town will be as good as lost. As the players who rested in the bars and restaurants along the street watched Shifeng, they began to discuss the recent events in the Stoneclaw Mountains. They all admired Heaven's Burial's prowess. Although Zero-Wing was impressively powerful, Heaven's Burial was a step ahead of its rival. The Stoneclaw Mountains have been sealed? Shifeng could not help his surprise. He had seen guilds seal off maps before, but those seals had only blocked communication and disabled return scrolls. Based on what he had just heard, the seal on the Stoneclaw Mountains even prevented players from leaving on foot. This was an extremely difficult feat. Not even he could accomplish the same effect. In the past, only the various superpowers had used such seals when targeting certain apex experts or trying to capture enemy guild cities. Shifeng immediately turned back towards the teleportation hall and teleported to Starmoon City. He then hurried towards Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the normally blue sky over the Stoneclaw Mountains had dulled to a dismal gray. A barrier of evil energy had enveloped the entire map, and while inside this barrier, players' stamina and concentration would be sapped away, even if they did nothing but stand in place. Their minds also felt foggy due to the barrier's power. In contrast, the evil demons inside the barrier were in their element. Both their movement and intellect had improved as had their basic attributes. Standing on one of Stone Forest Town's walls, Aqua Rose watched the swarm of monsters and players gather some distance away with a somber expression. Suddenly, a level 50 ranger clad in blue walked up to Aqua Rose and reported, "Vice Guild Leader Aqua, based on our scouts' observations, another player army has entered the barrier. By the looks of it, they seem to be from Blackwater. There are roughly 20,000 players, over 6,000 of which are level 49 or above. Moreover, they have brought 8 catapults with them." 6,000 experts and 8 catapults? Aqua Rose's expression darkened further after hearing this. Currently, Zero Wing only had around 100,000 members protecting Stone Forest Town, and a large majority of them were players she had gathered and led to the town to reinforce its defenses. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial had gathered over 300,000 members before Stone Forest Town. Although only around 170,000 of them were elite members, and the rest were normal members, the normal members were not to be underestimated. Even the weakest among them was level 45. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial had the support of a large force of evil demons. Rough estimates counted over 100,000 of these monsters. Moreover, more monsters joined the force as time passed. Although most of the evil demons were relatively weak, with only level 45 elites, they continued to devour monsters around the Stoneclaw Mountains, growing stronger. In fact, Heaven's Burial had yet to besiege Stone Forest Town because it concentrated on accumulating more strength. During this period, Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's experts had made multiple attempts to assault the barrier's exit and send information out of the map to notify the kingdom's armies, hoping that the NPCs would show up to exterminate the evil demon army. However, the evil demons and Heaven's Burial's members guarding the exits had foiled every attempt. The evil demons guarding the exit were simply too powerful. There was even a mythic-ranked evil demon among them. Even Fire Dance, who had the greatest chances of escaping the barrier, had been defeated and killed in just a few moves. She hadn't even had the power to resist the mythic-ranked evil demon. Now that Blackwater had dispatched 6,000 experts and 8 catapults as reinforcements, Heaven's Burial's strength in this siege had increased further. Although Aqua Rose wanted nothing more than to charge out there and destroy the 8 catapults Blackwater had sent, the evil demon army would undoubtedly assault any force she let out of Stone Forest Town. By leaving the town, they'd simply nourish the evil demons, ultimately helping Heaven's Burial capture Stone Forest Town. Haha. Vice Guild Leader Aqua, I suggest that you give up this struggle. Stone Forest Town will be mine. In fact, I won't just settle for Stone Forest Town. I'll take Zero Wing City as well. Listen up, Zero Wing members. You'd do well to abandon any hope of winning this war and withdraw from your guild now. Staying will only spell your doom once my monster army charges into Stone Forest Town. We've already sealed off the Stoneclaw Mountains, so even in death, none of you will leave this place alive. You'll only die again and again. So withdraw from your guild while you still have the chance. Singular Burial announced with a voice amplification device as he watched Aqua Rose on the town's ramparts. You should also know that currently, Blackwater's army and another army of evil demons are on their way. Once they arrive, not even heaven will be able to save you. The players in Stone Forest Town fell silent after listening to Singular Burial's declaration with solemn expressions. Are we going to fall just like this? Everything Singular Burial had said seemed true. All they could do now was wait for death to reach them. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the town before a deep voice echoed throughout the area, reaching Stone Forest Town and Heaven's Burial's army and ingraining its question into everyone's minds. Is that so? Chapter 1687, Strong Reversal. Chapter 1687, Strong Reversal. As the deep voice from above reached the players, everyone turned towards it. Black Flame? The Sword King. Everyone quickly discovered a cloaked man hovering in the air. The man carried 2 long swords at his waist and radiated a majestic aura. Upon recognizing this man's appearance, many players gasped in surprise. This man had been responsible for so many miracles already. From killing an enemy commander while surrounded by an army of thousands to deterring an army of tens of thousands single-handedly, this man had defied common sense. He had even slain one well-known expert after another and wounded multiple superpowers. Just recently he had charged into Ancient Rock City alone and destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays. To top it all off, he had left that city with his life. The man was definitely Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. Guild Leader. The Guild Leader's back. He's really here. Many of Zero Wing's members on Stone Forest Town's walls were ecstatic when they saw Shifeng's figure in the distant sky, and the depressing atmosphere that had surrounded them lifted instantly as fighting spirit overwhelmed these players. As they gazed up at Shifeng, a hint of fanaticism even flashed in their eyes. The Guild Leader? Has he already completed his quest? Although Aqua Rose was similarly excited to see Shifeng, a seed of guilt sprouted in her heart. Shifeng had entrusted her with Zero Wing's management before he had left. Heaven's Burial had cornered the guild. Novel full. Guild Leader, you're finally back. When Blackie, Fire Dance, Cola, Shadow Sword, Turtle Dove and Zero Wing's other core members saw Shifeng, they seemed to have grown an extra backbone as they brimmed with confidence. Is Black Flame finally getting involved? Notify the higher-ups immediately. Tell them that Black Flame has arrived. The various superpower spies stationed in Stone Forest Town exploded into action when they saw Shifeng above the town. Some of these spied immediately logged out of the game to report the situation to their superiors. Although logging off would incur penalties, this information was worth the price. After all, Shifeng's appearance alone had changed the situation. Zero Wing's members had already lost their fighting spirit after seeing the countless enemies around them. However, every one of these players reacted as if they were on some kind of high when they saw their guild leader, madness burning in their eyes. Very quickly, the major powers who watched this war received news of Shifeng's arrival in Stone Forest Town. So, Black Flame has finally made an appearance? And here I thought that he had given up on Stone Forest Town. It seems he still intends to fight this out until the very end. When Galaxy Past, who rested the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City, received the latest report from his subordinate, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Heaven's Burial had thrown everything it had into this last assault. The guild had clearly stopped holding back. Even if Stone Forest Town's defenses were very powerful, the evil demon army was no laughing matter. Unlike evil beasts, evil demons were intelligent. They also had faster reaction speeds. They wouldn't succumb to the town's static defenses as easily as the evil beasts. Moreover, based on the information they had collected thus far, any player killed an evil demon killed inside the barrier would become a sacrifice, turning into a new evil demon for Heaven's Burial very quickly. Just thinking about it made Galaxy Past shudder with fear. One could not forget the reinforcements Blackwater had sent either. 8 catapults could inflict devastating damage to Stone Forest Town. Not only did they deal high damage, but they also had an extremely long attack range. Even Zero Wing's movement-type defensive magic array would only last a few hits from these weapons of war. Meanwhile, in a high-class restaurant in the Black Dragon Empire. Interesting. Black Flame really is a suicidal bastard. Nine Dragon's Emperor's lips curled into a smile when he saw the video his subordinate had sent him. Zero Wing is truly finished now. I can't wait to see what Phoenix Rain plans to use to compete against me for Thunder Island in the next contest. In contrast to Nine Dragons Emperor's reaction, when Phoenix Rain read the latest report on the war between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing from her position on Thunder Island, her expression darkened. Why is he such a fool? Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words. Heaven's Burial had obviously sealed Stone Forest Town to massacre Zero Wing's members. It was bad enough that Zero Wing had sent most of its main force members and expert players to the town to defend it, but now even Shifeng, Zero Wing's guild leader, had fallen into this trap. The wisest decision would be to abandon Stone Forest Town and conserve as much of the guild's strength as possible to protect Zero Wing City. The city had already become the guild's core, but if its guild leader were killed while protecting Stone Forest Town, it would deal a massive mental blow to the guild. With both its military prowess and morale wounded, how was Zero Wing supposed to defend Zero Wing City later? Novel full. Standing amidst Heaven's Burial's army which waited outside of Stone Forest Town, Singular Burial had his sight locked onto Shifeng, glaring at the man with a chilling gaze. Due to Black Flame, the foundation he had built for the future Heaven's Burial Empire had been utterly destroyed. If Black Flame hadn't destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, the various superpowers wouldn't have sieged the city, forcing him to sacrifice his city to the evil god's branch temple. However, it was his turn to share the feeling of destruction with Zero Wing. Black Flame, your words sure are bold. What can you possibly do by yourself? You dared to destroy my city's defensive magic arrays, and today I will take Stone Forest Town from you as compensation. Singular Burial sneered at Shifeng. As soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, the evil demon army behind Heaven's Burial's army loosed an earth-shattering roar. The roars of over 100,000 evil demons echoed throughout the Stoneclaw Mountains, and the pressure the monsters released made everyone in Stone Forest Town shudder. Some players' legs even lost their strength. The players in Stone Forest Town were reminded of the evil demon army's strength once more. If the pressure the evil demon army radiated were already so powerful, the consequences would be unimaginable if the monster army took action. Although Shifeng was powerful, what could one person possibly do against so many formidable monsters? There were also Heaven's Burial's players to contend with. In the end, Shifeng had only come to die alongside Zero Wing's members by coming to Stone Forest Town. Since you people from Heaven's Burial like Stone Forest Town so much, then you can stay here forever. Shifeng immediately retrieved a pitch-black energy bead from his bag. The instant he took out this bead, Heaven's Burial's members below him felt their souls shudder. This bead's power had even affected their consciousness. This energy bead was none other than the destruction crystal Shifeng had obtained from recasting the disintegration armor. Before anyone could react, Shifeng loosened his grip on the destruction crystal. The pitch-black energy bead then landed among Heaven's Burial's army. Boom! The moment the destruction crystal touched the ground, it exploded with a silver radiance. Instantly, the ground beneath the destruction crystal sank as the power of destruction spread across the land. Neither living beings nor inanimate objects were spared. Anything and anyone the power of destruction came in contact with vanished, leaving nothing behind. Not even the weapons and equipment players had dropped as they had died had survived the blast. Everything had happened so quickly that before Heaven's Burial's members could even react, an empty plot of land had been created amidst their massive army. For a time, silence descended on Heaven's Burial's forces as if time itself had frozen. Zero Wing's members who stood on Stone Forest Town's walls were just as stupefied by the scene that had just occurred. They hadn't expected Shifeng to make such a sudden move, not even giving Heaven's Burial's members a second to react. And the results of his attack were even so horrific. Chapter 1688, Strength of One Person. Chapter 1688, Strength of One Person. The destruction crystal had a 1,000-yard radius. The AoE could rival a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell. However, unlike Tier 5 large-scale destruction spells, the destruction crystal destroyed everything it touched on a fundamental level. It did not rely on great power to destroy its targets, and even a small fraction of the power of destruction would destroy any player's body it encountered. It would even damage their immortal souls and corrode them to a certain extent. Unfortunately, the power of destruction would weaken at the edges as it spread. Most of the players 500 yards or more from the explosion's epicenter were still alive. Some of them were even still standing. Only, they had all been contaminated to varying degrees from their contact with the power of destruction. This contamination had significantly decreased their basic attributes, and their HPs slowly depleted over time. As for their stamina and concentration, they steadily lost both. Although these players were technically still alive, they could no longer add to the force's combat power. In addition, every player within the radius had lost a drastic amount of their weapons and equipment's durability. All mysterious iron weapons and equipment had turned into dust the moment the power of destruction had touched it, regardless of how little or how much power of destruction they had come into contact with. Not even secret silver equipment would survive within 300 yards of the epicenter. Only fine gold equipment had any hope of surviving the contamination within this range. Only dark gold equipment or better would have survived the contamination within 100 yards of the epicenter. Even so, dark gold weapons and equipment within this radius had still lost over 1/3 of their durability. All of this had happened in a mere instant, and Heaven's Burial hadn't had any time to react. The sudden development hadn't only stunned Heaven's Burial's members, but players within Stone Forest Town also gaped at the result. Heaven's Burial's members were all level 45 and above. If they died and lost a level, they'd have a challenging time recovering their losses. However, players that had been caught in the blast hadn't only lost levels, but their equipment and weapons had been destroyed as well. This loss was far more severe than losing a single level. When Heaven's Burial's surviving members saw their weapons and equipment, they nearly fainted. Zero Wing is really doomed now. The spectating players in Stone Forest Town could not help but gasp. Shifeng's attack had certainly been extraordinary. With just one attack, he had dealt a heavy blow to Heaven's Burial, killing over 5,000 players and 3,000 evil demons. However, the fact remained that Zero Wing had no escape. Shifeng had only dumped oil on the raging flame of Heaven's Burial's hatred. Singular Burial, who stood among his army, glared at Shifeng, radiating killing intent. Even the temperature of the air around him had fallen by a few degrees. Black Flame, you asked for this. Singular Burial then commanded, activate the magic gnome cannons and shoot him out of the sky. Guild leader, are we really going to waste the cannons on him? Weren't we saving them to deal with Stone Forest Town's defensive magic array? Daybreak Fog jumped in, trying to dissuade Singular Burial after hearing his latest order. The magic gnome cannons were war weapons they had acquired after capturing Ancient Rock City. Each of the cannon's shots could rival a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. It also dealt increased damage to defensive magic arrays and fortifications. It was a specialized weapon for siege warfare. However, the magic gnome cannons had limited ammunition, and Heaven's Burial had spent most of that ammunition while defending Ancient Rock City. Now they could only fire 12 rounds. Using that ammo on a single target, a player at that, was unwise. He is the one asking for it. Singular Burial growled madly, adamant that his command be carried out. Hearing Singular Burial's decisive tone, his guild member realized how furious the man was. The players manning the magic gnome cannons at the rear of Heaven's Burial's forces then aimed the weapons at Shifeng and fired. Boom! As the first cannon went off, a beam of dark blue light flew towards Shifeng, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. The energy beam contained so much power that even the space around it trembled. Crap. Singular Burial has lost his mind. He's actually using a war weapon to deal with a single player. Black Flame is dead for sure this time. That attack should have a 100-yard radius at the very minimum. No player can dodge that. The players watching from within Stone Forest Town were stupefied. War weapons generally had very long cooldowns, and the stronger the weapon was, the longer its cooldown would be. Hence, for efficiency, such weapons were generally used against dense crowds. It was a luxury to fire a war weapon at a single player. Just as the dark blue energy beam was about to smash into Shifeng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his HP by 500%, defense by 300%, strength by 150%, and agility by 60%. The intensity of his aura instantly skyrocketed, and it felt as if some primordial beast had just woken from a long sleep. Following which, Shifeng swung Killing Ray towards the incoming energy beam. Lightning edge. Countless arcs of lightning flew from Shifeng's blade, forming a long blue river that collided with the incoming energy beam. When the attacks collided, a brilliant radiance illuminated the battlefield. While everyone was momentarily blinded, a strong gust of wind pushed at them. Heaven's Burial's members standing near the collision were even forced to retreat several yards. After the two attacks fought for supremacy, the magic gnome cannon's energy beam devoured the river of lightning and proceeded to devour Shifeng. However, before Singular Burial could cry out in joyous victory, the smoke in the sky scattered and revealed Shifeng's still living figure. Shifeng was actually alive and still hovering in the air. In fact, he was nowhere near dead. He had only lost around 1/8 of his HP. He didn't die. How is that possible? Seeing Shifeng alive and kicking, the players watching from Stone Forest Town were dumbfounded. The eyes of Heaven's Burial's members nearly fell from their sockets when they saw the result of the attacks. How is this possible? Did he use some invulnerability skill? No, that can't be right, he has lost HP. But if he didn't use an invulnerability skill, why did he only lose a little HP? For a moment, Singular Burial failed to comprehend what had just happened. He had considered the possibility that Shifeng may have a few methods to dodge the magic gnome cannon's attack. For example, the enemy swordsman could use an invulnerability skill or a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll to block the energy beam. He could also use the teleportation skill he had used many times in the past. However, of all the possibilities he had considered, none of them included Shifeng receiving the attack head-on. Continue firing. I refuse to believe he can endure. Singular Burial gave out the command to attack again, gritting his teeth. The magic gnome cannon had a 45-second cooldown, but Heaven's Burial had secured 3 magic gnome cannons from Ancient Rock City. They still had 2 more they could rely on. Suddenly, another magic gnome cannon fired at Shifeng. Boom. Once more, a dark blue energy beam threatened to devour the hovering swordsman. This time, however, Shifeng did not use an AoE skill. Instead, he activated Flame Burst and used Killing Ray to block the energy beam. Once the energy beam had passed, Shifeng had slid back nearly 20 yards before he stabilized his position in the air. He also lost close to 1/6 of his maximum HP. Although he had fared worse than before, he was still alive and well. Attack. Continue attacking him. Singular Burial commanded, madness flashing in his eyes. The third magic gnome cannon fired immediately. Seeing another dark blue energy beam approach, Shifeng moved forward to meet it. Boom. As the smoke scattered, Shifeng remained in the air. He also still had more than 50% of his HP. Is that it? Shifeng asked as he leisurely dusted himself off. Glancing at Singular Burial, he chuckled and wondered aloud, "Are you telling me that this is all Heaven's Burial is capable of?" Silence fell on the battlefield as everyone watched Shifeng. Chapter 1689. Summoning a High Demon. Chapter 1689. Summoning a High Demon. How is this possible? Horror filled Singular Burial's eyes as he stared at Shifeng. He was very familiar with the magic gnome cannon's power, and he simply couldn't accept the fact that Shifeng had just taken 3 hits head-on and survived, much less held on to more than 50% of his HP. Even a Tier 2 metric tons would be vaporized, even after activating a life-saving skill, if they were struck by the magic gnome cannons. Yet 3 of these powerful weapons' attacks had failed to kill Shifeng. Is he some NPC or a humanoid monster? As Heaven's Burial's members looked up at Shifeng's proud, hovering figure, they were overwhelmed with horror and confusion. The strength Shifeng had just displayed was beyond players' abilities. This kind of power lingered in the realms of NPCs and monsters. When they thought about how they were supposed to fight such a monster, a chill crawled down their spines. If not even attacks that could rival Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells could deal significant damage to this swordsman, their attacks would be raindrops pelting his skin. Shifeng's combat standard was also exceedingly high. He wouldn't simply let them attack him like a common monster. If Shi Feng charged into their army's ranks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town had become eerily silent after its players had witnessed the failed bombardment. So this is the strength of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. Although they knew that Shi Feng was Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert and that they were definitely no match for the Sword King, they had never dreamed that the man was this powerful. Being able to face weapons of war was a feat beyond players. Shi Feng without a doubt was a bona fide monster. After witnessing this, the experts that had planned to challenge Shi Feng and claim the title as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert smiled in self-ridicule as they realized how comical their idea was. When Shi Feng swept his gaze over Heaven's Burial's members below him, noticing their shocked expressions, his lips curled into a smile. Although sufficient strength was important in a guild war, a guild's morale was just as important. Players plagued by fear and worry wouldn't be able to fight to their full potential, and they'd make senseless mistakes. In contrast, if a guild's morale were high, its players would exhibit their full potential and perform better than normal. Trying to defeat an enemy while outnumbered wouldn't be entirely impossible. Seems that it was quite effective. Shi Feng was very satisfied with his performance when he saw his enemies' overwhelmed expressions. While war weapons were indeed powerful, they were not unstoppable. Current players were simply too weak to take a hit from such weapons. Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells could certainly kill Tier 1 players, and not even Tier 2 players could normally survive such an attack. But what about Tier 3 and Tier 4 players? Once players reached Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells would only pose a threat. They wouldn't be unstoppable. After reaching Tier 4, players could even shatter a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. The reason Shi Feng had dared to face the Magic Gnome Cannon's attacks was due to his sufficiently high basic attributes and magic resistance. In addition, Heavenly Dragon's power increased his HP and defense by a significant margin. Most importantly, the Disintegration Armor's Disintegration Field could weaken skills and spells above Tier 2 by 60%. With all of these factors in play, he had chosen to receive the Magic Gnome Cannon's energy beams head-on. Even so, he had still received a considerable amount of damage. However, if anyone else stood in his place, even with the help of the Disintegration Field, they'd either die or barely cling to life after a single attack. Although it appeared that he had only lost a small fraction of his HP, he had boosted his HP by 500% with one of his skills. Losing 1/6 of that HP was the equivalent to losing as much HP as he normally possessed. Moreover, receiving Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells head-on was a considerable burden on his equipment's durability. After 3 shots from the gnome cannons, his dark gold equipment's durability had fallen by nearly 1/4. If he received another dozen or so energy beams, all of his items would be destroyed aside from his epic and fragmented legendary items. Seeing that Heaven's Burial's members panic, Shi Feng promptly took the Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll, which he had obtained after killing Baphomet, from his bag and activated it. Tier 4 spell Dark Prison. Before Heaven's Burial's members could recover from their shock, a pitch-black ball appeared among the army. This pitch-black ball then expanded, quickly and silently enveloping a 500-yard radius. After remaining motionless for 2 seconds, the black ball burst and a towering pillar of black light took its place. Instantly, all players who had failed to activate invulnerability skills died as they were caught within the light pillar. With this single attack, Heaven's Burial had lost an additional 6,000+ members. Zero Wing, heed my command. Leave town and wipe out Heaven's Burial. Leave none of them alive. Bring the miniature ballistas and movement-type defensive magic array. Shi Feng shouted from his position in the air, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, Zero Wing's members' blood boiled as they roared with power. Under Aqua Rose and the other core members' command, everyone charged out of Stone Forest Town and dashed toward Heaven's Burial's 300,000-strong army. Hundreds of miniature ballistas and the movement-type defensive magic array followed closely behind. Damn it! How does Black Flame wield this kind of power? We can't win. Black Flame is a monster. I don't want to die. Compared to the physical destruction from Shi Feng's Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll, the mental blow had been crippling. After seeing so many more of their companions instantly die, many of Heaven's Burial members turned and fled. Shifeng had just used 2 large-scale destruction spells with such horrific power in a row. Who knew if he had more in store? Moreover, seeing how miserably their guild members had died had truly terrified them. This was especially true for the first group of players that had fallen to the destruction crystal. The attack had even obliterated most of those players' equipment. Shifeng was basically immortal in their eyes. They couldn't bear to remain in this nightmare for a moment longer. Black Flame. Singular Burial frowned as he watched his army descend into chaos. Hurriedly, he commanded through the team chat, "Send in the evil demon army now." "Guild leader, are we really going to attack now? Blackwater's reinforcements haven't arrived yet. If we start now, I'm afraid that..." Daybreak Fog knew the kind of strength the evil demon army possessed. The majority were newly spawned evil demons. While these evil demons might be able to slaughter players, they would be mostly useless against the NPC soldiers in Stone Forest Town. They'd struggle to break through the town's defenses with these monsters. It doesn't matter. Singular Burial understood the potential consequences of attack too early as well. However, if they did nothing to recover from the mental blow Zero Wing had just dealt, facing the enemy guild would become even more difficult. However, very quickly Singular Burial revealed a sneer as he said, "Zero Wing's members have taken the initiative to leave the town. This is the perfect opportunity to annihilate them. Notify Flame Blood to send in the mythic-ranked evil demons and beasts." Understood. Daybreak Fog recognized Singular Burial's reasoning. Immediately, she contacted Flame Blood and ordered him to take action. Immediately, a commotion occurred within the nearby forest. Within seconds, 1 level 80 mythic-ranked evil demon and 4 level 80 mythic-ranked evil beasts emerged. As they appeared, their deafening roars reached the battlefield. The pressure they exuded even stole the breath from the nearby Heaven's Burial members. The sudden inclusion of these mythic-ranked evil beasts and demon discouraged Zero Wing's members. In contrast, some of Heaven's Burial's morale returned. "Black Flame, it's time to pay for your arrogance." Singular Burial smirked when he saw that Zero Wing's army had already moved a considerable distance away from Stone Forest Town. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the mythic-ranked evil beasts and evil demon to charge into Zero Wing's ranks. Shifeng then returned to the ground. Once he landed, he pulled a crystal ball with a golden glow from his bag. "Come, Baphomet!" Shifeng shouted. At the same time, 5,000 magic crystals vanished from his bag space. Chapter 1690. Mythic Showdown. Chapter 1690, Mythic Showdown. After sacrificing 5,000 magic crystals to activate the High Demon's soul, a gigantic magic array formed before Shifeng. However, unlike other magic arrays, this one did not absorb mana from its environment. Rather, power of darkness gushed from the array and flooded its surroundings as if it were a portal to the darkness world. The dense power of darkness quickly formed a layer of dark mist around the magic array. It was so dense that it even dispersed the ambient evil energy. After 3 seconds of this process, the black mist concentrated into a colossal form. The moment the mist began to coalesce into this gigantic form, it radiated an overwhelming aura that spread into its surroundings. Moreover, as the body took shape, its aura became stronger. After another 5 seconds, Baphomet's 30-meter-tall frame arrived on the battlefield. However, unlike the Baphomet Shifeng had killed, this Baphomet was multitudes stronger. The previous Baphomet had merely been a level 73 Grand Lord, but the monster before Shifeng was level 80 mythic-ranked High Demon. Moreover, due to the Bible of Darkness's Demon Ruler skill, Baphomet's basic attributes increased by another 35%. Baphomet High Demon Mythic. Level 80. HP 324, 000, 000/324, 000. When the evil demon army was within 100 yards of Zero Wing's army, Baphomet stopped the ground lightly and disappeared. The High Demon instantly reappeared before the evil demons before swiping one of its clawed hands at the monster army. Boom. Suddenly, all evil demons within 20 yards of Baphomet flew backward. All elite and special elite ranked evil demons within Baphomet's attack range were instantly obliterated. Even the chieftain-ranked evil demons clung onto life with a small strand of HP. So strong. Zero Wings members who were charging into battle could not help but gasp when they saw this. It was obvious that the swipe had been one of Baphomet's normal attacks. The High Demon hadn't used an AoE skill, yet it had instantly destroyed several dozen evil demons. The resulting impact had even flattened the previously uneven ground before the High Demon. Naturally, Baphomet didn't give its enemies the time to react as it swung its other clawed hand. Boom. Once more, dozens of evil demons died. Several Lord-ranked evil demons flew through the air as they sustained heavy injuries. For a time, Baphomet continued on an unstoppable rampage. The High Demon massacred the evil demons as if it were squashing on ants. Although the nearby evil demons had tried to retaliate, Baphomet had barely taken damage. The chieftain-ranked evil demons only dealt around -300 damage to the High Demon, whereas the Lord-ranked evil demons dealt around -1000 damage. These attacks weren't even a scratch to Baphomet. With its battle recovery, Baphomet regained 3,240,000 HP every 5 seconds. Furthermore, the evil demons didn't have long-ranged attacks. At most, they could launch a few mid-ranged attacks. Although Baphomet was massive, only 200 or so evil demons could attack it at one time. Even if Baphomet stood there and did nothing, the evil demons couldn't kill it. In the few seconds since Baphomet had joined the battlefield, the High Demon had killed hundreds of evil demons. Among them, over 24 had been chieftains and 1 had been a lord. Although the loss was insignificant compared to Heaven's Burial's 100,000-strong force of evil demons, Singular Burial's expression twisted as he watched the High Demon's slaughter. He had never expected Zero Wing to have a trump card like this. He had assumed that Zero Wing would summon divine dragons as it had during their previous war. If that were the case, he intended to sneak the mythic-ranked evil demons past Zero Wing's defenses to target the magic array that summoned the dragons directly. However, it was a different story if Shifeng summoned a mythic monster with an item. Dealing with Baphomet wouldn't be easy. Send 2 mythic evil beasts to hold that demon back. The mythic evil demon will go after Black Flame. I want to see how Zero Wing intends to defeat us. Singular Burial commanded. Evil demons were best against players. Although Shifeng was not an easy target, he was a small pest, slightly larger than his companions before a mythic-ranked evil demon. 2 of the 4 mythic-ranked evil beasts turned toward Baphomet, whereas the mythic-ranked evil demon charged at Shifeng. However, before the evil demon could reach Shifeng, a gigantic figure intercepted it. This figure belonged to none other than Baphomet. Baphomet was 30 meters tall, and the mythic-ranked evil demon was only 5 meters tall. The High Demon loomed over the evil demon like a building. Do you think you can stop it? Singular Burial sneered. A mythic-ranked evil demon's combat standards were even superior to ordinary experts, and its strength was higher than a mythic-ranked evil beast's. Its only weakness was its low 150 million HP. Against players, however, this much HP was more than enough. Without hesitation, the mythic-ranked evil demon brandished one of its claws at Baphomet. As its claw moved, gray mist rapidly enveloped it. Space tore as the claws passed. Tier 3 skill, Dark Annihilation Claw. Although the attack was only a Tier 3 skill, the evil demon's overwhelming strength and speed improved it. Seeing the approaching attack, Baphomet swung one of its own clawed hands to meet the attack, rather than try to dodge. Boom. When the 2 claws collided, space around them shattered. The ground below the collision sank while nearby evil demons were thrown through the air. Evil demons below chieftain rank and within 20 yards of the impact died instantly from the resulting shockwaves. After the 2 demons pushed against each other for a few seconds, the Dark Annihilation Claw's effects vanished, and the mythic-ranked evil demon was forced back by 5 steps before it stabilized itself. The difference between the 2 monsters' strength was obvious at a glance. The Heaven's Burial members that had brimmed with fighting spirit were stupefied, especially Singular Burial. How is any of this possible? How can that thing stop the evil demon's Tier 3 skill with a normal attack? Singular Burial simply could not understand how a demon could possess such horrific strength that not even a mythic-ranked evil demon could compete with it. However, Singular Burial quickly recovered his senses. Baphomet was only one creature, and he had a total of 5 mythic monsters under his command. Even if Baphomet were more powerful, it couldn't stop 5 mythic monsters at once. As long as they killed Shifeng, Baphomet would vanish. Singular Burial immediately contacted Flame Blood, who controlled the mythic monsters in secret, and instructed him to send all 5 to kill Shifeng. He also told Flame Blood to keep the other evil demons away from Baphomet as much as possible, focusing on Zero Wings members. As Singular Burial had expected, although Baphomet was powerful, it couldn't stop 5 mythic monsters of the same level. It took everything the High Demon had to pin down 1 evil demon and 2 evil beasts. However, Zero Wings' army had arrived on the battlefield, and the movement-type defensive magic array enveloped Shifeng in its protection. Meanwhile, several hundred ballistas launched their payload simultaneously. The scene of hundreds of exploding arrows flying towards their targets was spectacular. The explosions 7 halted the mythic-ranked evil beasts' advance for a moment. The weaker evil demons began to die in droves. A single volley of arrows had claimed several hundred evil demons' lives. However, the evil demon army launched its own assault against the movement-type magic array. From time to time, the 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts, which had avoided Baphomet's care, snuck past the High Demon to land 1 or 2 attacks on the magic array. Heaven's Burial also continued to bombard the array with the magic gnome cannons. With so many attacks against it, cracks began to surface on the magic array's barrier. Fortunately, the array quickly repaired itself, and after this continued for several minutes, Zero Wing had no choice but to replenish the movement-type defensive magic array's energy reserves. It's still standing? Envy flashed in Singular Burial's gaze as he watched the movement-type defensive magic array. Although it wasn't as strong as the barrier around a city, it could be reactivated the moment after it shattered. So what if you can withstand the evil demon army for now? How many magic crystals can you afford to spend? Heaven's Burial, charge. Zero Wing won't last much longer. Singular Burial shouted. Heaven's Burial's members could also see that, although Black Flame's previous performance had been stunning, Zero Wing couldn't avoid annihilation. When Zero Wing's members heard Singular Burial's shout, their expressions darkened. The evil demon was already a formidable force. If Heaven's Burial's players joined the fray. Sure enough, I'm pushing my luck by relying on one Baphomet. The battle's current state didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Fortunately, Zero Wing City had accumulated quite a number of magic crystals lately. Following which he retrieved the High Demon's soul from his bag and sacrificed another 5,000 magic crystals to it. Another gigantic magic array joined the battlefield, and after a few seconds, a new Baphomet manifested within the movement-type defensive magic array. Black Flame can summon another one. This is some trick, right? As Heaven's Burial's members began their charge, they slid to a halt as they gaped at the new Baphomet in utter shock. Chapter 1691. Chaotic Battlefield. Chapter 1691. Chaotic Battlefield. Baphomet's 30-meter-tall figure was eye-catching inside the movement-type defensive magic array. The players standing around it looked like ants, and the High Demon was difficult to miss. Both this new Baphomet's aura and basic attributes were identical to the first Baphomet Shifeng had summoned. He can actually summon 2 such powerful monsters. Singular Burial and Heaven's Burial's upper echelons looked on in abject horror. They had already witnessed Baphomet's power. Not only did the High Demon have more strength than both the mythic-ranked evil demon and the evil beasts, but it could also tank 1 mythic evil demon and 2 mythic evil beasts by itself. Even the other 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts struggled to find opportunities to sneak past the first Baphomet to attack Zero Wing. To put it simply, Baphomet's basic attributes and combat standard were already horrific. Yet another monster of its caliber had joined the battle. This raised Zero Wing's combat potential to the next level. When the second Baphomet had manifested, some of Zero Wing's members who had begun to despair cheered. The 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts were the biggest problem they faced, but now that a second Baphomet had joined them, they wouldn't need to worry about any of the mythic monsters. With all 5 of Heaven's Burial's mythic monsters at bay, they could rely on their defensive magic array and miniature ballistas to give Heaven's Burial's demon army the fight of its lifetime. Novel full. Suddenly, the second Baphomet vanished and reappeared before one of the 2 unhindered mythic-ranked evil beasts. Baphomet then swung its clawed hand at the evil beasts. Boom. The impact forced the level 80 mythic evil beast to retreat several steps. Noticing the new, powerful foe, the other mythic evil beast turned and headbutted Baphomet. Rather than dodge the incoming attack, Baphomet stomped the ground and swung its other claw, easily stopping the evil beast's all-out attack. The resulting impact pushed the evil beast back by several steps. The difference in strength between both sides was obvious at a glance. For a time, the 2 Baphomets pinned down Heaven's Burial's 5 mythic monsters, giving the monsters no opportunity to attack the movement-type defensive magic array. As a result, Heaven's Burial's damage against the array drastically decreased. Even with the rest of the evil demon army attacking desperately, the depletion of the magic array's energy reserves slowed. Now it would take far more time to drain the defensive magic array's energy. Furthermore, Zero Wings members could replenish the reserves at any given moment. This allowed the miniature ballistas and ranged players in the defensive magic array to attack without restraint. Each volley from the miniature ballistas contained several hundred exploding arrows. Although a single volley was not enough to kill the chieftain rank and above evil demons, the weaker demons turned to ash instantly. Amazing! So this is Zero Wings Foundation? Even if the guild didn't have those 2 mythic monsters, Heaven's Burial would still find its members difficult to annihilate. The spectating players inside Stone Forest Town were stunned by the spectacular sight of several hundred miniature ballistas launching simultaneous attacks. Meanwhile, Singular Burial, who commanded the battle from afar, glared at Shifeng. He felt as if someone thrust a blade into his heart with each exploding arrow volley from the miniature ballistas. He had sacrificed 400,000 players to obtain these evil demons, and to convince his players to offer a portion of their immortal souls willingly, Heaven's Burial had offered them significant compensation. Yet in the few short minutes since the battle had begun, over 20,000 evil demons had fallen. In contrast, Zero Wing had yet to suffer a single casualty as the impenetrable defensive magic array protected its members. After a short moment, Zero Wing had regained the advantage. Guild leader, we are dealing too little damage to Zero Wing's defensive magic array. At this rate, Zero Wing will annihilate our forces before we can even deplete the magic array's energy reserves, Daybreak Fog said, frowning as she watched volley after volley of exploding arrows rain down on Heaven's Burial's armies. Aside from the 2 Baphomets, the several hundred miniature ballistas were plenty of trouble. Their combined attacks could rival a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell in both power and range. Even though evil demons were stronger than players, they couldn't survive a bombardment of multiple Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Novel full. Haven't Blackwater's reinforcements arrived yet? Singular Burial could practically feel his heart bleed. The losses the evil demon army was suffering were severe, but his player army's losses were worse. Players didn't have as much HP as the evil demons, and every attack from the 2 Baphomets and the miniature ballistas could one-hit his players. Thus far, Heaven's Burial had lost over 30,000 players. Many of them were the guild's elite members. Meanwhile, the Mythic Evil Demon and Mythic Evil Beast's performance wasn't nearly as powerful as he had expected. On the contrary, the 2 Baphomets had them thoroughly suppressed and they steadily lost HP. Singular Burial regretted his decision to begin the battle against Zero Wing so soon. Had he known that Shifeng could summon 2 Baphomets, he definitely would have waited until Blackwater's reinforcements had arrived. With Blackwater's catapults, destroying Zero Wing's defensive magic array would be much easier. Once they depleted the magic crystals Zero Wing had on hand, the guild's members would be fish on a chopping board. They're almost here. They'll arrive in 6 or 7 minutes, Daybreak Fog reported after contacting one of Blackwater's representatives. 6 or 7 minutes? Singular Burial made some quick calculations in his head. At the rate the battle was developing, Heaven's Burial should have no problems lasting for another half an hour or so. Alright, but tell them to hurry. Tell them that Zero Wing is much stronger than we had anticipated. Daybreak Fog immediately relayed Singular Burial's message to Blackwater's army. Zero Wing can actually dominate the evil demon army? It's no wonder why such an insignificant guild dares to provoke Blackwater. Falling Fire, who wore a set of crimson mage robes, was surprised after he learned of Heaven's Burial's current predicament. However, that was all he felt. He wasn't worried in the slightest that they would fail to capture Stone Forest Town. Singular Burial had stated that his forces could hold out for another 30 or so minutes, and his group would arrive in around 7. Meanwhile, standing at the forefront of Zero Wing's army, Shifeng spent another 5,000 magic crystals to summon a third Baphomet once the High Demon's soul's cooldown ended. The instant the third Baphomet manifested, the battlefield fell silent. It was as if time had frozen. Before Heaven's Burial's members could react to the new Baphomet, Shifeng had the freshly summoned High Demon charge into enemy ranks, executing one skill after another. A Tier 4 High Demon possessed many skills and spells, and all of them were capable of killing dozens, even hundreds of players. Damn it! How is this possible? Shock and confusion overwhelmed Singular Burial as he stared at the third Baphomet. He could not figure out how Shifeng had summoned such powerful monsters, one after another. However, Singular Burial quickly calmed himself and pushed this thought out of his mind as he turned to Daybreak Fog and commanded, "Fog, contact Falling Fire and tell his group to hurry. Tell him to bring the 1 mythic evil demons and the 2 mythic evil beasts guarding the exit." Daybreak Fog knew how precarious their situation was now as well. She notified Falling Fire, telling him to increase his force's speed and transfer more monsters to the battlefield. However, shortly after Daybreak Fog ended the call, Shifeng pulled a Summon Guard scroll from his bag and activated it. Suddenly, a lithe, captivating figure appeared before Shifeng. Naturally, this figure belonged to Anna. Following Anna's arrival, a level 80 Great Lord ranked Golden Giant and 10 level 80 Lord ranked Rock Guardians joined the battlefield. This instantly elevated Zero Wing's destructive power to a whole other level. Anna, in particular, performed as well as the Baphomets. She controlled numerous holy spears to attack the enemy players, each wave killing dozens or even over 100 players. Any Tier 1 player these spears struck died instantly. After summoning Anna, Shifeng had the 3 Baphomets use their strongest skill. Each of the Baphomets then summoned their crimson longswords enveloped in pitch-black fire. Not only did the crimson longswords significantly increase the Baphomet's attack range, but those who fell to these weapons would also find their souls burning in the soul fire. In 1 minute, Heaven's Burial's 300,000 strong player army was reduced to just 200,000. Meanwhile, there were less than 50,000 surviving evil demons. This instilled a deep fear in Heaven's Burial's members. Even Singular Burial began to panic. He contacted Falling Fire personally and demanded, "Falling Fire, where are you? We're almost there. We'll arrive in another 4 or 5 minutes, Falling Fire said. 4 or 5 minutes? That long? Singular Burial paled as he gazed at the scorched, corpse-laden battlefield before him. Chapter 1692, Army Shattered. Chapter 1692, Army Shattered. Long. Falling Fire was confused by Singular Burial's comment. This was the time they had previously agreed upon. His arrival hadn't been delayed in the slightest. In fact, he had even increased his army's pace while disregarding their stamina consumption. Moreover, a battle of hundreds of thousands couldn't end in 4 or 5 minutes. These battles normally drug on for several hours before reaching a conclusion. The battle is intense. I can buy at most 5 more minutes. In any case, you need to hurry over here as soon as possible. Otherwise, the battle's outcome won't be certain, Singular Burial said, gritting his teeth. In reality, he wanted to tell the man that if his group didn't arrive in the next 5 minutes, their siege on Stone Forest Town would likely fail. Zero Wing is actually that strong? Singular Burial's response confused Falling Fire further. Although Heaven's Burial had incurred heavy losses while defending Ancient Rock City, its remaining combat power could not be underestimated. Heaven's Burial also had command of over 100,000 evil demons. However, Falling Fire did not bother to ruminate over the matter as he nodded and said, "All right, I'll increase my force's speed to its maximum. We'll arrive in 4 minutes at most." 4 minutes. Singular Burial breathed a sigh of relief. If he organized his current forces, they should still have enough strength to defeat Zero Wing's army and capture Stone Forest Town. Singular Burial immediately disconnected the call and commanded his armies to retreat from the battlefield slowly. At the same time, he ordered some of his players to use magic arrays to buy time. He even used the 6 Tier 3 summoning scrolls and a large number of Tier 3 control magic scrolls. Heaven's Burial had gone to great lengths to collect to stop the 3 Baphomet's rampant slaughter. Although Tier 3 control magic scrolls could not stop Tier 4 mythic monsters completely, Singular Burial could use them to limit the monster's mobility. As the Tier 3 control magic scrolls activated, one after another, magic arrays began to appear above and below the 3 high demons. Barriers, vines and chains then emerged and restricted the Baphomet's strength and mobility. Black Flame, I'll admit that you are amazing to have forced me to use all of Heaven's Burial's trump cards, but in another 4 minutes, Zero Wing will meet its doom. Singular Burial shot Shifeng a cold glare as he watched Zero Wing's army push forward. The strength Zero Wing had displayed in this battle had greatly exceeded his expectations. Had he known that Zero Wing could summon monsters of Baphomet strength, he would have had Flame Blood mobilize every mythic monster under his command. If the remaining mythic monsters which currently guarded the barrier's exit were here, Heaven's Burial's armies wouldn't have been forced to retreat after suffering such severe losses. However, with things as they are now, he had no choice but to push his armies to resist. Now that Heaven's Burial had lost Ancient Rock City, it must capture both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City if the guild wanted any hope of becoming a superpower in God's domain again. Otherwise, rising would become extremely difficult for Heaven's Burial. Although Blackwater hadn't dispatched a lot of players to help capture Stone Forest Town, many of them were experts. Blackwater's army was even armed with powerful weapons of war. As long as they destroyed Zero Wing's defensive magic array and regrouped with the remaining mythic monsters, they could wipe out Zero Wing's forces and capture Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the battle between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing had thoroughly astounded the bystanders in Stone Forest Town. Strong. Too strong. This battle was no longer a simple guild war. It looked like a war between kingdoms. All sorts of mythic monsters had been dispatched to add to the army's combat power. Each side used Tier 3 and Tier 4 magic scrolls one after another. The experts that ordinary players like them normally looked up to were insignificant here. All of these players finally understood what a real guild war looked like. The guild wars they had witnessed previously were child's play compared to this. The war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was no longer a simple competition between players. It had become a war in which both guilds used everything they had to finish each other off. Both guilds had staked their continued existence on this war. No one had expected the battle to reach these heights. Initially, everyone had assumed that Heaven's Burial's victory would be overwhelming due to the assistance of the evil demon army. However, not only had Zero Wing shattered both Heaven's Burial's players and its monster army, but it had also done so without losing a single player. This outcome was too frightening. The various large guild's members who had planned to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament to rob the guild abandoned that plan out of fear. Fortunately, they had not taken action alongside Heaven's Burial. The consequences for doing so would have been unimaginably dire. Following which, due to Heaven's Burial's sudden retaliation, the battle fell into a stalemate. Guild leader, I just received a report that Blackwater's forces are nearly here. Moreover, the evil demon army guarding the barrier's exit are rushing towards our location. Aqua Rose hurriedly reported after hearing from one of the frontline scouts. Although the battle seemed like it was in Zero Wing's favor now, Aqua Rose knew that her guild couldn't continue at this pace much longer. Since the battle had begun, Zero Wing had spent over 80,000 magic crystals, and they had only started with a stock of 140,000. If Blackwater and the other evil demon army reinforced Heaven's Burial's forces, Zero Wing would be in danger. How long until they arrive? Shifeng asked. Blackwater's forces should arrive first. It'll take them roughly 4 or 5 minutes, Aqua Rose said. She then suggested, "Why don't we retreat to Stone Forest Town for now?" If they retreated into Stone Forest Town, they could rely on the town's magic towers and defense turrets, which would give them an easier time against Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's combined army. The town's NPC soldiers could also participate in the fight. 4 or 5 minutes? Shifeng smiled. That was more than enough time for them to deal with Heaven's Burial. Immediately he commanded, "Relay my commands. Have everyone attack with everything they've got. Hold nothing back." Previously he had let Zero Wing attack to prevent Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's forces from combining. Naturally he couldn't let Zero Wing's members hide behind Stone Forest Town's walls and focus on defense. Heaven's Burial had already used everything it had. Its players' morale was at an all-time low. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Receiving Shifeng's command, Zero Wing's morale increased again. Zero Wing's members retrieved the precious treasures they had gained during their usual grinds or raids and used them against Heaven's Burial's members and the evil demons. Anna, who stood beside Shifeng, also activated her berserk skill Yin-Yang power, the intensity of her aura soaring. For a moment even the Zero Wing members near her felt stifled. Before anyone could react, Anna used her over-tier spell Chains of Light. Chains of Light was already a Tier 3 spell, but due to Yin-Yang power, its power climbed to Tier 4. Suddenly, countless chains exploded from the ground and bound the mythic-ranked evil demon, drastically decreasing the evil demon's strength and mobility. Now the evil demon could not even compare to an ordinary mythic monster. By the time Chains of Light had bound the mythic evil demon, Anna had finished casting the Tier 3 curse Yin-Yang Judgment, which she had double cast alongside Chains of Light. Anna then pointed her staff at the distant mythic evil demon, and 2 magic arrays, one glowing white and the other black, appeared in the sky above her target. Under her command, a holy spear dropped from above, sliding through the defenseless mythic evil demon's body. Boom! The world shook as a brilliant black-white pillar devoured the evil demon. -7,451,374. In one hit, the mythic evil demon had lost a significant chunk of its HP and was covered in wounds and scorch marks. The evil demon looked miserable. At the same time it fell into a heavily injured state, reducing its combat power and defense. Now it was only as powerful as an ordinary Grand Lord. The scene stunned every player on the battlefield. With one strike the mythic evil demon had lost more than 5% of its HP. At this point Shifeng commanded the 2 Baphomets that fought near the mythic evil demon to use the Tier 4 skill, Dimensional Slash. 2 streaks of black light then cut down the heavily injured mythic evil demon. -9,613,474. -9,576,174. 2 frightening damages appeared above the mythic evil demon's head simultaneously, instantly lowering the evil demon's HP to under the 60% threshold. Damn it! Heal it quickly. Do not let the mythic evil demon die. Singular Burial paled when he saw the mythic-ranked evil demon's HP plummet. He had never thought that Zero Wing would still have such a hand to play. Regardless of how much Singular Burial shouted at his team, the mythic evil demon's HP continued to decrease. Heavily injured, the evil demon even struggled to block Anna and the 2 Baphomets' attacks. Meanwhile, each Baphomet easily dealt over 1,000,000 damage with their normal attacks, and if the high demons used Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills, they'd deal several millions of damage. Heaven's Burial's healers simply couldn't keep up. Nearly 30 seconds later, the mythic evil demon fell to Anna's holy light spear and dropped over a dozen items. When they saw the items, many players wanted to charge in and claim the loot for themselves, but with the 2 Baphomets standing guard, they quickly dismissed the thought. Using this opportunity, Shifeng quickly made his way to the loot and collected the dropped items without sparing them a second glance. Once the mythic evil demon was dead, the battle turned for the worst for Heaven's Burial. Without the mythic evil demon, Anna and the 3 Baphomets overwhelmed the remaining 4 mythic evil beasts. They also had cover fire from the miniature ballistas. Despite Singular Burial's command for the mythic evil beasts to retreat from the battlefield, one of the monsters fell less than a minute after the evil demon had died. Seeing this, Singular Burial was unable to utter a single word for some time. Falling Fire, where are your forces? Daybreak Fog asked desperately after contacting Falling Fire. We're almost there. We'll reach the battlefield in another minute, Falling Fire replied. 1 minute? That long? Daybreak Fog could not help but sigh when she heard Falling Fire's reply. Glancing around at the remaining mythic-ranked evil beasts, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. You are better off not coming. The battle here is over. We'll regroup at the barrier's exit." The battle's over? What is the meaning of this? Falling Fire demanded, shocked. We lost, Daybreak Fog answered after mustering her final strand of willpower. She then disconnected the call. Chapter 1693. Stay here. Chapter 1693. Stay here. Heaven's Burial lost? How did it happen so quickly? Falling Fire was stupefied when he heard Daybreak Fog's final sentence. He simply could not fathom how such an outcome had occurred. Heaven's Burial had sent over 300,000 players and 100,000 evil demons to siege Stone Forest Town. The army had even included 5 mythic-ranked monsters. With such a force, even capturing a guild city should be a problem, much less a guild town. Furthermore, the battle at Stone Forest Town had begun and ended in less than half an hour. Even killing 400,000 common monsters would take more time than that, yet he had just learned that Heaven's Burial had lost in such a short time. No matter how he thought about it, he simply couldn't bring himself to believe Daybreak Fog's claim. Moreover, Singular Burial had confidently assured him that they could last another 5 minutes. But only 3 minutes had passed since that conversation and the battle was over. For a moment he even wondered if Singular Burial was toying with him. However, with how much Heaven's Burial had riding on this battle, Falling Fire doubted that Singular Burial would make such a joke. If Singular Burial were really joking, only Heaven's Burial would suffer for it. Should we retreat? Qin Muyun, the woman beside Falling Fire, asked. She wore a suit of silver plate armor and carried a buckler engraved with divine runes. No. How can we possibly just leave after spending all of that time and effort to get this far? Even if Heaven's Burial is heavily wounded, Zero Wing shouldn't fare much better. Let's go and take a look. If there is a chance of victory, we can use the opportunity to capture Stone Forest Town, Falling Fire said, shaking his head. Moreover, we have the advanced magic array Magic Dragon's Descent. Mythic evil demons and beasts can't compare to the Magic Dragon. Not even a city's defensive magic array can last more than a few hits against it. Capturing Stone Forest Town will be child's play. Qin Muyun nodded her agreement. This time, their superiors had instructed them to show Zero Wing and everyone else in God's domain the consequences for provoking Blackwater. Although Heaven's Burial's swift defeat had been a surprise, it was not exactly impossible. The majority of Heaven's Burial's evil demon army consisted of recently spawned demons, which still sorely lacked strength. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's player army only had around 170,000 elite members, while the rest were normal guild members. As for the guild's experts, Heaven's Burial had only dispatched around 5,000 due to the losses the guild suffered in Ancient Rock City. On the other hand, Blackwater had dispatched over 6,000 experts and 10,000 elite players. In addition, the army had 5 Tier 2 experts: Falling Fire, Laughing Drunkard, Lethal Gale, First Ghost and Qin Miyun. With their arrangement of 1 Tier 2 Shield Warrior, 2 Tier 2 Berserkers, and 1 Tier 2 Assassin, they could offer the support to allow Falling Fire to display the full strength of a Tier 2 Elementalist. In contrast, Heaven's Burial only had 3 Tier 2 players, and there wasn't a single MT among them. They had also brought with them 8 catapults. Even if they had to face 2 or 3 mythic monsters, they had a high chance of victory. Falling Fire and Blackwater's forces immediately increased their pace towards Stone Forest Town. After running for nearly 1 minute, the army arrived at the top of a slope some distance away from Stone Forest Town. However, as Falling Fire began to organize his troops and advance on the town, he heard the sound of a massive explosion. The forest ahead of him trembled with the force of the explosion, and after a moment, a towering pillar of light destroyed the blast surrounding terrain. Pitch-black fire devoured the nearby trees in the blink of an eye, leaving only cinders behind. When the light pillar faded, Falling Fire's team spotted a 50-meter-tall evil earth dragon laying in the ashes. The evil earth dragon's HP had already reached 0, and its entire body had burned to black. Deep cuts scored the evil earth dragon's entire body, with some so deep that one could even see the mythic monster's white bones. Several hundred of these deep gouges decorated the evil earth dragon's form. Blackwater's members gasped when they saw this corpse's miserable state. The light pillar had also killed hundreds of evil demons and players. However, that wasn't the worst part. Despite these players clearly being dead, their translucent souls still occupied the battlefield. Meanwhile, these souls were in agony as the pitch-black flames continued to burn them. Seeing this, ordinary players might not realize what was happening, but the large guild's upper echelons and experts understood very well. This was a soul attack, and any player the attack killed would lose more than just one level. It was very likely that these players wouldn't be able to log back into God's domain for some time. Meanwhile, 3 gigantic figures stood beside the evil earth dragon's corpse. Each of these figures was 30 meters tall, and they all held crimson longswords in their right hands, the blades of which were wrapped in pitch-black fire. Once they saw their prey's corpse, the 3 Baphomets split up and charged at the nearby evil demons and Heaven's Burial members. Every time the Baphomets swung their swords, dozens of evil demons and players lost their lives. None of these evil demons or players could withstand a single hit from the high demons. The 3 Baphomets were like demon gods as they slaughtered the evil demons and Heaven's Burial members. Only the half-HP mythic evil beasts could hold off a high demon for any length of time. However, despite only one Baphomet facing off against the 2 remaining mythic evil beasts, the latter lost HP rapidly. It was only a matter of time before they died. Falling Fire and the others wore somber expressions as they watched this scene. The 3 level 80 mythic-ranked high demons even overwhelmed the evil earth dragons. Before these monsters, players were a joke. Falling Fire finally understood why Heaven's Burial had been defeated so quickly. How is Zero Wing so powerful? Falling Fire was greatly confused as he watched the 3 Baphomets slaughter Heaven's Burial's forces. Obtaining one such powerful monster was already extremely difficult, yet Zero Wing had command of 3 of them. Not even super guilds were capable of such a feat. Blackwater's members? Shi Feng, who stood some distance behind the Baphomets, quickly noticed the spectating crowd on a distant hillside. "Since you're here, you should stay here forever." Saying so, Shi Feng instructed 2 of the Baphomets to charge at Blackwater's army. The Baphomets he had summoned had a very short duration of 5 hours. Since Blackwater's forces had already arrived, he didn't mind taking them out. Fortunately, Heaven's Burial was no longer a threat to Zero Wing. He could finish off its members after taking out the larger threat, Blackwater's forces. "Damn it!" Falling Fire shouted. Watching the 2 Baphomets dash towards them, Falling Fire could easily guess what Shi Feng had in mind. Immediately he commanded, "Summon the magic dragon. Activate the defensive magic array." Agreeing with Falling Fire's decision, Qin Muyun notified the players responsible for the 2 magic arrays. She had already witnessed the Baphomet's strength. If 2 of these monsters were allowed to charge into Blackwater's ranks, the consequences would be unimaginable. The only way to stop the 2 approaching high demons was to summon the magic dragon and use their defensive magic array. Suddenly, a colossal silver magic array appeared in the sky. A moment later, a dragon covered in pitch-black scales and silver runes manifested before Blackwater's army. Magic Dragon Clan, High Inferior Dragon Mythic. Level 75. HP 420, 000, 000/420, 000. The magic dragon's aura was visibly stronger than that of ordinary mythic monsters. It could basically rival a mythic-ranked archaic species of the same level. The level 80 evil earth dragons simply couldn't compare to this monster. This was also why Falling Fire was confident in capturing Stone Forest Town despite Heaven's Burial's defeat. When the magic dragon joined the battlefield, 100 players in Blackwater's army spread out along the army's edges before activating a defensive magic array. A magic barrier then formed and enveloped the army. A moment after Blackwater's army deployed its offensive and defensive measures, The two Baphomets reached the army like a powerful gale. One of the two Baphomets then leaped into the air, transforming into a blur as it arrived before the magic dragon. The high demon then swung down its crimson longsword, and the weapon tore apart space as it moved down towards the high inferior dragon's head. Although Clan tried to block the attack with one of its claws, it was repelled the moment its claw met the blazing, crimson longsword. The crimson longsword then proceeded to smash into the magic dragon's head and slam it straight toward the ground, the resulting impact carving out a huge crater in the earth below. Meanwhile, the other Baphomet arrived before Blackwater's defensive magic array. As the high demon raised its long sword, the pitch-black flames along the blade flared. As the Baphomet commanded, a raging pillar of black fire descended on Blackwater's magic barrier. When the flames met the barrier, the attack formed a massive slice across it. Smaller, web-like cracks began to spread out around the cut, crawling across the entire magic barrier. Chapter 1694. One hit to destroy a magic array. Chapter 1694. One hit to destroy a magic array. In the dense forest some distance away from Stone Forest Town. Under Singular Burial's command, Heaven's Burial's members had scattered and fled into the forest. By doing so, more members would escape with their lives. Zero Wings members could only operate within the movement-type defensive magic array, and only the three Baphomets were truly capable of giving chase. Why are Blackwater's people here? Daybreak Fog, who maneuvered around the forest, was confused to see Falling Fire's group on a distant hillside. Have they lost their minds? They actually came. She had clearly told Blackwater not to come and to regroup at the barrier's exit. They'd only stand a chance against Zero Wing once they combined their forces. Foolish. Absolutely foolish. How can Blackwater employ such fools? Singular Burial could not help but curse out loud when he saw Falling Fire's distant figure. He had already gotten a taste of Zero Wing's true strength. He had hoped to regroup with Blackwater's army and the evil demon army guarding the barrier's exit before resuming their battle against his hateful enemy. However, the fools from Blackwater had refused to listen to his advice and continued towards the battlefield. If Zero Wing decimated Blackwater's forces now, this war was as good as over. Heaven's Burial would lose all hope of capturing Stone Forest Town. Before Singular Burial could contact Falling Fire and demand an explanation from the foolish elementalist, he noticed two of the rampaging Baphomets leave the battlefield and charge straight for the hillside Blackwater's army resided on. Seeing this, Singular Burial fell into a thorough despair. However, before the two Baphomets had reached Blackwater's army, a mythic-ranked magic dragon descended from the sky. Despite such a vast distance between him and the high inferior dragon, Singular Burial could feel the horrific pressure the monster gave off, and he couldn't help but shudder. Layer after layer of translucent magic barrier enveloped Blackwater's entire army. In the blink of an eye, a triple barrier had formed to protect the army. At a glance, one could easily tell that the triple barrier was the product of a high-ranked defensive magic array. Guild leader, Blackwater seems to be taking Zero Wing seriously this time. They've even used two of their trump cards. Based on our information, those two magic arrays were rewards Blackwater obtained after completing an epic main storyline quest. The guild had to expend a lot of resources and manpower to complete it, Daybreak Fog said, slightly surprised to see the two magic arrays that had formed around Blackwater's forces. The summon magic dragon should have the power to rival a mythic-ranked archaic species of the same level, and the defensive magic array is an advanced magic array. It can block even Tier 4 attacks with ease. With those two we might stand a chance against Zero Wing. Some of Heaven's Burial's upper echelons breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Daybreak Fog's explanation. Singular Burial's eyes shone with joy. If they had a mythic-ranked archaic species on their side to fight with their forces and the two remaining evil earth dragons, they should be able to keep Zero Wing at bay for quite some time. Once the other evil demon army arrived, it might even be possible to suppress the three Baphomets. Moreover, the Baphomets wouldn't be able to clash their armies for some time with the advanced defensive magic array to protect them. They could then use the opportunity to bombard Zero Wing's defensive magic array with Blackwater's 8 catapults. Zero Wing's defensive magic array wouldn't last long against them. As Singular Burial prepared to order his scattered forces to regroup with Blackwater, something unbelievable occurred. One of the two Baphomets that had assaulted Blackwater's army had sent the level 75 magic dragon crashing face-first into the ground with a single attack. Meanwhile, the other Baphomet released a powerful strike against Blackwater's defensive magic array. Although the triple barrier did not fall, cracks webbed the entire barrier. For a moment the world seemed to have fallen silent. How is this possible? Even Falling Fire and his Blackwater companions were dumbfounded, not to mention Singular Burial and his upper echelons. Their eyes bulged as they stared at the damage. A monster that rivaled a mythic-ranked archaic species had been thrown face-first to the ground. A mythic-ranked archaic species was practically invincible to current players. However, that wasn't what shocked them most. The Baphomet's ability to damage an advanced defensive magic array's barrier so severely with a single attack was unbelievable. Falling Fire and the other Blackwater members even wondered if the system had tricked them, awarding some cheap knockoff. What Falling Fire and the others did not know was that a high demon was a demon with a noble lineage. High demons were akin to emperors among demons, and their life ratings were even higher than archaic species. Only dragons and ferocious beasts could hope to triumph over a high demon. Furthermore, Shifeng's Baphomets had been reinforced with the Bible of Darkness. Their strength was far higher than the mythic-ranked magic dragons, and in a frontal clash, it was only natural that the magic dragon clan had lost. The advanced defensive magic array was indeed capable of blocking a normal Tier 4 attack, but the attack Baphomet had used had been a Tier 4 taboo skill. Including the Bible of Darkness's buff, the Tier 4 taboo skill could rival a Tier 5 attack, which was already far beyond the defensive magic array's endurance limit. It's not broken? What a powerful defensive magic array. Shifeng was slightly surprised as he watched Blackwater's defensive magic array slowly mending itself. He had never thought that Blackwater could acquire such a powerful advanced magic array. However, Falling Fire and his companions were truly shocked. Not only had Baphomet's attacks severely damaged their defensive magic array, but the players maintaining the magic array had also lost 1/3 of their mana pools. Unlike Zero Wing's movement-type defensive magic array, which was machine-operated, their players had to maintain their magic array. Hence, the energy needed to mend and maintain the array came from the player's mana. If even one of these players ran out of mana, the magic array would stop working and disappear. Players could only rely on mana recovery potions to replenish their mana stores. However, mana recovery potions had considerably long cooldowns, and they only restored a small amount of mana. Meanwhile, after seeing its first attack failing, the Baphomet attacking the defensive magic array promptly followed up with another Tier 4 skill. Although the skill was no match for a Tier 4 taboo skill, it still drained a significant amount of mana from the players maintaining the magic array. Meanwhile, the other Baphomet continued to bombard the magic dragon, pushing it back and tearing one pained cry after another from the monster. At this point, Falling Fire snapped out of his daze and hurriedly commanded, "Attack! Fire the catapults!" The players controlling the catapults immediately aimed and fired at the Baphomet attacking their magic barrier. The catapults were extremely powerful and with normal ammunition, their attacks had the power of Tier 4 strikes. If loaded with special ammunition, the war weapons attacks would reach the peak of Tier 4. These attacks could even heavily injure mythic monsters, and their only downside was their long 2-minute cooldown. Suddenly, 8 gigantic flaming boulders flew towards the Baphomet attacking the defensive magic array. Just before one of the flaming boulders, decorated with divine runes, struck the high demon, the latter lightly swung its crimson long sword. Boom! The moment the edge of blade met the flaming boulder, Baphomet was forced to take 3 steps back as a damage of over -100,000 appeared above its head. However, the clash had failed to inflict any negative effects, such as a temporary numbing. Following which, Baphomet rapidly brandished its long sword to strike down the rest of the incoming boulders, one after another. Each time it blocked an attack, it was forced to retreat several steps, and the Baphomet only stabilized itself after taking a few dozen steps backward. How can a monster be so powerful? Regret gripped Falling Fire's heart as he watched the Baphomet only lose a little over 1 million HP after receiving all 8 attacks. Why had he so foolishly rushed over here? Before falling fire could snap out of his daze, the targeted Baphomet advanced and assaulted the defensive magic array again. The players maintaining the magic array continued to lose mana, and although falling fire and his players tried to retaliate, the high demon simply shrugged off their attacks. Retreat. Retreat with the magic array. We cannot remain here any longer. Falling fire shouted anxiously, his expression somber. Although he hated to admit it, even a fool could tell that only death awaited them should they continue this battle. Their wisest option was a quick retreat while the defensive magic array still stood. Although moving the magic array would significantly deplete its energy, it was better than standing here and doing nothing. Don't even think you can flee that easily. When Shifeng saw Blackwater's army began its retreat, he immediately commanded Anna to use angel summoning. A moment later, a Valkyrie with white feathered wings descended onto the battlefield. A Valkyrie's life rating was even higher than a high demon's, but how much strength the summoned Valkyrie could exhibit largely depended on Anna's basic attributes. Fortunately, Anna had already activated Yin-Yang power, which allowed the Valkyrie's combat power to reach a height like never before. The Valkyrie's two sets of wings shuddered slightly before she vanished from where she stood. A second later she reappeared before Blackwater's army, radiating a horrific aura that was even stronger than the two Baphomets. Suddenly, a spear of thunder formed in the Valkyrie's hand before she tossed it at Blackwater's magic barrier. Ping, ping, ping. 3 crisp sounds echoed throughout the forest as a hole formed in the 3 incomparably powerful protective barriers. The spear then struck one of the players maintaining the array before it exploded. Boom. Countless arcs of golden lightning scattered, devouring everything in its path. Any players this lightning touched were vaporized instantly. With just one attack, the Valkyrie had killed over 500 Blackwater members. Meanwhile, the advanced defensive magic array could no longer operate as it lost one of its operators, and it began to fade out of existence. Staring at the Valkyrie before him, Falling Fire's expression became more solemn than ever before. When Singular Burial and the other Heaven's Burial members saw this from within the forest, horror flashed in their eyes. With one attack, the Valkyrie had destroyed an advanced defensive magic array that could even stop a mythic-ranked monster's attacks. Chapter 1695. Heaven's Burial Crumbles. Chapter 1695. Heaven's Burial Crumbles. When the triple barrier Blackwater's advanced defensive magic array had created began to fade, the various major powers members, who watched the battle through magic water mirrors, expressed their shock and horror. The 3 Baphomets Shifeng had summoned were impossibly strong. But even one of their full-powered attacks had only cracked the defensive magic array's outermost barrier. On the other hand, the Valkyrie had destroyed the entire defensive magic array with one attack. If the Valkyrie were used to siege a guild town or city, just thinking about it made them shudder. It was entirely possible that the Valkyrie would only need one attack to break a city's defensive magic array. Just how many secrets has Zero Wing hidden? Singular Burial was nearly traumatized as he watched Blackwater's defensive magic array crumble. Countless guilds dreamed of wielding the power to destroy a city's defensive magic array. Breaking a city's defensive magic array was, after all, the most important part of trying to capture a city. When Shifeng had destroyed ancient rock cities' defensive magic arrays, he had chalked it up to the man finding some precious treasure, and a treasure like that would only have limited uses. Once the usage counts were exhausted, the treasure would disappear. Yet Shifeng had replicated that feat with a summoned Valkyrie one of his personal guards controlled. This had an entirely different meaning than summoning such power with a consumable. The Valkyrie had been called with a skill, which meant that Zero Wing could summon the monster indefinitely, only limited by the skill's cooldown. Sure enough, that Valkyrie is really powerful. The fact that the Valkyrie had destroyed an advanced defensive magic array even surprised Shifeng. However, he doubted that the Valkyrie could destroy a city's defensive magic array. At the very least, she'd need to use more than one attack. An advanced defensive magic array, which players had to maintain, and a city's defensive magic array were two very different things. A player-maintained defensive magic array had the advantage that it could be deployed at any given time. However, its flaws were obvious. First, there was the problem of mana consumption. Second, no harm must come to the players maintaining the magic array. Otherwise, the magic array would crumble. Although the Valkyrie's full-powered attack had pierced a hole in Blackwater's defensive magic array, it had failed to destroy the magic array entirely. The attack had merely drained a considerable amount of mana from the maintaining players. The attack had only destroyed the barrier because it had killed a few of the players maintaining it. This wouldn't happen with the city's defensive magic array. At most, the Valkyrie's attack would deplete some of the magic array's energy. Meanwhile, since Blackwater's army had lost its defensive magic array's protection, it had no way to deal with the High Demon before it. Each time Baphomet swung its crimson longsword, it reaped the lives of over 100 players. After the players died, Baphomet's soul fire continued to burn their immortal souls. In the blink of an eye, Baphomet had killed over 1,000 players. Falling Fire's heart bled when he saw this. Blackwater had dispatched 20,000 players to capture Stone Forest Town, 6,000 of which were guild-nurtured experts. It was one thing if these experts died, but if their immortal souls were damaged, they'd be prevented from logging into God's domain for several days. This would be a massive loss for the guild. With no better choice, Falling Fire could only follow Heaven's Burial's example and order a retreat, telling his men to scatter. Only one Baphomet had targeted the force, and even if the High Demon were very fast, it could only kill a limited number of players if everyone ran in different directions. Seeing this, Shifeng sneered and waved a hand. Suddenly, hundreds of miniature ballistas launched their exploding arrows at Blackwater's members, each arrow containing power at the peak of Tier 2. When Blackwater's members saw the volley of arrows rain down on them, they felt their scalps tingle. After a series of explosions, the hillside became a barren wasteland covered in small craters and scorched earth. Although Blackwater's members had responded to the volley very quickly, over 2,000 players had died in the first wave of arrows. The miniature ballista's effect was wondrous. Watching volley after volley of exploding arrows rain down on his forces, Falling Fire turned to flash Shifeng a chilling glare as he fled. His forces had suffered a tragic loss. Against the several hundred miniature ballistas' continued bombardment and the High Demon's pursuit, he'd be lucky to leave this battlefield with less than half of his original army if they escaped at all. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's forces continued to scatter, running all the way to the Sealing Barrier's single exit. Naturally, Shifeng ordered his guild members to chase the two guilds down, leaving scorched earth and corpses in their wake. As they watched Zero Wing's members chase hundreds of thousands of players relentlessly, the crowd in Stone Forest Town was stupefied. Ruthless. Zero Wing was utterly ruthless. This was the crowd's evaluation of Zero Wing. Normally, after one side won a guild war, it would only chase its enemy for 10 or so minutes if it wanted to exploit its victory. Chasing the enemy players for any longer than that could lead to unnecessary losses. Yet Zero Wing ran after Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members for over half an hour, hunting the two guilds' forces to the Sealing Barrier's exit. In the end, Zero Wing had slaughtered every mythic evil demon and mythic evil beast Heaven's Burial had sent to the Stoneclaw Mountains. The guild didn't even spare the mythic monsters that had guarded the Sealing Barrier's exit. All evil demon above Lord rank had been annihilated as well. Meanwhile, Zero Wing suffered zero casualties throughout this entire battle. If they told other players of this battle, those players would likely assume they were either joking or bragging. However, such a miraculous battle had indeed occurred before them. 3 Baphomets guarded the exit of the barrier, sealing off the Stoneclaw Mountains, preventing anyone from leaving the map. Any player or evil demon that tried to approach the exit was killed or sent flying. No one was allowed past these high demons. Black Flame, don't go too far. Singular Burial bellowed as he glowered at Shifeng, who stood within Zero Wing's movement-type defensive magic array. The Sealing Barrier's exit wasn't particularly large. Normally, 10 or so evil demons was enough to block it off completely. The Baphomets with their gigantic frames easily guarded the exit, and with their outrageous strength, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's forces had no hope of leaving the Stoneclaw Mountains. Their forces could only watch as Zero Wing's miniature ballistas slowly approached. Black Flame, we have lost. We have already chosen to retreat from the Stone Claw Mountains. By trying to exterminate us all, do you intend to fight Blackwater until the bitter end? Falling Fire demanded as he glared at Shifeng. Going too far? In an indifferent tone, Shifeng responded, not only have your two guilds worked together to target Zero Wing time after time, but you've enclosed the Stoneclaw Mountains in a barrier to kill our members back to level 0. Did you not consider that your actions were a bit much? If I let you off the hook so easily today, what will other guilds think of Zero Wing? Thus, I invite every one of you to stay with us. Saying so, Shifeng waved his hand, and hundreds of exploding arrows rained down on Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's remaining members. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout the valley. With no power to fight back, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members could only run and scatter. Good. Very good. Black Flame, you forced me to do this. Singular Burial descended into madness as he watched one of his guild's experts and elites die after another. Since Heaven's Burial is finished, Flame Blood, detonate Beast Emperor's evil energy magic array. I want the map to become a graveyard. We'll drag Zero Wing to hell with us. Shortly after Singular Burial issued the command, runes began to appear above the Stoneclaw Mountains. The evil energy within the map went berserk, gathering in the array Beast Emperor had previously constructed. The earth trembled as the terrifying power concentrated. It felt as if Armageddon had come to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Lunatic. Falling Fire cursed when he heard Singular Burial's crazy plan. The man was going to drag him to hell as well. Because of this turn of events, Zero Wing's members wore somber expressions. They could all feel the horrific power concentrating at the gigantic magic array near the exit of the ceiling barrier. If the magic array exploded, the consequences would be dire. Die. Singular Burial began to laugh maniacally when he saw the fear on Zero Wing's faces. Once the magic array was set to detonate, it would transform everything within a 5,000-yard radius into a land of dead. Moreover, evil energy would corrupt players' souls after they died in the explosion. Even if some players survived, evil energy would contaminate their being, and they'd suffer a weakened state. Players that died would also suffer a weakened state. This weakened state would relent until players removed the evil energy from their bodies, which would take a considerable amount of time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air. It was none other than Shifeng, who had used a blink scroll. Once in the air, Shifeng pointed Killing Ray at the magic array, collecting evil energy. Then a pitch-black barrier formed, enveloping the array and gradually dissipating the gathering mana and evil energy. Forbidden Domain. Without the support of external mana, the magic array couldn't self-destruct. Don't think that you can die so easily while you stand before me. Shifeng growled as he charged into the evil energy-filled magic array. Evil energy was incredibly toxic to ordinary players, and at high concentrations, it could even kill players upon contact. However, the moment Shifeng entered the magic array's range, he activated Absolute Domain, becoming immune to all forms of damage. After setting foot in the magic array's range, the golden divine runes surrounding Shifeng began to crackle as they fought off the surrounding evil energy's corrosion. What powerful evil energy! Shifeng couldn't help his surprise when he noticed the evil energy begin to corrode the divine runes. His absolute domain could even stop Tier 4 mythic monsters' attacks, yet this magic array's evil energy slowly but surely corroded the skill. The power of the concentrated evil energy here nearly had the power of a Tier 5 spell. Not even ordinary mythic monsters would dare approach this magic array with such power. Only evil beasts and evil demons had any hope of survival within it. The evil energy's corrosion increased as time passed. Not daring to waste any more time, Shifeng charged toward the center of the magic array and slashed at the staff there with one of his blades. Thunder Flame Explosion. Boom. When the lightning and fire collided with their target, the staff inserted into the ground shattered, leaving only a dark gray crystal covered with purple gold runes behind. When the core of the magic array shattered, the array began to vanish. Following which, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. Chapter 1696. Shaking Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1696. Shaking Star Moon Kingdom. System. Congratulations. You have successfully destroyed the evil god's sealing magic array and stopped an evil energy passage from opening. Rewarding 100 humanity reputation points and 10,000 war gods temple merit points. Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he heard the system notification. He had never expected to earn 100 humanity reputation points and 10,000 war gods temple merit points for just destroying a magic array. War gods temple merit points were extremely valuable. With 4,000 points, one could purchase an ordinary epic item from the temple. However, Shi Feng did not spare the matter much thought as he snatched up the runic crystal and dashed away from the magic array. Although the magic array had already been destroyed, the evil energy it had gathered still lingered in the area. Once the evil energy ate through Absolute Domain's protection, not even a Tier 2 player like himself could survive the concentrated energy. Meanwhile, outside the magic array, Singular Burial, who had truly gone mad, was stupefied when he noticed the magic array disappear. Flame Blood, who controlled the evil demons from a hidden location, also gaped in shock. How is that possible? The color in Flame Blood's face drained when he noticed the gathered evil energy in the magic array gradually dissipate. Is he really a player? The sealing magic array Beast Emperor had used to entrap the Stoneclaw Mountains was extraordinary. The evil energy inside the array had become so dense after sacrificing 400,000 players that not even an evil god's apostle like Flame Blood dared to enter its range. Any player not belonging to the evil god's temple would seal their own fate if they approached the magic array. Yet not only had Shi Feng survived inside it, but he had also destroyed the magic array. Although the silencing skill Shi Feng had used prevented the magic array's detonation, that was only temporary. Once the silencing skill's duration ended, Flame Blood could simply detonate the magic array again and transform this map into a cemetery. However, now that the magic array had been destroyed, that wasn't possible. Due to the magic array's destruction, the barrier over the Stoneclaw Mountains map lifted. As a result, the blue sky returned as every player watched. Communication with the outside world also became possible again. The seal has lifted. How is this possible? Did Heaven's Burial win? Quick! Notify the higher-ups. The various large guilds members who were stationed outside of the barrier were surprised when the pitch-black magic barrier around the regional dungeon suddenly disappeared. They immediately contacted their superiors. However, before they could report the situation, a large number of players burst out of the other end of the valley as terrified as if they had just seen a ghost. These fleeing players wore either Heaven's Burial's emblem or Blackwater's. A moment later, another large group of players charged out of the Stoneclaw Mountains. Although the second group had fewer players than the first, the second group's momentum was imposing. These players fiercely hunted down Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's fleeing members. What's going on? Why are Zero Wings members the ones pursuing Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Did Heaven's Burial and Blackwater lose? That shouldn't be possible, right? Those two guilds sent in so many players and they had the help of their evil demon army. How could they possibly lose? The spectating players had never even considered the possibility that Zero Wing would defeat Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. The evil demon army was simply too strong. It wasn't a force current players could defeat. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater far outnumbered Zero Wing. Capturing Stone Forest Town would be a piece of cake for these two guilds. How could they possibly end up running away from Zero Wing? Moreover, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members fled with such desperation. Before these players could think of a proper explanation, 3 30-meter-tall humanoid monsters charged out of the valley ahead. Every one of these humanoid monsters radiated a horrific aura, and as they left the valley, they chased after Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players. Each time they swung their crimson longswords, they took the lives of dozens or even hundreds of players. Nobody could stop the three monsters' rampage as screams echoed throughout the valley. When the spectators took a closer look at the Baphomet statistics, they couldn't help but shudder and gasp. Mythic monsters. However, before they could recover from their shock, they noticed translucent figures hovering above the players' corpses. Pitch black fire burned these translucent figures, and a sense of dread overwhelmed the spectating players. Ordinary players might not recognize this phenomenon, but guild players like them were no strangers to the scene. Evidently, the Baphomets used soul attacks, and any players they killed with the attack would suffer more than a single lost level. Meanwhile, there were 3 of these monsters. Quick! Report this to the higher-ups. Some of the players who reacted quickly shouted. News of the barrier around the Stoneclaw Mountains lifting quickly spread to Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. And it wasn't the only news they received. Battle videos of the heaven-defying fight that had occurred outside of Stone Forest Town also found their way into the upper echelons' mailboxes. These videos clearly displayed the full development of the war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial. Despite these upper echelons' experience in numerous field battles, team battles, and even guild wars, when they watched the fight outside of Stone Forest Town, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Watching Shifeng resist Heaven's Burial's war weapons was particularly mind-blowing. No player had ever done anything like it, yet Shifeng had achieved the feat effortlessly. The strength and defense he displayed were simply unheard of. In addition, the guild's upper echelons watched the 3 Baphomets annihilate the mythic evil demon and 4 mythic evil beasts, and 1 Tier 3 or Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell fall on the battlefield after another. Seeing several hundred miniature ballistas fire their arrows as one was also spectacular. Overall, the battle had completely transformed the terrain outside of Stone Forest Town. Guild experts had been little more than ants in the battle, unable to accomplish anything. In the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City. So, Heaven's Burial has been defeated? Galaxy Past revealed a bitter smile when he received news of Zero Wing's victory. Now, no one in Starmoon Kingdom can stop Zero Wing. Guild leader, did you predict that Heaven's Burial would lose from the very beginning? Purple Eye asked curiously. Based on Galaxy Past's tone, he didn't seem surprised by this war's outcome. No, I didn't know, but I had a feeling that Zero Wing wouldn't lose. The guild has performed many miracles since its establishment, and there's nothing surprising about it performing one more, Galaxy Past said, shaking his head. However, Zero Wing's performance this time did surpass even my expectations. Despite facing such a powerful force, it still won so effortlessly, even killing over 200,000 Heaven's Burial members and 15,000 players from Blackwater. The various superpowers following the war between the 2 guilds were shocked when they learned of its outcome. Zero Wing. They still had such a trump card? It's no wonder why the guild rejected our kind-hearted offer. Yuan Tiexin paled as he watched the 3 Baphomets in the video before him. High demons. He had only read about this type of demon in the libraries he had visited. High demons were emperors among demons. Their life ratings were even higher than archaic species. Yet Zero Wing had summoned 3 of these high demons. It was only natural that Heaven's Burial had lost. After this war, Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers, as well as those operating in secret within the kingdom, realized that Zero Wing had grown past its status as a fledgling guild. Now, Zero Wing's development in Starmoon Kingdom was truly unstoppable. The guild had proven its foundations to join the ranks of the various superpowers and compete for hegemony in God's domain. Shifeng had returned to White River City with the loot he had obtained from the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts. He hadn't stayed in the Stoneclaw Mountains to participate in the cleanup battle. Heaven's Burial's main force was already finished, and Blackwater had lost over 80% of the experts it had dispatched. Baphomet's soul fire had even claimed many of them. Once the resurrected and could log back into the game, they'd be essentially crippled for a considerable time. From today onward, neither of these 2 guilds would find any success in Starmoon Kingdom. In fact, Heaven's Burial might even have trouble continuing in the game at all. After returning to White River City, Shifeng retrieved his latest bounty, looking through the items with shining eyes. This was especially true when his gaze fell on the dark gray crystal covered in runes. When he had picked the crystal up earlier, he had still been surrounded by dense evil energy. He hadn't had the time to inspect his harvest properly. Now, however, he could feel how frightening this dark gray runic crystal truly was. The concentrated energy within was astonishing, even surpassing the mana within 7 luminaries crystals. Comparing a 7 luminaries crystal's energy levels to this dark gray crystal was like comparing a candle flame to a forest fire. It felt as if this single crystal contained the power of an entire world. What is this thing? Shifeng muttered curiously as he inspected the item. Chapter 1697. Miniature World. Chapter 1697. Miniature World. When Shifeng tried inspecting the dark gray crystal, the result he got was simply a bunch of unknown. In fact, he didn't even get the name of the crystal. It can't be inspected? Shifeng grew even more curious upon receiving this result. He immediately activated omniscient eyes and appraised the crystal. Aside from weapons and equipment, cases where an item could not be inspected were rare. In such rare cases, the reason for such an outcome was either a frightening origin or damage beyond repair. After Shifeng activated omniscient eyes and used them on the dark gray crystal, a loading bar appeared before him. 22 seconds. What an amazing item. Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement when he saw the time needed to appraise the crystal. Normally, even epic items needed only a dozen seconds or so to appraise. For the crystal before him to need 22 seconds, this proved that the crystal was much more valuable than even epic items. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shifeng found it reasonable. An item capable of serving as the core of the magic array that sealed the entire Stoneclaw Mountains naturally couldn't be an ordinary item. Even the defensive magic arrays used to protect cities required an extremely strong power source to operate. A barrier that could seal a map as large as the Stoneclaw Mountains would need an extremely frightening amount of energy. Finally, after 22 seconds had passed, the attribute panel of the dark gray crystal was no longer filled with unknown. Evil God's Eye. This is an item created by the evil god for the specific purpose of opening up a path through a world's barrier. The inside of the evil god's eye contains a sealed miniature world. The evil god's eye can be used as a conduit to transfer the power of the entire miniature world to the outside world. However, as the conversion equipment has been damaged, the evil god's eye is no longer able to supply any power to the outside world. There's a miniature world inside this thing? Heaven's Burial really is generous to actually use such a treasure to seal the Stoneclaw Mountains. Shifeng was dumbstruck after reading the evil god's eye's introduction. It was no wonder he couldn't inspect the item before. It was only natural for him not to be able to inspect the information of a miniature world using normal means. As far as Shifeng knew, miniature worlds were extremely rare in God's domain. Only the ancient gods could create items with miniature worlds sealed inside them. Meanwhile, items containing miniature worlds all possessed extraordinary power. Moreover, if players controlled an item containing a miniature world, they could enter said miniature world anytime they wanted to. Although miniature worlds were no match for other worlds in terms of size, they were roughly similar existences. However, owners of miniature worlds had complete control over them, unlike other worlds, and could harvest the resources inside the miniature worlds at their leisure. Other worlds, on the other hand, required players to manually obtain the resources they wanted. Of course, miniature worlds did not possess as many resources as other worlds did. Controlling a miniature world was akin to gaining control of an vein. Players could harvest various kinds of rare resources periodically from the miniature world they controlled. Meanwhile, the most precious resource one could obtain from a miniature world would be power organ. Power ore was an excellent support material produced by concentrating the energy of the entire miniature world. Typically, a support material that could increase the forging success rate of dark gold equipment by 5% would already be considered a miraculous item. However, power ore boosted the forging success rate of dark gold equipment by around 5% to 10%. In addition, the forged equipment would gain the energy protection passive effect with 100% certainty. As for weapons produced using power ore, they would gain the energy strengthening passive effect with 100% certainty. The energy protection effect passively increased the tolerance of equipment, making the equipment less likely to get damaged by powerful attacks and reducing the loss of durability. Meanwhile, the energy strengthening effect performed roughly the same function as energy protection. It decreased a weapon's chances of suffering wear and tear when striking at tough opponents or blocking powerful attacks. Players might not find these effects particularly useful during the early stages of God's domain. But at higher levels, these effects would start to become important because the more players fought against powerful monsters, the more frequently they would come across monsters capable of severely damaging weapons and equipment. It might be fine if the weapons and equipment players used were of high quality, but those at fine gold rank and below could end up a pile of scrap after going through a battle against a powerful monster. Due to this reason, as players reached higher levels, their thirst for high-ranking weapons and equipment would likewise become increasingly greater. It was also due to this reason that, in Shifeng's previous life, the market had never become saturated with weapons and equipment in the 10 years of God's domain's operation, because even epic items could be destroyed. Hence, the various large guilds had actively nurtured their own lifestyle players in the past. This was especially true for lifestyle players capable of producing weapons and equipment. The further guilds progressed into the game, the greater their need for weapons and equipment. During the later stages of the game, guilds even had to prepare multiple sets of weapons and equipment for their members when raiding powerful bosses or fighting large-scale battles with other guilds. Since weapons and equipment made with power or lost durability at a much slower rate, guilds could save up on plenty of coins and materials. In the past, any power or sold on the market would be bought almost immediately so long as the price was reasonable. The various large guilds had also expended a ton of effort on the acquisition of power organ. Unfortunately, power ore was extremely rare. In fact, the continent of God's domain didn't produce power organ. Players could obtain power ore only from miniature worlds and certain unstable otherworlds. Hence, the various large guilds had constantly contested over otherworlds that produced power organ. As for owning a miniature world that could provide a stable supply of power ore, this was something that most guilds could only dream of. As far as Shifeng knew, only a few super guilds and super first-rate guilds had managed to get their hands on a miniature world. Due to their ownership of a miniature world, these guilds had performed much better at raiding team dungeons and field bosses than other guilds. Thus, now that Shifeng had discovered a miniature world sealed inside the evil god's eye, how could he possibly not become excited? In fact, he even wanted to thank Heaven's Burial right now. If not for Heaven's Burial sealing off the Stoneclaw Mountains, he would never have gotten his hands on such a valuable item. Had Heaven's Burial offered to trade the evil god's eye for Stone Forest Town, Shifeng might even have accepted the offer. All that trouble just to capture Stone Forest Town would have been unnecessary. However, had Heaven's Burial truly known the value of the evil god's eye, the guild definitely wouldn't have done something as foolish as using it as a power source for a magic array. I wonder if the war god's temple can repair this thing? Shifeng muttered to himself as he looked at the crystal in his hands. Although the evil god's eye was damaged, it was not irreparable. It should be possible for the war god's temple, which was familiar with the evil god's temple, to repair the evil god's eye. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng stored the evil god's eye and started looking through the other items he obtained from the war. The loot dropped by the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts was considerably good. 2 pieces of epic growth type equipment dropped this time. A top for magical classes and a pair of boots for MTs. The rest were level 70 plus dark gold and fine gold equipment. To current players, these things were still too high-leveled and useless for now. Aside from weapons and equipment, the mythic monsters also dropped an evil god crystal, which was an unexpected harvest for Shifeng. In addition, he had obtained over 10,000 evil energy crystals from all the lower-ranked evil demons his summoned creatures and Zero Wings members had killed. If he sold all these evil energy crystals, he could definitely make a huge fortune. However, Shifeng had no intention of selling these evil energy crystals. Instead, he planned to use them to upgrade the evil god's tablet. It was only the existence of the evil god's tablet that allowed Zero Wings Battle Arena in Stone Forest Town to have advanced combat rooms. Meanwhile, these advanced combat rooms were the reason behind the popularity of Stone Forest Town's Battle Arena among expert players. Unfortunately, the evil god's tablet had a limited AoE, supporting the operation of only a few advanced combat rooms at a time, which limited the attraction the battle arena held for expert players. If Shifeng could increase the number of advanced combat rooms, then Stone Forest Town's battle arena would become more attractive to expert players. Consequently, Zero Wing could recruit more expert players. Now that he had 10,000 evil energy crystals, he could definitely afford to upgrade the Evil God's tablet. Following which, Shi Feng stored some of the weapons, equipment and materials he acquired in the guild warehouse and used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Stone Forest Town. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.